Got me feeling kinda hot. We could be a team, baby, I could be a mascot. Get my name and number on the back of my crop top. Waiting for you way too long. No one feels right and kinda wrong. Got me on repeat, I'm your favorite song. You and me together, yeah, we belong. Now, what's your bag for it? If you want it, claim it. Get on top and team it. But I'll keep on waiting. If you want me like that, then you gotta say it. You should know I'm patient. Nothing, I'm just sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love. Your love, I'm in love, I'm in love. Sitting here without your love.
Hello, everyone. Happy New Year. Merry Christmas. I've had a birthday. Many things have happened, okay? How are we? I missed you guys. I actually did miss streaming. Just been crazy, unexpected travel. I experienced snow. I slipped on black ice. Very fun. Whose B-Day was it? It was mine. It's a national holiday. But because everybody's like, you know, busy celebrating Christmas, it gets overshadowed usually. How old are you now? Guess. It's the, what would it be? The 6th anniversary of my 21st birthday? 23. Flattering. Cute. Adorable. Wrong. No. 27. Yeah, forever 21. And everyone in YouTube chat, hello? YouTube chat is coming back. I just need to fuck with it on OBS. There is a workaround, apparently, and my warning on Twitch has fallen off. So I feel comfortable putting it back up on screen. I think what they don't want you to do is merge the chats directly, but I can have YouTube chat in like a separate thing, and then Twitch chat in a separate thing, and apparently that will prevent me from being banned or something. H Mata, thank you for subscribing at tier 1. You've been subscribed for 4 months and you are currently on a 4-month streak. Really, really appreciate it. That is a good way to start a stream, you guys. That's how you fucking do it. What else? Other people saying 2026 is going to be a great year, right, guys? Right? I mean, did something happen already that's like making you doubt that it's just going to be, you know, fan-fucking-tastic? On that note, I do have a really big announcement, but I don't know if I should say it today or I should say it tomorrow, but I don't know. Going back and forth. And EOLS, thank you for subscribing at tier 1. You've been subscribed for 8 months, like an OG. Welcome back. I really appreciate it. Married? No. I might wear this ring, but I am not married yet. And talk to Lycan about that. No. So I will be going on Tim Pool Friday in person to debate Venezuela. Not with Tim Pool. He's going to be moderating. I'm going to be debating 2 other MAGA goons, but it's a Tim Pool appearance, so probably I'm going to end up debating him. I don't see how that ends up. It just ends up being a conversation between me and the other 2 guys. So tomorrow we'll do some on-stream prep to see what Tim Pool's like fantastic commentary on this has been. So, like, personally, a good start to 2026, you know, despite the grim reality that we are living around. Well, Tim doesn't moderate. I mean, he moderates in the same way like Wick moderates, you know. He wants to be part of the discussion. And I get it, okay? I understand. And I think a 3v1 is going to be fun, to be honest. I don't want to tag team with people. I think I'm better on my own. And I can shoot from the hip and see if I can't turn them against each other and bash their heads in with the positions that they will undoubtedly take that end up contradicting one another. Let's see. Okay, where are we starting? Okay, before we get into the really, really fun stuff that's definitely not grim at all, like the ICE murder, you know, or Venezuela and this completely illegal invasion or any of that. And before PBD, obviously, I think you guys knew I was going to have some PBD coming back. AOC calls out pervert Jesse Waters. Don't know what this is about. Want to see what this is about? Clearwatch, thank you so much for the resub. You've been subscribed for 6 months. Really, really appreciate that. So AOC slams pervert Jesse Waters after telling off Fox News host's producer. This is from Midas Touch. Who got him? AOC told off Jesse Waters' primetime producer who... Oh, okay, so she was telling the producer. I thought it was Jesse Waters himself. I was like, where did this beef come from? Other than the fact that Jesse Waters is Jesse Waters, I thought maybe something more personal had happened. Who invited the congresswoman to go on the Fox News program shortly after she called the host a pervert. Oh, wait, maybe... Oh, wait, no, she did call him a pervert. Okay, that was... Whatever. Outside the Capitol on Wednesday, Johnny Belisario, okay, approached AOC to extend an invitation from Jesse Waters. It went as well as one would expect. The video was captured by Pablo Manriquez, a migrant insider, and posted by Asen on, Twitter. Would you join him? He has sexualized and harassed me on his show. She replied, he has sexually harassed me on his show. He's engaged in horrific sexually exploitative rhetoric. That's not true, Congresswoman, the producer protested. It is true, AOC responded, because he accused me of wanting to, quote unquote, sleep with Stephen Miller. Ew. When? So why don't you tell me what you think is acceptable to tell a woman? Thank you. The lawmaker abruptly walked away.
Would you join him?
He's accused me of... he has sexualized me on his show. He has sexually harassed me on his show. He has engaged in horrific, sexually exploitative
That's
rhetoric.
not true, Congresswoman.
It is true. It is true because he accused me of wanting to quote unquote sleep with Stephen Miller. So why don't you tell me what you think is acceptable to tell a woman?
Jesus Christ. And the heel turn. In October, Waters said he thinks AOC wants to sleep with Deputy White House Chief of Staff Stephen Miller. The day before, Ocasio-Cortez called Miller a clown and falsely alleged he is 4'10". AOC, where's Snopes when you need them, right? Claiming that he's 4'10". Shame on her. Spreading misinfo. But there's going to be an ad before this. It's going to be super fun.
High
Yep.
school students with a passion for law and justice. The Florida Bar's high school.
Are you going to get sushi and play poker with Du Bois? Yeah, if things go well, that's going to be the game plan for after, obviously. Did I miss that you're going on Tim Pool's show? Is that what I just missed? Yeah, I am going on Tim Pool's show on Friday, and it's going to be live. They said I could upload clips. They didn't. They need to confirm whether or not I can upload it in its entirety to my channel.
Think that MAGA men are insulted by AOC?
No, I think AOC wants to sleep with Miller. It is so obvious, and I'm sorry, you can't have him. Miller is the best.
I genuinely can't tell if this is a joke or not now.
I know him well. So
either way, it's a gross comment to make.
Socially, and the man is not overcompensating. Dana, I know when people are overcompensating. I know people at this
I've personally done it.
Table who are overcompensating. That person is me. He is a policy savant. I mean, this guy is confident. He battles CNN with grace and with class, and he provides wise counsel to the president.
Yeah, I definitely think grace and class when I'm looking at any photos or videos of Stephen Miller or reading about him. Those are the words that come to mind.
Of the United States. This is what AOC doesn't get about men.
Okay.
Miller is a high-value man because he has power and influence, because he has vision, and he's on a mission to save this republic and protect.
Okay, high-value man, but this is what his wife has to say about him on Jesse Waters' show. If I put Katie Miller, if I put sexual matador, will it come up? Yeah, This was
You are married to Steve.
A minute ago, earlier, or at the end of last year or something like that. And as it says, Stephen Miller's wife made a real weird joke on Fox News.
Stephen Miller. So you are the envy of all women. What is that like?
The sexual matador, right?
What is it like being married to such a sexual matador?
He is an incredibly inspiring man who gets me going in the morning with his speeches being like, let's start the day. I am going to defeat the left and we are going to win.
You are married to Stephen Miller.
Why did she say that, dude? This is the wife of the alpha male who commands respect everywhere and anywhere he goes.
Western
Starting with his wife, obviously, who definitely didn't, humiliate him on national TV.
Civilization. He speaks with confidence and flair. And he's unafraid of anything. Now, AOC may have someone that's taller like Gavin, or someone has more distinguished characteristics like Adam Schiff, the senator, who talks like this, or someone with more wealth like Soros the Younger. But those men are not brave men.
What is he talking about when he says like she might have this? Like, one, isn't AOC like she's a fiance or like a boyfriend, I'm pretty sure. And two, why is he just like any like lib Dem politicians that can come to mind he's like matching with her?
Those men did not protect the country when the country needed it. We had tests throughout the last couple of years, tests on crime, tests during COVID, and tests with immigration. And all of the men that AOC seems to value, they all failed the test, and they failed it miserably. Men who are high-value men like Stephen Miller take risks. They're brave, they're unafraid, they're confident, and they're on a mission.
And this is the face of a man who definitely knows who's, an alpha and a beta or whatever.
And they have younger wives with beautiful children. I think I just gave him like a dating recommendation.
I don't know, man. That was pretty creepy.
I love Stephen Miller. That's not clear. Clearly.
Yeah.
Do you need to get rid
What an alpha. The Five co-host Jesse Waters reacted by praising him as a high-value man who wants to sleep with her. It's like so weird, man. Oh my god. Okay, he had to actually react. He had to actually respond to AOC saying that he's 4'10".
You're her favorite target apparently on Instagram. Check this out.
He looks like he is angry about the fact that he's 4'10". And he looks like he is so mad that he is 4'10", that he's taking that anger out at
any other population possible. Like, laugh at them. Laugh at them.
Like, laugh at them. Laugh at them. I wish I had a hoodie on. I mean, are we trying to play sorority sister as elected official? I don't know. I was at a sorority over the weekend over in Texas. I felt like I was back at the sorority house, except they had more sense.
Like painfully grasping at straws to try to like dunk on her.
Stephen, quick response.
Well, we knew that her brain didn't work. Now we know their eyes don't work. So I mean, she is a mess, right? What a train wreck.
Oh my God, he was like at a loss for words. I genuinely think he was thrown off by that.
What a train wreck.
I think you should just get a hoodie. You should just wear a hoodie from now on and respond to her in a hoodie. It should be hoodie to hoodie. Stephen,
yes,
thank you so much. Yeah, go ahead.
I think the important point is that every time she's on TV, Republican approval ratings go up, Democrat approval ratings go down. That lady is a walking nightmare.
You're about
me when I'm lying.
I know you for 20 years. You're about 5'10", 11. About 5'10". So
I'm actually 5'10", you guys.
Or
like,
10. I don't know what you can say.
Painful,
all right,
man.
Stephen, thank you very much. And
I cannot believe they aired this and made him listen to it live. I am crying. Stephen Miller looks like the villain in a movie about tax audits. I mean, he looks like in this picture, he looks like that character in The Incredibles, the one that Mr. Incredible puts through a wall. But okay. Now on to the slightly more pressing stuff. ICE murder. Let's see. If he says he's 5'10", then really he's 5'7". On Grindr, he's 5'10". Everywhere else, 5'7". Deadly Minnesota encounter is the 9th ICE shooting since September. All those targeted in the shootings were fired on while in their vehicles. So this was reported by yesterday, New York Times. An ICE agent shot and killed a woman in Minneapolis on Wednesday, the latest in a series of shootings by federal agents carrying out immigration enforcement operations in American cities. That's one way to describe a mass deportation campaign that's currently, ravaging its way throughout the country. In the last 4 months alone, immigration officers have fired on at least 9 people in 5 states and Washington, D.C. All of the individuals targeted in those shootings were, like the woman killed on Wednesday, fired on while in their vehicles. In each case, officials have claimed that the agents fired in self-defense, fearing they would be struck by the vehicle. At least one other person died as a result of those shootings. In September, immigration officers pulled over a man driving a Subaru on a busy street outside of Chicago. The man, a Mexican immigrant named Silverio Villegas Gonzalez, was shot and killed less than a minute later. Homeland Security officials said that Mr. Gonzalez had hit and dragged one of the officers with his car and that the officer who shot him was acting in self-defense. But at times, analysis of the video calls into question key aspects of the government's account. The following month, a Mexican man living in Los Angeles was shot during a traffic stop where the man was targeted for immigration enforcement. Federal officials said the man had tried to ram officers as he fled the scene, and Homeland Security officers fired shots, hitting the man in the elbow. A federal marshal was struck in the hand by a ricocheted bullet. Days later, an American citizen was shot in the shoulder by an immigration agent near a bus stop in a suburb east of Los Angeles. Lawyers for the man had said he had asked federal agents to move away from the area where school children would soon be gathering. His lawyer said he was later shot at as he was driving away, but federal prosecutors accused him of pulling forward and accelerating towards an officer. Fortunately, this is probably a preview of what we can expect the defense to be for this guy's actions earlier today. Since last January, federal immigration agents have deployed across the country as part of President Trump's deportation blitz, often in fast-moving enforcement operations targeting individual cities, including LA, Chicago, New Orleans, and Portland. Those sweeps have spurred protests that at times turned hostile, with protesters throwing objects at law enforcement and officers responding by firing non-lethal munitions. In the 12 months through September 2024, ICE's Internal Firearms and Use of Force Committee investigated 3 incidents. Oh, cool, an internal investigation. That's super useful here. In which an officer used a firearm, according to ICE's annual report, and in the year before that, there were 5 incidents in which an ICE officer used a firearm. It was not known on Wednesday what those investigations concluded. Nice. So on top of it being only an internal investigation, completely opaque, no details. Awesome. ICE and the Homeland Security Department's policy on the use of force says that officers are authorized to use deadly force only if the officer has a reasonable belief that the subject of such force poses an imminent threat of death or serious bodily injury, which is obviously subjective, but they're always going to claim this, and it doesn't matter how flagrantly trigger happy they're being, how ridiculously unreasonable their suspicion that they had the belief that they were in imminent danger is. The public continues to give these motherfuckers the benefit of the doubt. Hopefully today's shooting is kind of like a steady downturn of, just kind of taking cops at their word when it comes to, these sorts of shootings. The policy further states that officers should avoid intentionally and unreasonably placing themselves in positions in which they have no alternative to using deadly force. So obviously this is already being defended by Kristi Noem, head of DHS. Let's see. Noem defends ICE agent in fatal shooting of Minneapolis woman as the city's mayor blasts DHS account. Saying she had tried to run over the officer, state and local officials disputed claims that the shooting was done in self-defense. 3 videos of the shooting reviewed by CNN show nuance. Love a hyperlink over the word show nuance. And exactly what took place before the shooting remains unclear. So I don't want to show any videos. It's probably not going to be like TOS friendly. But what's this nuance or what? In the aftermath of an ICE shooting and killing a woman in Minneapolis on Wednesday, President Donald Trump claimed in a post online that video from the incident showed the woman violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the officer. The Department of Homeland Security in the initial week of the shooting also said in a statement that the woman was attempting to run over officers with their car to quote-unquote kill them. U.S. Senator Tina Smith, a Minnesota Democrat, later identified the woman as 37-year-old Renee Nicole Good. DHS Secretary Kristi Noem said in a news conference in Texas on Wednesday that a quote-unquote woman attacked officers and, quote, attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle after the officers got struck in the snow. 3 videos taken at the scene and reviewed by CNN, however, show nuance. Why is it like show nuance? Why not say directly contradicts and undermines the claims made by federal officials? What took place prior to the shooting remains unclear. What the videos show, in one video posted online of the shooting, the woman can first be seen in her car, which is still and perpendicular in the middle of a street. The officer who would soon shoot the woman who can be seen behind her vehicle toward the front of her car. Another person who is not wearing a uniform can be seen following that officer and appears to have been filming on their phone. So the woman who was shot by an agent is in this car. The officer who would later shoot the woman can be seen walking around the back of her car. And I need to find the article that shows, I think it was with NBC, and a current, not former, DHS official was saying that this ICE officer did not act in compliance with their protocols or manual or whatever. Shooting a person in a car stops the car, right? That's what ICE agents have heard, apparently. Get out of the car. The officers approaching the woman driver's side door can be heard repeatedly saying, get out of the fucking car. One of the 2 officers can be seen pulling on the woman's driver's side door as the other officer reaches the front of the car from the other side. The car then starts to move in reverse as one officer continues pulling on the car door and the other officer is in front of part of the vehicle. The vehicle begins to move forward, and at the same time, the third officer who approached the car pulls out his pistol and points it at the woman while moving away from the front of the car. A video from a different angle obtained and reviewed by CNN seems to show the car making contact with the officer before he fired his gun the first time. There will unironically be people that hear this part of the story and are like, see, he had no choice but to do it. Anytime, everybody knows that, if a vehicle touches you while you have, you're an officer, you get to shoot. The first video doesn't capture the car making contact with the officer, but his body is seen moving out from the front of the vehicle onto the driver's side of the car. And this picture says, as the car starts to move forward, the officer begins stepping aside while drawing her pistol. The officer who was out of the vehicle's path then fired 2 more shots. It says after the officer fires his first shot, he can be seen standing on the car's left side. Video then shows the officer holster his pistol as the car drives forward before it accelerates and crashes into a car and a pole on the side of the street. The firing officer and the person who appeared to be filming him can be seen moving toward the woman in her car. The video shows the officer later walking away from the car and telling others to call 911. Salty Squid Stream, thank you so much for the 250 bits. It's very clear from video evidence the woman in the vehicle backed up and then pulled forward to leave. At that moment, she backed up to do a 3-point turn or to get enough clearance to be able to advance is what I saw. At that moment, the ICE agent standing next to the vehicle jumped in front of the vehicle to impede its movement. The officer then uses this as a pretext to open fire on a citizen. Oh, man. Let's see. Do they have videos of the officials disputing what actually occurred? So Minnesota officials dispute federal account of fatal ICE shooting. Federal officials said a 37-year-old woman was trying to kill agents with a car in Minneapolis. City and state officials called that account false, demanding an end to the immigration crackdown. No, then I can't watch it. I clicked play on that New York Times video and immediately says, warning, this has graphic footage. Let's see. State and local officials describe federal accounts of the shooting with terms like propaganda and garbage. RD assemblies, vigils. Dude, Walls cannot catch a fucking break between like the Somali fraud scandal, which is actually not something that's entirely new. It's just having a resurgence in the news. As of late, the fact that he's like dropped out as a result of this, like George Floyd, those Dems that were shot earlier, or like I keep wanting to say last year, by that guy, Vance Boatler, I can't remember his name or something like that. Just fucking crazy year for Minnesota. Didn't ICE go to Minnesota because of the Somali bullshit / fraud video by Shirley? I actually don't know. One said leave, one said get out of the car, one killed her. I mean, obviously, is it any surprise that I've been in the abolish ICE camp long before the second term? All right. Let's put ourselves through hell. Let's watch Tom Homan give an interview with CBS where apparently he distances himself from Kristi Noem defending it. Extended interview. Borders are Tom Homan on Minneapolis ICE shooting and more. And this was like yesterday.
Thank you for doing it because it's a busy day. It's also a sad day. We had an incident in Minneapolis. According to the Department of Homeland Security, a woman attempted to weaponize her vehicle. That's a quote, ram an agent, run over an agent. The department's called it an act of domestic terrorism. Open fire, that woman is dead this evening.
Wait.
Because it's a busy day. It's also a sad day.
Okay, we can do this on YouTube.
We had an incident
speed it up a little bit.
in Minneapolis. According to the Department of Homeland Security, a woman attempted to weaponize her vehicle. That's a quote, ram an agent, run over an agent. The department's called it an act of domestic terrorism. Open fire, that woman is dead this evening. Many Americans are watching videos of this incident online, and they're seeing something different than what the department is describing. I'd like to show you one of those videos so you can talk directly to Americans tonight about what they're seeing. Just tell me what you see when you see this.
He's seeing it now for the first time.
There's the shot.
So weird having Tom Homan do a fucking
Vehicle
react,
veers
Andy.
off, hits a pole or a barrier of some sort, and the woman's dead. When you see that, some Americans respond with, this was not justified, this was not necessary. Tell them, this is really about them. What do you see when you see this video?
Well, look, I just got off an airplane. There's 100 different videos out there, and there may be body cam video. I'm not going to comment on that. This is an ongoing investigation. But I think it's reckless, what I'm seeing on social media. I've seen at least 7 or 8 members of Congress make the comment that ICE just murdered somebody. Murdered, right?
Oh my God. Like his reaction to what he just saw, which is an ICE agent just open firing and murdering a woman in her fucking car as she was trying to leave, which is definitely not advisable if a cop or an ICE agent even tells you to stop, pull over, etc. That's not what you should do. Even the ACLU is like, you should just comply. But that is a totally separate point and unrelated entirely from whether or not this officer was using excessive force. And in my opinion, obviously they were. But he has so much more fucking animosity for these people calling it what it is, which it looks like murder, than a woman being fucking killed for the crime of disobeying an officer.
In March, and I'm on numerous programs. When the rhetoric started escalating back in late March, I said, if this rhetoric continues, there will be bloodshed. I've seen this movie before. I've done this for over 40 years. And sadly, I was right. There has been bloodshed. There's been attacks on ICE officers, there have been people killed, even our detainees were killed here in Dallas.
Yeah.
The investigation's ongoing. There's a lot
Well, I know a woman was just murdered by an ICE agent. I can't comment on that. What we really need to be talking about is how ICE agents have been hurt while they're trying to do this illegal mass deportation program. Will someone please think of them?
A lot of evidence hasn't been seen yet. I'm not a forensics expert, and neither are the people and members of Congress commenting on this. They all just hold their judgment. Take a deep breath.
Oh my God, this is like not a man that can be listened to on any other speed, unfortunately, than normal speed because of the way he speaks.
Hold their judgment, because I think the comments about murder is going to incite what? More violence, more threats, and hopefully not more bloodshed.
And I want to get into that. I want to get into the increase in violence and
So you admit it's violent.
Threats against ICE officers, but I also want to linger for a moment on this incident because it's a really important one. I think the city of Minneapolis is on edge. I think the country is on edge right now. You say the investigation is ongoing.
The investigation just started.
Just started. You say you can't comment on the video, which many Americans are seeing and reacting to.
I'm not going to make a judgment call on one video when there's 100 videos out there. I wasn't on the scene. I'm not an officer that may have body cam video. It'd be unprofessional.
Oh, it'd be unprofessional. Surely this is a man who, if we were to look up, like, you know, what do we want to bet that he yeah, he's been totally consistent in never commenting on news that had to do with like an ongoing investigation. Probably never commented on like Benghazi. Probably never commented on like any open investigation related to the Biden admin. Surely.
A comment on what I think happened in that situation. Let the investigation play out and hold people accountable based on the investigation.
I think many members of the public are calling for the same thing, and so they're confused. Maybe you can help me understand how the Department of Homeland Security could conclude so swiftly that this is a, quote, act of domestic terrorism, that this woman, quote, weaponized her vehicle. By the very same standard you describe, this investigation is just getting started.
That's the question for Homeland Security. I'm the border czar. Well, I can tell you what I've seen on my airplane ride here, looking at numerous videos, seeing numerous social media posts, statements from Homeland Security, statements from Secretary Noem. I'll leave it at that.
But as a law enforcement officer,
what good is it to do right now to me prejudge?
Do you think they can cover this up too? I actually don't think that they can cover it up. I think what they're hoping they can do is spin it and basically just, you know, call someone pissing on you a fucking rainstorm. But I don't know that there's too much footage out there circulating surrounding this event for them to cover it up entirely.
The facts of what happened today without giving law enforcement professionals, whether it's the FBI or the local police there, give them time to look at all the videos, talk to all the witnesses, talk to the officers, and make an educated decision on what occurred today. That's what needs to happen. I've been a cop.
Okay, so apparently murder, you're not going to comment, but you will say that murder is not appropriate and that you ought to make an educated guess or inference based off of, you know, reviewing these same materials that you yourself just said you couldn't possibly comment on. But I guess you can't, if you reach the conclusion that it's murder, you got to keep thinking harder, because if you were really thinking critically, you wouldn't come to that conclusion, I guess.
Since 1984, that is the process we must go through.
The reason I ask you about actions in the interior of the country, even though your title is border czar, is when you were announced, in that announcement, Donald Trump said you would be responsible for all deportations of illegal aliens. So that's the mission there in Minneapolis,
that's
right?
That's one of my missions, yes.
Yeah, so this is an incident under your purview.
Tragedy.
This host is a crazy Uber Zionist who recircumcised himself and converted to Judaism. I think I knew that, and then I'm pretty sure the woman that he converted to Judaism for, he's not even married to anymore.
It happened today. Sad. Tragedy. You know, every night when I go to bed, and I've said this 100 times on other interviews, I pray for the safety of the men and women of ICE and Border Patrol. I also pray that nobody dies, including the people we're looking for.
Including the people that ICE tries to murder. Tell me you didn't want to say that. Oh my God. It was like on the tip of his tongue.
Other interviews.
So, okay, so he says this stupid shit. Every night I go to bed and I'm praying for ICE officers.
I pray for the safety of the men and women of ICE and Border Patrol. I also pray that nobody dies, including the people we're looking for.
Again, I pray that nobody dies, including the people we're looking for.
And now 5
but if
people
they do,
have
mistakes
died
were
in
made,
incidents.
right?
4 immigrants, and now a woman who we don't know what she was doing. Perhaps she was intending harm. Perhaps she was a protester. We don't know.
Well, let's not forget, ICE agents been shot at too.
Yes.
ICE agents been injured.
Let's not forget, okay? Let's not forget that we need to pivot away to completely unrelated cases of times that ICE agents have gotten owies, okay?
Throughout assaults against ICE agents over 1,300%. I mean, and I will say it again, I've said it 1,000 times. I blame a lot of this on the hateful rhetoric of mayors and governors and some in Congress who, they want to compare ICE to the Nazis and to racists and the Gestapo.
Yeah.
ICE isn't enforcing laws they enacted. ICE isn't making this up. So if a member of Congress saying, ICE, you're enforcing laws we enacted, you're a racist. They wrote the law.
In the spirit of fairness now.
Wait, I can't. What is this this argument? What, you can't compare them to the Gestapo because they're just following orders?
Congress, who, they want to compare ICE to the Nazis and to race.
History Speaks in YouTube chat. Everybody should follow him. Aaron, I hope you and your awesome stream have a great new year. It's off to a great start already, clearly.
And the Gestapo. ICE isn't enforcing laws they enacted. ICE isn't making this up. So if a member of Congress saying, ICE, you're enforcing laws we enacted, you're a racist. They wrote the law.
In the spirit of fairness now, I mean, there are people
Okay, so when he says they wrote the law, he's saying Congress. But Congress is like not a single entity. I don't know why he's trying to act like it's this, conglomerate that you can't obviously just analyze the individual statements made by individual congressional representatives. What do we want to bet that the people criticizing this move out and being like the most outspoken, using rhetoric like it's murder, it's or like alleged murder or whatever, are probably not the same congressmen and women that would have voted for the types of policies that helped expand ICE or would give them like this sort of instruction or would be in favor of mass deportations.
Who are angry at ICE because they hear from this administration, members of it, Stephen Miller, sometimes the president himself, what they consider to be racist, inflammatory language against immigrants, against migrants, both illegal and not. Is there not a double standard here?
What racial rhetoric are you talking about from the administration?
I'm not going to litigate comment by comment here. So I'm just saying.
I don't see any racial.
Oh my God, he couldn't give a single example. That looks so bad for the CBS host.
Right away, the left wants to pull the race card. It has to be racist. ICE isn't doing anything different. They did
the left, when he's talking to a CBS correspondent who, like, again, CBS, a fucking rag run by Barry Weiss. Literally just like a Nepo baby that was able to like fail upward.
Decades. The problem is, the last 4 years, ICE wasn't able to do the job. ICE is out, and the data proves it, even though a lot of the media don't want to talk about accurate data. Nearly 70%, I think it's like 68 point something percent of everybody ICE arrested is a criminal.
Sorry, what percentage?
Just below 70%, I think it's 68.7.
Is a criminal, has a criminal record.
Is a convicted criminal pending criminal charges.
Right, so 30% are not. And so part of the
and
reason.
And who is that 30%? 30%, a lot more national security cases who don't have a criminal history because their whole game is to lay low until they do the dirty deed. A lot more final orders.
He's like trying to make it sound like there's like a significant amount of immigrants in the United States and like illegal or other like undocumented people otherwise that are like part of the mafia or something. Like, yeah, 30. Did you know that 30% of migrants living in the United States are basically Tony Soprano? I know it looks like they don't have any criminal history. I know that they've not actually been convicted or accused of a crime or charged with anything, but trust me, they're wink, wink, nod, like, wink, wink, nudging somebody and like engaged in criminal conspiracy to do what exactly?
People who had due process at great taxpayer expense, were ordered removed by a federal judge and didn't leave. Yeah. We're looking for them. The message we can't send to the rest of the world is enter the country legally.
We're looking for them, yet not that I want them to be reaching these fucking quotas. They can't even reach the fucking quotas that they set out to reach, which was like over 1,000 deportations a day or whatever. ICE agents talked to the New York Post and said, that's not even feasible for us to be able to do that. And that's with the budget that they have. And the budget that ICE has is literally bigger than the military budgets of countries around the world. That's how much money this fucking force has.
It's a crime. Don't worry about it. Have due process, show up in court or don't show up in court, get a final order, don't worry about it. If that's the message we send to the whole world, you're never going to fix this problem. What the bottom line is this. President Trump has illegal immigration down 96%, which means 96% less people are now coming, which means less women are being sexually assaulted by members of the cartel, less children in the most vulnerable.
Control. First time in chat. Man, something has to change and soon. You know, Control, I was thinking, I almost messaged you the other day because I was thinking back to this random exchange we had in a group chat over AI. And I just wanted to message you out of nowhere the other day when I saw some AI slop, like, no, you were 100% right. And you were actually too nice to me. When I made a joke about AI, only he knows what I'm talking about.
Vulnerable dying making that journey. Less fentanyl is getting in the country, kill Americans. Sex trafficking, women and children have declined increasingly. So secure borders saving lives. The message we're going to send to the whole world is that there are consequences for violating the laws. And one of the reasons we have the most secure border in the
Okay, if there were consequences for breaking the law, then this ICE agent would already be behind bars.
History of this nation. It's not only because of men and women of Border Patrol is doing what
Mr. Homan, I've been down
Trump's
there.
Doing. But a lot of the reason we have the most secure border in history of this nation is because ICE operations. They're sending a clear message. There are consequences for violating our laws.
I want to get back to the mission, your effort to make it effective, and the question of safety. Given the situation now in Minneapolis, the level of public anger, the videos that when many Americans see them, they see either unnecessary violence or they see excessive force. Do you believe that this mission in Minneapolis and nationwide can still be carried out in a way that is effective for you, but at the very same time, safe for everyone else?
Yes. And we're going to continue the mission.
The mayor of Minneapolis...
You can protest all you want. You have that right.
Why ask him that leading question? Like a yes or no question is completely useless in this context. Make this motherfucker put into his own words, which he already struggles to do, exactly what he thinks ICE, like what direction he thinks ICE ought to be going in. Make him defend this shit. Make him play defense. Like, don't give him these easy yes or no questions.
But you can't impede. You can't interfere. You certainly can't assault ICE officers or threaten to assault them. So we're going to continue this mission.
These videos that for months and months have been going around that people watch and they share and they say, look at this case of excessive force. Again, I'm not going to litigate any particular incident or ask you in detail about it, but I'm curious, you've seen these videos. I'm sure you've seen more than is even public. Have you seen any examples of clear excessive force displayed by ICE agents and officers in the field?
No.
No.
During the whole administration?
Things that I've seen?
Yeah.
No. And when I hear things, I see us.
I mean, like, even let's pretend that this boomer is like not lying about the fact that he obviously has. Let's pretend that he genuinely, lives under a fucking rock, even though he's like, he's the border czar. Let's pretend he doesn't have social media. Okay, like the only way that you could say that and actually have it be true is if you are literally that disengaged from your job. And I mean, this motherfucker is always in the media, so he's always like giving interviews, talking to the press. So you know what? Maybe he's a little bit too busy doing that to have actually witnessed it himself. Probably not wrong. Do you think this his algorithm, and honestly, like, even his algorithm, probably like the type of warped fucking algorithm to show, someone being disrespectful or rude to cops, being rude to ICE agents or whatever. So actually, maybe this isn't a lie. Maybe he is that deep in the fucking rabbit hole.
Story that an allegation is made, I follow up, make sure.
Only if he's go yes or no.
That is being fully investigated. But I haven't seen one ICE officer found guilty of anything inappropriate. Look, I'm not involved in every arrest. I reckon thousands of arrests a day, over 2,000 a day on average. I can't be aware of every ICE arrest. I trust the men and women of ICE and the Border Patrol are well trained. They get Fourth Amendment training every 6 months. I'm putting my...
I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. Why do ICE agents need to get Fourth Amendment training every 6 months?
My faith in them.
Like for every other, what other career path do the employees or people within that field need to frequently be reminded of like the basic tenets of their discipline?
Do the right thing every day out there. And if they
like, do you think that like surgeons are going through medical school every like 10 years over and over and over again? And he said every few months.
Oh, they'll be held accountable.
So help me understand then, what is your...
I'm not going to litigate specifics equals I don't know specifics, haven't done my research. I mean, this is the standard that you can expect from CBS now. But, and I mean, he was already there even before CBS. Just a reminder, this is the guy who was like telling Ta-Nehisi Coates, like, you know, I was shocked by what you had to say about Israel. Like, I would expect to find this in the backpack of an extremist, like scribbled in a book, is what he said to Ta-Nehisi Coates over his most recent novel. But that aside, this guy uses weasel words a lot. Like when he says like people are saying or there's outrage over this, but he like can't point to specific examples. I mean, I don't even have respect for stuff like that.
Explanation for if you say all the cases you've ever seen, all the videos that you've ever had pop up on your social media, all this stuff.
I wouldn't give him the benefit of the doubt. Oh, guys, when I say Tom Homan, maybe he hasn't seen it. Maybe he's not lying. I'm not being serious. Obviously, he fucking has. You know, he's just lying through his teeth.
Never seen an example of excessive force. What in your mind explains the public anger and frustration with ICE and some of its tactics? We've seen it in polling. You see it in the streets. What's your explanation for it?
I think it was lost based on false media reporting. I think it's
it's not true.
Pushed by mayors, governors, and members of Congress. Like, for instance, I read a story last night.
Members of Congress, those same members of Congress that wrote these laws, right? So in that instance, you can't give their criticism any weight because, hey, they wrote the laws and now they're just mad that ICE is enforcing the laws that they voted for. But then in this instance, he's saying that congressional representatives are conspiring with the media to make ICE look bad.
Majority of people ICE arrest. Matter of fact, less than 10% of people ICE arrest are criminals. Really? I look at the data every morning. I read 22 pages of data. I see exactly what's going on.
Every day I read.
When the people
he boldly declares. Okay. So this is from the Cato Institute, not exactly like a lib, think tank. This was reported June 20th of last year. 65% of people taken by ICE had no convictions. Again, 65% of people taken by ICE had no convictions. 93% no violent convictions. New non-public data from ICE indicate that the government is primarily detaining individuals with no criminal convictions of any kind. Also, among those with criminal convictions, they are overwhelmingly not the violent offenses that ICE continuously uses to justify its deportation agenda. ICE has shared this data with people outside the agency who shared the numbers with the Cato Institute. As of June 14th, ICE has booked into detention 204,297 individuals since October 1st, 2024, the start of fiscal year 2025. Of those bookings, 65% or 133,687 individuals had no criminal convictions. Moreover, more than 93% of ICE bookings were never convicted of any violent offenses. About 9 in 10 had no convictions for violent or property offenses. Most convictions, 53%, fell into three main categories, immigration, traffic, or nonviolent vice crimes. The appendix table at the end of this post has data by detailed crime and broad crime categorization. So like nonviolent vice, traffic, immigration, violence was like less than 7%. Property, 3.7%. So ICE detains very few serious public safety threats. The biggest piece of the fucking pie, 65.4%, nothing. The shift in policy resulted from White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller's meeting. What? I thought Congress does this. At the end of May, when he ordered ICE to start arresting more non-criminals. What do you mean you're going after criminals? He said, why aren't you at Home Depot? Why aren't you at 7-Eleven? Since then, ICE and Border Patrol have shifted to roaming U.S. streets and workplaces to round up immigrants regardless of the public threat they may pose. This understates the change in interior enforcement against non-criminals. This is mainly because ICE also booked some people into custody who were originally detained by Border Patrol. Hence, the pre-Trump numbers include many non-criminals who had never lived in the United States before. Since then, the Trump admin has put Border Patrol in charge of mass deportation in California, and it is making interior arrests all along both the Mexican and Canadian borders. This means that the pre-Trump and post-Trump numbers are not directly comparable. We cannot say for certain how many peaceful individuals are being whisked off America's streets by government agents. And this is because they're privy to non-public data when they're making these statistics.
Are looking at social media.
So this is a guy who's like, I've seen no excessive use of force from any ICE agents, and I read 22 pages every single morning, so I know everything there is to fucking know about this shit. He doesn't know the first fucking thing, which is exactly why he's in charge.
I look at the data every morning. I read 22 pages of data. I see exactly what's going on. So when the people are looking at social media posts and media posts are simply not factual at all, not even close.
When people hear the term human trafficking, they think of forced labor, especially for us. I'm guessing you mean like sex, basically. So ICE defines it simply to mean any unlawful movement of people. So for example, if guy A helps guy B illegally immigrate to the U.S. for free, or for the fee, ICE calls that human trafficking and claims to be fighting human trafficking. They're so noble that way. Yeah, this is like, funnily enough, this is like a criticism that I've heard Michael Tracy have for like the charges that Epstein was given. They also tried, like, I think they were also considering charging Hunter Biden when he faced all of his convictions and charges with human trafficking, because they wanted to invoke some law that like one of the escorts or women that he like paid had come from like a different state, so she like traveled with him across the state lines, and that constitutes like human trafficking or whatever. Like, I don't doubt that by the technical letter of the law there is an argument to be made that that falls under trafficking, like what constitutes human trafficking or whatever, but like history speaks to saying that's really not what comes to mind when people hear that term.
They get a judgment, right? They read something, okay, this is happening. Well, it's not happening. 70%. I mean, Washington.
A big conspiracy again. So it's well documented. Congress says this. The news says this. Your own numbers report this. The numbers that make it out into the public. But it's not happening. If it happens, it happens. But it didn't happen.
Washington Examiner just came out. They looked at all the data. I look at the data every day. A lot of people are being misled, and I think a lot of videos out there. What happened 30 seconds before that video? What happened 30 seconds after that video?
So okay. So in an era of unprecedented surveillance and technology where everybody basically has a phone and camcorder, like with a phone with a camera, you just so happen to be seeing videos that are just highly misleading consistently. And I know you're seeing somebody being shoved to the ground, torn away from their family. You're going after somebody who is actually showing up to court. But you didn't see what happened. If they had just started filming 30 seconds before, or they kept filming 30 seconds longer, you would have seen the context that justifies this, I guess.
These are questions
when
that you
I see videos, you just asked me if I see them being inappropriate.
Yeah.
No. But you don't know what happened 30 days, either do I.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to comment on something I don't see. But as what I've seen and through my reviews,
so innocent until proven guilty for the ICE officers, and then for everybody else, any single individual that they touch, guilty until proven innocent.
ICE officer act inappropriately.
So as a former,
we're going to enforce the laws, and we're going to do it without apology.
So as
and if you get in the way, you step over that line, you're going to be prosecuted. You will be arrested. That's what I see every day. I see impediment. I see interference. I see ICE officers.
Yeah, ICE really doesn't have enough. Enough teeth to be able to, enforce these carry out these mass deportations.
Border Patrol agents being attacked.
So that video I showed you, it's conceivable in your mind, based on your training, based on your role as former acting director of ICE, that officer may well have been acting in self-defense. That's your view of this?
I'm not going to comment on this ongoing investigation that just started. Let the investigators do their job.
Okay.
The governor of Minnesota has described the federal presence there, the ICE presence, as like an attack, like an invasion. The mayor says it's causing chaos in the streets. He says, quote, get the F out of Minneapolis.
Based.
Assuming that you're not going to do that.
Well, first of all, he's causing chaos on the street.
Oh.
You want less ICE agents in the street?
Classic, the reverse Uno. Got it. The guy who's calling this shit out for what it is, he's actually, no you. He's actually the one that's contributing to, the violence in this country or something.
Let us into jail. They're sanctuary city. Let us arrest that public safety threat that you decided to lock in a jail cell. You made that decision. Let ICE officers talk to that person. Because when you get fingerprinted, or you get arrested tonight, you, me, or anybody else, you get fingerprinted, your prints are run against NCIC. They're also run against DHS databases. So we know this person's sitting in that jail right now that we have a warrant for, or is a prior deport. Give us access to that person. When you're done with them, let us have them. That way, safer for the public, because you're not releasing public safety threats back into the public. It's safer for the officer, and it's safer for the alien. Let us in the jail. So, I've said it 1,000 times ever since this, I've been doing this job. Let us in the jail. There's no downside to that. But the sanctuary city politicians say, well, we're a welcoming community. We're a sanctuary city because we want victims and witnesses of a crime that are in the United States illegally feel safe.
Why is Trump letting this boomer maxer on TV? He's so bad at this. I mean, when he was in the Obama administration, Obama had enough sense to keep him hidden away. Ever since he's taken the mic, he is worse off for more people knowing what he sounds like and the things that he has to say.
If they come to us with fear we're not working with ICE, that's crap. Victims and witnesses of crime don't want the bad guy released back in the neighborhood either. And we're not looking to talk to the victim and witness. We want to talk to the guy that they locked in the jail cell. That's what we want. The more of that we can do, the less interior enforcement community operations we have to do.
I want to ask you a kind of a bald question here. I mean, just a straight up question. You're telling me you've never seen in your tenure any example of excessive force. You're telling me you've not heard any comment from any member of this administration that is inflammatory or racist or in any way demeaning toward the immigrant community. That's what you're telling me. I know, because I've talked to people out there all over the country, a lot of Americans are going to hear that and they're going to be yelling at their television. They're going to be saying that the idea that it's zero, there's nothing there, you're calling them crazy.
I'm not calling anybody crazy. I'm telling you what I know, what I've seen. And I told you. There are over 2,000.
You also said don't believe the news, don't believe congressional representatives, don't believe data, evidence, documentation of ICE's illegality of their crimes, of this murder. But I'm not calling anybody crazy. I'm just saying the things that they're seeing with their eyes. You need to imagine a different hypothetical scenario or fill in the gaps with, AI images that exonerate the fucking ICE officers. You're clearly trying to indict here.
I can't see every arrest.
But it just comes down to zero issues, zero problems, zero comments. It's just not believable to a lot of people, including myself. There's nothing that you would have ICE do differently. In any of these cases, we've seen all of these videos. Nothing.
I have not seen ICE act outside of policy. And if they are acting outside of policy, I'm not aware of it, there will be an investigation that will be held accountable.
I want to ask...
And will the public be able to see that investigation? No. And even if they were and news were able to report on it, he would come right back on TV and say, don't believe what it says.
It's a bigger picture question. There's a quote from Donald Trump that's a few months old. It was to the Wall Street Journal, and I've never forgotten it. I have it down here. I'm just going to read it to you, and I want your reaction. He's talking about mass deportations. He ran on it. He was elected on it. It was a popular policy. He might have decided the election. He then goes on to say, we have a lot of good people in this country, and we have to do something about it. I'd like to see if we can do it. He's referring to the mass deportation, and he goes on, there are some human questions that get in the way of being perfect. In other words, some human questions that get in the way of getting rid of everybody who's here illegally.
Yeah, the ICE agents, they're only human. They can't deport, thousands upon thousands of people every single day illegally. You need to give them some leeway.
We have to have a heart, too.
Right.
Where's the heart in this?
Where's the heart in this?
Where's the heart in the last year of
ICE is
operations.
doing everything they can.
Oh my God, this guy is such a moron. Both of these people are fucking morons. This fucking host is completely ill-equipped to be able to have this interview with Tom Homan. Why are you asking questions like that? Where's the heart in this? Like, he is right to be fucking, like, saying, did you really just ask me that? What do you mean?
Enacted by Congress. I just said the vast majority of everybody arrests our public safety threats will make this country safe. I want people to remember this. ICE agents, border patrons, are mothers and fathers.
Room temperature, IQ. Ironic because he's defending ICE. Get it? Get it, you guys?
There's two. They don't hang their heart on a hook every day they come to work. They got a tough job. Immigration enforcement has always been controversial. Always has been since I started in 1984.
Yeah.
What is he talking about? When Trump got elected, 70% of Americans were on board with mass deportations. And to be fair, when you poll that same group of people and you just phrase it a slightly different way, which is, oh, okay, so you're on board with mass deportations, and you tell them what mass deportations entail, then the same amount of people opposed it. But obviously, the fact that 70% of Americans are willing to say, yeah, there's some merit to this idea before they even hear the logistics of how it gets worked out is deeply troubling and tells you that, no, there are horrible attitudes surrounding immigrants in this fucking country. Yes, because you fan the flames of them, but like that's existed long before Trump. Okay. And so for him to be like, it's always been controversial, like not nearly as controversial as it should be.
Hard job. And look, enforcing immigration law sometimes is, and just being a cop, sometimes I've seen some terrible things in my career. I've seen some very sad things.
And I stopped seeing terrible things right when I became border czar.
Enforced law sometimes is sad. But
To be
because
fair, CBS would get shut down if they asked too many good questions that doesn't match shareholder expectations. True. This is, pretty, like, I really have to assume that, like, it's not out of the realm of possibility that this guy's, what's his name? The interviewer's, like, terrible fucking line of questioning here is in large part due to Barry Weiss's leadership and direction at this fucking company.
because of the actions of President Trump, thousands of lives are being saved every month. 96% less people are
Just fucking pull that stat out of your ass. Thousands of people are being saved every month. Saved from what?
because they know
This is in the context of discussing a woman that was fucking point blank murdered by somebody, by a fucking ICE agent in her fucking car.
consequences now, which means vulnerable people, the most vulnerable people in the world, aren't given the criminal cartels their life savings to make that dangerous journey. Sex trafficking has plummeted. People want to talk about where the heart is.
Okay, sex trafficking, like, again, stuff like this, I don't even doubt, okay, that maybe sex trafficking is plummeted, but, like, he's insinuating when he brings that up in this context that that's related to, like, mass deportations, which, if that is even true, correlation doesn't imply causation. And how prevalent is sex trafficking in the United States to begin with?
Trump administration's already found over 129,000 children.
Like, for him to say that or whatever, it's like TikTok crap, literally. Like, I associate it with, like, paranoid white moms that are filming videos in the fucking Target parking lot saying that they just avoided being kidnapped in broad daylight, even though that's like, that would never not that it would never happen. That would almost never happen in this country.
That the last administration lost track of and wasn't even looking for. And we're not going to stop till we find every one of these 300,000 missing children. Not every one of these children were in danger when we found them. Some were safe hiding out with family. But many were in sex trafficking, being sold into sex slavery. Many were...
What? Sex slavery of children was occurring en masse under the Biden administration. Yeah, no one said anything about it.
Into forced labor. That's the heart. The heart is a secure border saves lives. The heart is less sex trafficking is occurring. The heart is we're finding missing children. The last administration released without properly vetting who their sponsors were. We're looking for these children, and a lot of the addresses we're going to are parking lots and supermarkets. They didn't even bother not only vetting the sponsors, they didn't even check the address where these children were going to.
Mr. Homan, everything you're describing is the reason why mass deportations and the removal of criminals was a popular issue in the election. I heard about it constantly on the campaign trail. People elected Donald Trump to enact it. That is all true.
Don't make the statement that this administration has no heart.
I did not make that statement. I'm
asking the question.
Heart?
Because of the 30%.
I'm telling you where the heart is.
And I'll tell you what I hear.
Okay, that's a question. It's not a statement. I can't help but be like pedantic with this fucking moron. Everything he says is wrong.
When I'm out there, and why this shows up in polls. There are many millions of Americans who have come here illegally. They crossed without documentation. They're now in the country. But while they crossed illegally, they have lived here morally. They have worked hard, they have married, they are members of their community. Wouldn't your life and the life of your officers be a lot easier if there was a path to normalization for those folks? Is that something you can imagine supporting?
Normalization? Does he mean legalization? What does he mean normalization?
Let me ask you a question. Is that the way it should be?
Yeah.
Into the country illegally, it's a crime.
Let me tell you something.
No, let me finish. You asked the question.
Yeah.
Well, hide out long enough. Go
Okay,
ahead.
but these are the types of people that don't even support anybody making an asylum plea. Like, they don't even support you coming to the United States, approaching a port of entry to make a petition to apply to become a citizen here. So you just don't want there to be any immigration, period.
I have a U.S. citizen child and you're immune. You're above the law now. No consequences. People continue making that journey, and more people are going to continue to die. What I'm saying is, if you come to this country, hide out long enough, if you're successful, hide out, that sends the bad message to the rest of the world. Either don't show up in court or ignore a judge's order.
Like, again, and all of this in the context of him working for Donald Trump, who was like besties with Epstein as far as I can fucking tell. Donald Trump has like how many friends? I can't think of any notable friendships that Donald Trump has had besides fucking Epstein. I have never seen so many photos of Donald Trump in a personal capacity until with friends being Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein until the last couple of weeks.
We are a nation of laws. And what do you say to the millions of people that are standing in line, taking their tests, doing their background investigation, paying their fees? They're sitting in the back seat because people who cheated the system. You crossed the border illegally, you cheated the system, put yourself in front of the line of all these people coming illegally, and you want to be treated.
Yeah, the real reason why Americans are struggling is because a Guatemalan mother of 4 with nothing but the fucking clothes on her back is trying to come into the country. That's the issue. That's the source of the affordability crisis in this country. That's why people don't want to have families anymore. That has to do with the male loneliness epidemic. It's all to do with them.
Treated better than them. What's that say to millions of people trying to play by the rules? If you want to be part of the greatest nation on earth, the first action shouldn't be violating our laws and disrespecting the laws of this country.
It's a good question, and here's the honest
and
response to it.
President Trump has said there are discussions ongoing with like farmers and other things. And remember Trump 45 came up with the DACA fix. Who shut it down? Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer, because they didn't want to give money to the wall.
What the fuck are you talking about? What, like, that he acting like he supports any part of DACA?
Get away from this key question, right? You ask, is that the way it should be? Should people who crossed illegally...
Is it okay to enter this country legally, sir?
Do we say it's okay?
Is it okay to enter this country legally? Let me ask you this one question. Is it okay?
I mean, he'll never ask this, but it's like they should, every single person who defends mass deportations should be made to confront the question, did you ever think that by having such stringent laws that prevent immigration and all of these actions like destabilization in fucking Venezuela, one, you're creating push factors, push and pull, like you're inflaming push and pull factors in both fronts, like both domestic policy wise and foreign policy wise, because you're creating destabilization that makes those people flee that country, come to the United States. So you're contributing to a refugee crisis, which leads to illegal immigration, as well as having such ridiculous rules domestically surrounding our immigration process. You are incentivizing people to come here illegally because doing it legally takes like 20 years.
Country
Matt NLT, thank you for subscribing at tier 2 for 5 months. You've been subscribed for 5 months. Really, really appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Violation of law.
This is why I'm asking this question. For the history of this country, let me get this out. My family, many millions of families, the vast majority of families, in fact, here in America, crossed either before 1920, when there was no limitation, you just came over, they got you in. 98% of the people who came to Ellis Island walked down the gangplank, welcome to America. After the 1920s immigration restrictions, people came over from the unwanted countries of southern Italy and eastern Italy, or southern Europe, Eastern Europe, and they were here illegally. A lot of Irish, a lot of Czech, a lot of Italians, a lot of them in Texas. Guess what? The U.S. government normalized them if they hadn't committed crimes. Fast forward to the 1980s. We had a lot of immigrants from Latin America. They had crossed illegally. They were here. They were here morally. In their lives, after the crossing, they were normalized by the million by the Reagan administration.
Like, keep in mind what's happening here. Imagine the futility of trying to like debate the border czar under Donald Trump's administration to see the humanity of immigrants. Like, why would you ever try to do that? You are never going to be able to convince this man. What are you thinking? Why not just ask him questions where he doesn't have answers to, and he's going to make himself look like an idiot?
This is how we've always actually done it in America. So what you're describing in your question is a change.
The world's different.
We need Mehdi Hassan to interview him. Dude, Mehdi Hassan would fucking eviscerate this guy.
The world is different. Let's just look at the last President Trump, Trump 45. How many people on the terrorist watch list were apprehended crossing the southern border? In 4 years, 14. How many are in Joe Biden? Over 400. We got 2.1 million known.
Okay, he said this at the RNC a couple of years ago. Why does he think that's a point in Trump's favor? You do realize that makes it sound, that obviously reflects that Biden was more effective at getting terrorists than Trump is. It doesn't mean that there's less terrorists.
445. How many people on the terrorist watch list were apprehended crossing the southern border? In 4 years, 14. How many are in Joe Biden?
Okay, yeah. In 4 years, 14 under Trump, 400 under Joe Biden. That is in Biden's favor.
Over 400. We got 2.1 million known, 2.1 million known gotaways. Called on video traffic, drone traffic, central traffic. 2 million people paid more.
14. That is the number that they got in 4 years, as opposed to Biden. Again, 100 per year on average.
To the criminal cartels to get away. Why did 2 million people pay more not to get all the free giveaway? Because if you pay less to the cartel, say, look, I'll pay you this lesser amount, turn myself into a green uniform, be released within 24 hours, get a free airline ticket to the city of my choice, get a free hotel room, get 3 meals a day, get free medical care, and get work authorization after 90 days.
They're getting all of that now. Anytime you have to put in all of these people into fucking custody, whether it be at Alligator Alcatraz or in a humane way, you still have to give them food. You still have to give them medical care if they need it. All of these things that he's saying, like, yeah, we have to pay for that. Yeah, you have to pay for it no matter what. That's why that's another reason why detaining all of these people en masse is fucking stupid and ridiculously fucking expensive, because you still have to provide the bare minimum for these people.
Why did 2 million people choose to pay more not to take advantage of that giveaway program? They didn't want to be vetted. They didn't want to be fingerprinted. This just scared out everybody. This world is different today. We know, and Tulsi Gabbard has been clear about this, we have thousands of people that are terrorists in this country, and we're trying to find them. The world isn't the same it was back then. And here's the issue. When the Biden administration created this humanitarian crisis on purpose, it wasn't an accident, it wasn't
Yeah, the Biden, just casually dropping that Biden intentionally manufactured a crisis at the border because that was so good for his re-election bid. What?
They meant to open that border up. They overwhelmed the Border Patrol. And you've been down there many times. On average, 70% of agents were pulled off the line to deal with this humanitarian crisis. And the criminal cartels took advantage of that. It created gaps. That's when the sex trafficking women and children went sky high. That's when the gang members crossed with no impediment because Border Patrol was off the line. That's when the fentanyl came across, killed 250,000 Americans. That's when the no-inspected terrorists skyrocketed.
Fentanyl is trafficked in by Americans, by the way.
Up every day, go to bed every night, knowing we got over 2 million known gotaways. Who are they? Where they came from? So it's a different world today. A secure border means you have stronger national security. A secure border saves lives.
One final question on Venezuela. Clearly, the Maduro regime was dangerous in the eyes of the U.S. government. I
can't take the throat clearing over that. It's completely fucking irrelevant. We are the baddies in this fucking situation. It's a completely unlawful invasion.
Remove him. At the very same time, the administration has removed protections for Venezuelans here who fled that danger. How does that make sense?
Well, that's the Secretary of Homeland Security and the State Department works very closely on that. But I'll say this: temporary protective status. I've been doing this since 1984. I don't think I've ever seen.
I've been doing this since 1984, literally 1984.
TPS be temporary. Gets extended. The law clearly says when the conditions of the country change, then that TPS should end. So that's in litigation right now, so I'm not going to comment on ongoing litigation, but we look back over all the TPS programs in the last 40 years, and look how many were actually temporary.
Yeah, that's true. Well, Mr. Homan, I appreciate you being so open and honest in all this.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you for for being open and honest. What a fucking, just the cherry on top of a fucking perfect interview from CBS. Insane.
Thank you. All right.
Only a CBS correspondent could make me more mad at them by the end of an interview with Tom fucking Homan.
Thank you.
Like, actually fucking disgraceful. Holy fuck. These people are so gross. People are so fucking ill. It's insane. Jesus Christ. Okay. Is there a video of Trump giving his like statement on the ICE shooting? Hold on. Apparently, actually, I saw like on my feed DeSantis is like not standing with ICE, surprisingly. Rhonda.
And we also have a policy that if you're driving on one of those streets and a mob comes and surrounds your vehicle and threatens you, you have a right to flee for your safety. And so if you drive off and you hit one of these people, that's their fault for impinging on you. You don't have to sit there and just be a sitting duck and let the mob grab you out of your car and drag you through the streets. You have a right to defend yourself in Florida. And we also have a policy that if you're driving on one of those streets and a mob comes and surrounds your vehicle and threatens you, you have a right to flee for your safety. And so if you drive off and you hit one of these people, that's their fault for impinging on.
I would not say that this is exactly like a full-throated defense. I would definitely need to see broader context or whatever. Kind of just like stating descriptive facts about like, what your rights are. It's different than like a true defense. Pretty sure that he's talking about if protesters are in your way driving, not police, from like a year ago. Let's see. What's the... Oh, wait. I did want to see this. Is this an interview with the mayor?
Here was Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey
The truth matters here. Minneapolis mayor rejects Trump narrative on deadly ICE shooting.
Here today. Fair warning, he uses some curse words very appropriately here.
They are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense. Having seen the video of myself, I want to tell everybody directly, that is bullshit. This was an agent recklessly using power that resulted in somebody dying. There's little I can say, again, that'll make this situation better, but I do have a message for our community, for our city, and I have a message for ICE. To ICE, get the fuck out of Minneapolis.
Very well stated there. Joining me now is the mayor of Minneapolis, Jacob Frey.
There's an old clip of him talking about mowing down protesters. No, that was DeSantis defending. Yeah, not standing with ICE and defending that the woman who was shot. Fucking hate Twitter, man.
I've been thinking today, as so many of us have been, about the city of Minneapolis. And the last time we spoke, it was in the wake of the shooting at Annunciation Catholic School. And many people in the community knew Melissa Hortman and her husband. And I just can't imagine what the city has been going through over the last 6 months, and you've been leading it. So help us first just understand. I know you've been spending time with people in the community. How is the community doing tonight?
You got to understand.
He looks tired. This man has seen better days for sure, but wouldn't you, given everything that's going on?
And that obviously
to be the mayor of this fucking city.
Minneapolis has been through so much, not just over the last year, but over the last 5. But we are tough. We are strong. We are resilient. We'll get knocked down 7 times, but we get back up 8. And when somebody comes for one of us, they're coming for all of us. And that's exactly what is happening here. You've got these thousands of ICE agents that are coming in, not for safety reasons, not for fighting crime. They're coming in to terrorize our communities. And what you see right now, and I think what you'll continue to see throughout the presence of ICE, is we're going to grin down this bear. We're going to fight for justice. We're going to do everything possible that we can to stand up for each other. And we're also going to do it peacefully. We understand that right now the Trump administration is looking for any excuse whatsoever to deploy the military, an occupying force, even more ICE agents or border control. We're not going to give them that excuse. Of course, we speak out. We express our First Amendment rights. We stand up for our neighbors. And I think we all realize right now, both in our city administration but throughout our entire residency, we all know what's at stake.
We just showed some images of what appear to be large-scale peaceful protests tonight. In response, we have reporters on the ground who, of course, covering them. Tell us what the scale of those are. What are you hearing about what's happening on the ground? How did they originate?
Well, look, I won't speak to the work that those that have been organizing is doing right now. I won't speak to that. What I will say is there is a broad message that is going out, and that message is pretty clear, which is don't take the bait. We'll stand up for justice. We'll stand up for what is right. And we also recognize what the Trump administration is trying to do here, because it appears that they wanted a moment like this. The chief and I have been saying, not just privately but publicly for over a month, that something like this was going to happen. Either a civilian, a resident, a police officer, or even an ICE agent was going to get shot, killed, or very badly.
This is like reminding me of the right losing their fucking minds over Mark Kelly and Alyssa Slotkin talking about how people like military personnel, specifically higher ups, have the laws on their side to refuse what they understand to be illegal orders. And Alyssa Slotkin went on to defend her statement, obviously, and was later expanding upon like her disagreement with the deployment of the National Guard in cities within the United States. And she said, like, somebody's going to get hurt. And I'm not just talking about like civilians, like there's going to be chaos, and you're going to have more and more examples of agents, open firing and killing somebody because they're put into these situations that they're high stress, they're not trained for, etc. And the reason why I saw this clip was not because I'm some fucking Slotkin stan, quite the opposite, but it was because I saw a clip of a fucking MAGA influencer trying to say that was Alyssa Slotkin trying to encourage violence and trying to like heighten tensions in the United States with those sorts of comments. When all she was literally like apportioning equal concern for like ICE agents, the National Guard, and police officers as she was for civilians.
Injured, and look, it happened. And no, it did not happen because our community member is a domestic terrorist. It didn't happen because they went through what appeared to be like a 3 or a 4 point turn. That's the furthest thing from any intentional use of force that I could possibly imagine. This happened because the way that ICE is conducting themselves is not constitutional. This happened because you got people that are coming into our city, tearing apart communities, really hurting a whole lot of small and local businesses, dragging pregnant women through the street, and then detaining people simply because they look Somali or look Latino. And so to the extent you've got people that want to document the horrific stuff and the unconstitutional conduct that is taking place, yeah, I get it. We should be adding a little bit of sunlight to disinfect what's going on with this federal administration. And I hope that the call here is not just to Minneapolis residents, but anybody who's watching throughout the country, Republican or Democrat. This is about the endurance of our republic right now. This is about having the courage of our convictions to say, you know what, this is not who we are. To find those better angels, to do right by our society, and to make sure that when people come for our immigrant community, our country's made up of immigrants, and we stand by them.
We wouldn't know what happened today.
Or did you see snow? Did you go skiing / snowboarding or anything fun? No, I did not. I saw snow. I don't know if I could say like where exactly, but definitely not because I was engaged in any sort of sport like that.
without citizen activism and without citizens taking recording from many angles. It's kind of incredible. That's how we know how many of these things happen. You called the Trump administration's portrayal of what happened today BS. I think I just tried to outline why it's BS. We showed the video. I think a lot of people watching have watched this video. This is your community. I mean, what stuck out most to you specifically when you watched that video this morning?
Well, I won't preempt the investigation that is going to take place in part through the Bureau of Criminal Apprehension. But look, I got two eyes. I saw the video
He's
that
going with the Homan line.
All of you saw as well. The notion that this was domestic terrorism is garbage. It's BS. It's whatever other superlative you want to attach. But that ain't a factual or valid narrative. And we should all just be acknowledging, the truth. The truth matters here. And our call has been twofold. Our call has been first, ICE, get out of our city. Second, to our community members, this is our moment to meet a whole lot of hate with a whole lot of love. This is our moment to do everything possible that we're pushing for justice when you got an administration that is seemingly trying to deny it. This is our moment to show who we can be right now. And I'm confident that we can do so peacefully. I'm confident that we can express those First Amendment rights without hurting each other or the communities that have been built up so beautifully over the last several years.
I just don't know that the word love belongs in a conversation that involves ICE and mass deportations. I know what he's going for, but this Crystal Girl energy is just not hitting right to me.
And I'm optimistic about this city, and at the same time, we're devastated.
I don't know that the power of, friendship and rainbows and love is going to be the thing that opposes and defeats ICE. I do think that a better message would be, Democrats need to run on saying, if we get into power, a lot of this shit is going to still be happening. The difference is that it's going to be, directed towards people who fucking deserve it, like members of the Trump admin. That's more of a message that I could get behind instead of, love Trump's hate or whatever.
For the family, we're devastated for the victim. And of course, our city's reeling.
We still, the victim here is such an important part of this story, of course. We still know very little about her. We know her name is Renee Nicole Good and that she was 37 years old. I heard the lieutenant governor say she had a 6-year-old child. Have you learned more about her?
I have not learned enough about her yet. We are in the process. I got my staff, looking for a contact. And obviously, look, we got to be wrapping our arms around the family, around Renee's friends. We got to be doing everything possible right now to show them the kind of love that they deserve, because they do not deserve this.
Let's see what other libs have to say about this. I want to see what Chris Hayes has to say.
Good evening from New York. I'm Chris Hayes. Tonight, thousands of people have gathered in the streets of Minneapolis and other places around the country in protest. A 37-year-old American citizen, the mother of a young child, is dead tonight. She was shot in the face by an agent of the federal government, and that government has spent the day telling despicable lies about her. The highest officials in the land slandering the victim as a domestic terrorist, running cover for their agents' actions before the earliest details were even available. Her name, identified by the Star Tribune, is Renee Nicole Good. She was the driver of a vehicle in an area where ICE was conducting operations as part of a surge of enforcement ordered by Donald Trump. The government wants you to believe this 37-year-old mother of a young child conducted a ramming attack against the agents, but by now you have probably seen the extremely disturbing video that shows what really happened.
Oh, whoa. I can't show it, but...
Right before that video, we don't have video before that. We do know what happened after. Photos of the aftermath show an incredibly disturbing scene, including this photo of a bloody airbag right next to the stuffed animals in the glove compartment.
Jesus
This
Christ.
is what our government is calling a domestic terrorist. One witness said that a doctor on the scene immediately attempted to help that woman, but ICE blocked him. The Trump administration has responded how they almost always respond in situations like this, by lying. In a statement, the Department of Homeland Security said that a, quote, violent rioter, quote, weaponized her vehicle attempting to run over our law enforcement officers in an attempt to kill them, an act of domestic terrorism. An ICE officer, fearing for his life, the lives of his fellow law enforcement, and the safety of the public, fired defensive shots, adding, quote, the ICE officers who were hurt are expected to make full recoveries. Donald Trump took
He's
things
really just showing it, huh? I don't know what you guys are talking about.
a step further, saying the deceased woman, quote, violently, willfully, and viciously ran over the ICE officer who seems to have shot her in self-defense. Based on the attached clip, it's hard to believe he is alive, but is now recovering in the hospital. Well, you just watched the attached clip. You just watched the video.
Chris, why are we showing this? I shouldn't be surprised because in the last clip they showed the mayor saying like expletives and it wasn't censored, so.
What happened was our ICE officers were out in enforcement action. They got stuck in the snow because of the adverse weather that is in Minneapolis. They were attempting to push out their vehicle, and a woman attacked them and those surrounding them and attempted to run them over and ram them with her vehicle. An officer of ours acted quickly and defensively shot to protect himself and the people around him. And my understanding is that she was hit and is deceased. We're continuing to gather more information, but this goes to show the assaults that our ICE officers and our law enforcement are under every single day.
Consider that video. Was she attacking him? Was she the one initiating aggressive action? Was she the one being aggressive?
Yeah, the new standard is that anytime you ignore a cop and you accelerate in a vehicle in any direction that happens to be nearby them, that's basically a death threat.
As Minnesota's Democratic Governor Tim Walz noted today, they decided on a narrative and then just spouted out the conclusions immediately.
Hi, Holt. Maybe we're at the McCarthy moment. Do you have no decency? Do you have no decency? We have someone dead in their car for no reason whatsoever. And I don't want to be right about this, but I said if they do this, they're going to create a chaotic situation where someone innocent's going to get killed. And they did it. And now we hear more political rhetoric. Enough. Enough is enough. It's unprecedented that we have the federal government already determined exactly what's happened here and the motives of an individual that we don't even know the name. They don't know the name.
I hate this fake sincere tone of voice the guy is doing. Just talk like a person. Do you mean Chris Hayes or do you mean Walz?
Of course, we later learned the name, Renee Nicole Good's name. After she was killed, and this administration had already labeled her a domestic terrorist, a woman who had attacked and tried to run over and kill ICE officers. Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Frey was even more blunt in his assessment, directing some very strong language at this administration.
And we saw this.
They are already trying to spin this as an action of self-defense. Having seen the video of myself, I want to tell everybody directly, that is bullshit. There's little I can say, again, that'll make this situation better, but I do have a message for our community, for our city, and I have a message for ICE. To ICE, get the out of Minneapolis.
It must be said that this response from DHS and the White House fits a very, very established pattern at this point.
Elephants in the room. What's the motive for ICE fucking murking that woman? I really do think it comes down to like rage at somebody just like disobeying their orders flagrantly and killing somebody in the heat of passion. That's like my intuition based off what I've seen. If I put New York Times ICE recruits, there's like a short that they have of like how they're now attracting like ICE officers. Like what we saw at a job fair for ICE. This is like a 3-minute video. It is sickening.
We are at a
what's sickening about it is not that it's attracting like sociopaths. It's or psychopaths. It's attracting just like normal people that like have nothing better to do.
Fair for ICE. I want to talk to folks and see who wants to be a deportation officer and why.
I'm a college student, recently graduated. Former flight attendant.
I did 8 years in the Marine Corps. Doors haven't even opened yet, and already there's a line of more than 100 people waiting to get in. ICE saw this event advertised on ICE's social media account. The benefits they're offering are pretty extensive. There's an up to $50,000.
And this is a lie. These benefits actually fucking suck when you actually read the fine print of what it would take for them to kick in. Like it even says you may be entitled to these benefits.
Signing bonus, $60,000.
If they can show it on TV, surely it's fine. No, because they're showing it. This is like not TV. These are news YouTube channels that are uploading it as like their web show. I don't think that all of these segments were on cable.
And student debt reduction, up to 25% overtime rate. The Trump administration is adding tens of billions of dollars to the budget and is trying to make immigration enforcement really the center of law enforcement in this country right now. This is the East Sports Stadium in Arlington, Texas. It's usually a space for gamers. Today, ICE is hiring for a variety of different positions. The lines have been the longest for deportation officers. That has the lowest bar to entry. College degree is not necessarily required, and ICE is trying to hire 10,000 deportation officers. The signage behind me says, "Defend the homeland." What were the attractions of working for ICE?
I'm very patriotic.
You know, guarding America, guarding the homeland.
When I saw Uncle Sam pointing that finger, I just had it in my heart. And you're thinking, look at this guy. He's an immigrant. He wants to become a deportation officer. Doesn't make any sense to you. Makes.
Yeah, when I saw that AI Uncle Sam advert come across my timeline, I was really inspired, dude.
100% sense to me.
We're seeing a bit of the speed and scale that the Trump administration is trying to move at. They're moving people in and out assembly line style. They're offering drug testing on site, and they're even saying that you could walk out of here with a tentative offer letter to start a new job at ICE.
I was able to get an offer today. I accepted, and then I went and did all my process, my fingerprinting and my drug testing. Background check is next, and...
Literally, like, hired on the spot, practically. There was more of a fucking... Like, there's more vetting that goes on to get hired at, like, Target.
Then, of course, training.
There's a lot of criticism of ICE and its tactics in enforcing immigration law.
Whoever was being interviewed before the Chris Hayes segment sounded disingenuous. That was the mayor of Minneapolis. I will say, like, his first press conference where he was like, fuck ICE, like, they need to get the fuck out of Minneapolis. That sounded authentic. Trying to, like, recapture that and reiterate your comments later on a different news program is always going to, like, land with a dud, you know, pretty much. Because you're obviously that first time is it's not ever going to live up to how genuine you sounded the first time.
Protesters behind me shouting at applicants as they walk in, calling them Nazis and fascists, and even identifying them by name. They're looking up people's license plate numbers. So are you worried about...
I mean, ICE has no issue with doing the same to, you know, the general population. So can they really be surprised that people are going to look up their own public, you know, whatever they see in public and try to get as much information on these people before they put on a fucking mask and badge?
Being called a Nazi?
You know, I don't mind risking my freedom to safeguard yours.
ICE has become kind of a really polarizing agency.
Is this a father and son? You can't hide together.
It reflects the big divides within America. It's a flashpoint for how people feel about Trump's mass deportation agenda. We are at a recruitment fair for...
I looked into it and I could get a fuckload of benefits and money if I signed on with ICE, but fuck that. I'd never be able to look myself in the mirror if I did that. Nothing's worth being Gestapo. To these people, it's all that and more. They get to defend the homeland. They couldn't line up soon enough.
For ICE. I want to talk to folks and see who wants to be a deportation officer and why.
I'm a college student, recently graduated.
A former flight attendant.
I did 8 years in the Marine Corps. Doors haven't even opened yet, and already there's a line of more than 100 people waiting to get in.
Just so fucking weird, man. These people. Okay. So, let's have some fun. I just, like, let's move on to the fucking Venezuela shit. Because I can't do any more of this. It's just grim. So, let's ease right into it. PBD reacting to the kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro.
Did you ever think you would make it? I feel I'm supposed to take sweet victory. I know this life meant for me.
Adam, what's your point? The future looks bright. My handshake is better.
You know, earlier versions of this intro did not have him saying, Adam, what's your point? That they later added that in.
Than anything I ever saw. It's right here. You are a one of one?
My son's right about
I don't think I've ever said this before.
Have you seen the video of the Somali guy arguing with the Border Patrol? No, I have not seen the video of the Somali guy arguing with the Border Patrol. What happens in it?
All right, folks. Hope you had a good weekend. Obviously, top of the line story, Maduro, how they got in, how they took him. And I saw one of the best memes yesterday. The meme said, It's showing a picture of Dick Cheney. It says, Iraq has oil. I need 8 years, 500,000 troops, and $2 trillion to go get it. And on the bottom is a picture of Trump. Tom, please turn that off, Tom.
Tom, what the fuck?
Okay. And then on the bottom is Trump. And
They showed that. Okay.
it says, Venezuela has oil. All I need is 3 hours
Get it
and
together,
a few helicopters to go get them. Can you imagine, like, all this criticism, and they did it in 3 hours, and the way they went and got them was an incredible thing. And Khamenei in Iran is apparently playing hide and go seek. He's running around. He may be going to Russia. They're trying to find out where he's at. Tim Walz is doing a press conference today. And Tim Walz may be possibly saying that he is not running again for governor, and he's now blaming Nick Shirley. He's going after a 23-year-old after he exposed all the stuff that was going on out there. Anyways, there's a lot of stories to cover here. Tim Walz is not a fan of Nick Shirley, and guess what? We love what Nick Shirley is doing to go out there and leer about what's going on in Minnesota. I think we are leering a lot, and hopefully Tim Walz is as well.
So that's the intro to this. Let's just skip to the Maduro segment.
Let's start off with Maduro from Venezuela. So, General Dan Kane describes timeline of Maduro's capture. Rob, if you have that clip, let's start off with the capture and how it was done of Maduro. Go for it, Rob.
At 10:46 p.m. Eastern Time last night, the president ordered the United States military to move forward with this mission. He said to us, and we appreciate it, Mr. President, good luck and Godspeed. And those words were transmitted to the entire joint force. Over the course of the night, aircraft began launching from 20 different bases on land and sea across the Western Hemisphere. In total, more than 150 aircraft, bombers, fighters, intelligence, reconnaissance, surveillance, rotary wing were in the air last night. Thousands and thousands of hours of experience were airborne. Our youngest crew member was 20, and our oldest crew member was 49.
Wow.
And there's simply no match for American military might. As the night began, the helicopters took off with the extraction force, which included law enforcement officers, and began their flight into Venezuela at 100 feet above the water. As they approached Venezuelan shores, the United States began layering different effects provided by Spacecom, Cybercom, and other members of the interagency.
Jesus Christ, just watch Trump throughout this. He looks like he's about to fall over.
To create a pathway. Overhead, those forces were protected by aircraft from the United States Marines, the United States Navy, the United States Air Force, and the Air National Guard. The force included F-22s, F-35s, F-18s, EA-18s, E-2s, B-1 bombers, and other support aircraft, as well as numerous remotely piloted drones. As the force began to approach Caracas, the Joint Air Component began dismantling and disabling the air defense systems in Venezuela, employing weapons to ensure the safe passage of the helicopters into the target area. The goal of our air component was, and always will be to protect the helicopters and the ground force and get them to the target. And
in other words, guys, over 150 aircraft, bombers, fighters, and reconnaissance launched precision strikes on Venezuelan air defenses military sites to throw them off, by the way. And then 201 helicopters of Delta Force reached Maduro's fortified compound, forced face fire.
I don't know that I'll be able to find the exact segment, but I was listening to Democracy Now! Reporting on this, and a contributor that they had said that given the time and the environment that Trump described when this operation took place, like in the dark at night, that there is absolutely no way this is the type of operation that would be given a go-ahead by a superior within the military unless they could guarantee that there was not going to, the United States government or military was not going to incur a bunch of casualties. And how else can you guarantee that unless this was in coordination with people within Venezuela?
One helicopter hit, but flyable, responded with overwhelming forces. Maduro and wife Celia Flores seized Maduro, reportedly tried fleeing to a safe room but failed. No U.S. fatalities. Minor injuries reported. Extraction completed. 4:20 local time. Maduro couple flown out abroad. Helicopter to USS Iwo Jima, then to New York for charges, narco-terrorism. And by the way, if you can show the picture of him getting what he looked like with the his eyes, they had to shut his eyes so he couldn't see where he was going. Look at that right there. That's what he looked like. Drinking water, having his workout suit. Can you imagine middle of the night? And by the way, there's a bunch of different reports. Again, shout out majorly to Delta Force. when you see the amazing work they do and how low-key it was, going in, back door. By the way, do you know they've been working on...
Low-key. They invaded a sovereign country and kidnapped the head of state and his wife. The illegitimate head of state, right?
This project since August. They've been working on this since August.
Rehearsing everything,
right? Since August, they've been gathering intel to know exactly how to do this, and it was officially done. Tom, I'll come to you first. What was your reaction when you saw this? The markets reacted in a very different way. Some people are saying, I cannot believe you're doing this to Venezuela. We are being involved. We shouldn't be doing this. You know.
Do you see that Dr. Disrespect changed his ex-profile pic to that Maduro pic? No, I did not. Weird.
Rachel Maddow, what are we doing? Why are we now running? And Trump himself, by the way, if you got the clip of Trump, is this the one where he says, come for me, you coward? Rob, is this the one?
Yeah,
go ahead and play this clip. So he's instigating.
That's my favorite.
Go ahead, Rob.
Aquí lo esperan Miraflores. No se tarden en llegar, cobarde.
I just got 3 things to say. God bless our troops. God bless America. And gentlemen, start your
Don't you just love it? Don't you?
Yeah, don't you just love that literally the oldest president that we've ever had acts like a 9-year-old on social media? The social media website that he exists on that is literally just an echo chamber. Don't you just love to see it?
Just love it.
If we're going to be honest, Tom, I'm going to give it to you. He requested the president to come get him. If he didn't do it, the left would complain at him. They'd be like, well, how dare you ignore a minority? You asked for it? Come get it? Yeah. You got it. Period.
Good one, Vinny.
Well, the first thing that, you know me, I break down everybody's words very carefully. And so I was listening to the general there.
Any Tomcats in chat? We all know Tom, right? Known for his linguistic precision and analysis. Let's let him cook.
And he said, we began layering in effects and we began disabling and dismantling the anti-aircraft systems. Supposedly Venezuela, and I dove into this a little bit, but supposedly Venezuela has the China anti-stealth technology. Well, apparently it didn't work. The layering effects they're talking about were electronic countermeasures and potentially cyber to create, as I said, the corridor for rotary wing. When you hear them say rotary wing, that's helicopters. And then disabling is cyber or other electronic means. Dismantling is, noise, where you saw the bombs and everything that were hitting any aircraft targets and hitting also their radar installations. And so the layered effects was just tremendous. The more I read about this, and the more you set back, is that the mainstream media has got a defense analyst out there. I know CNBC has one, but they didn't talk about it. I am reading secondary, tertiary sources like Jane's on armament and everything to say just how amazing it was to go in there, shut everything down. They call it closing their eyes. They say, okay, close our eyes. And that's radar and everything. So that was number one that kind of...
They say close your eyes and that's radar and everything.
Was very inspiring to me, the way Delta Force did it so well, and the technology that was underneath there that creates this overwhelming multi-layer effect where we basically go in and out. And what was really good that was preserved was the people that Maduro doesn't care about, his own citizens. His own citizens could have been in the middle of a firefight, could have been secondary casualties, but they weren't. They got in, they got their target, got out. The other thing I found very interesting is I went to the political side.
Did they not kill civilians while they did this? Like, I could be misremembering. Maybe they didn't, but I thought they did. Venezuelan official says at least 40 people were killed in U.S. attack. The official said the dead included civilians and military personnel. At least one of the civilians was killed in the U.S. airstrike outside of Caracas, according to her family. But precision stuff, right?
Side is... It was not lost on me that the rest of the world is upset.
They killed like 80 plus people.
Because they lost a Marxist country and they lost a Marxist leader. That's on the side of the globalists that want the socialist Marxist. They lost one of their guys.
That's on the side of the globalists that wants the socialist Marxist.
And that's their funding. There's a Chinese gentleman that's funding protesters in America. Put Maduro back. Put Maduro back.
A Chinese gentleman? What?
Back. They just took an L. Marxism took an L. They lost one of their guys. Think of it as a monopoly board. And
there's a South African dude that is like one of the most wealthy men in the fucking world that treats a social media platform that controls a non-insignificant amount of internet traffic like it's his personal fucking playground. What about this Chinese gentleman? What are you talking about?
Lost one of their key properties, and
there's a couple clips, Tom.
Those are the two things that I was thinking.
Good point.
About.
So there's a couple clips of people being asked who are there for protesting, and I have no clue what to say. But before we go there, Rob, let's go on the clips that you have for the president. Let's start off with this one, and we'll go to the other one, Robin, and Adam, Vinny, I'll come to you guys. Go for it.
Maduro in the dead of night. It was dark. The lights of Caracas were largely turned off due to a certain expertise that we have. It was dark.
Layman's terms.
By the way, go back.
They think this is adorable, by the way.
Listen, I have so much respect for people that can hold it together and not laugh. It takes every single one of his abdominal muscles to not laugh right there. Marco Rubio. Look at his face. Go back 5 seconds, Rob. Go back, but we have these lights we can turn off. Look at Rubio's face. You know he's looking at friends, and he's getting ready to crack up. First play, Rob.
Largely turned off.
Look at it. Look, he looked at somebody that he wants to laugh. He's holding it together.
Expertise that we have. It was dark.
Okay.
I actually don't think Marco Rubio was about to burst out laughing or like trying to stifle laughter about what Trump was saying. I think they're one, used to Trump being a fucking buffoon, and two, this is the happiest day of Marco Rubio's life.
Oh, listen, we got to give props to Rubio.
He's like not even listening to whatever the fuck Trump is droning on and on about.
You have to give props. Okay, so here's him on the phone. Go ahead, Rob.
Incredible job. These men and women that went out there last night, the courage they had, going into an area where, all the lights were turned off. We turned off almost all of the lights in Caracas. I mean, this thing was so organized. And they go into a dark space with machine guns facing them.
Can we restream that? Do you mean Ogravoy versus Pisco, which is apparently happening? Yeah, for 100 subs, we can do that.
All over the place. And then you hear from a guy that I'd never even heard of him. But you hear from some congressman saying, oh, this is so terrible. We're saving lives. And by the way, the boats, every boat, because that's sort of related to this, every boat that we hit saves 25,000 lives.
I love it. I love how it's being broken down into what they're talking about. Every boat we hit saves 25,000 lives.
I love when he pulls numbers out of his ass to pretend like this is about, the stated rationales. I love when he does that. Every boat that we kill saves 25,000 people.
And by the way, here's some of the protesters. Okay, so check this out. Let's show some of the protesters on how they're reacting to this. Go ahead, Rob.
I love this one.
What brings you out here today? I'm organized with the Revolutionary Communists of America. We're out here to say hands off Venezuela, and we unequivocally stand with the people of Venezuela against U.S. imperialist aggression.
What do you think about the people of Venezuela celebrating on the streets?
What?
What do you think about the people of Venezuela celebrating on the streets today?
I saw images of Venezuelans being bombed after the U.S. bombed Caracas, so I'm not sure what you're talking about, but yeah, I think you should definitely
show me the bombings that you're talking about. I didn't see any.
I don't know. I just saw it on Reddit. It was on the front page of
Reddit.
Okay. I don't know.
But what do you think about the people celebrating, the hundreds of thousands of people that are in the streets celebrating?
The hundreds of thousands of people. What do you think about the AI videos that are currently circulating around the internet that I fucking fell for?
I have yet to see it. Can you show me that?
Yeah.
Sure. U.S. imperialism.
People celebrating on the streets.
That is literally AI. That is AI.
What do you think about that?
I mean, at the end of the day, I stand with the people of Venezuela against U.S. imperialism. The U.S. has no...
This is what... It's AI, or old videos of them at like sporting events. It says Venezuelans celebrating the capture of Maduro. Like, this is not a real video. This is an AI video. It says 37,000 likes. Or if it's a real video, it's from a sporting event. Venezuelans are crying on their knees, thanking Trump and America for freeing them from Nicolas Maduro. I added English subtitles so you can understand them. The people cry for their freedom. Thanks to the United States for freeing us. The hero, thank you, Donald Trump.
El pueblo finalmente está libre. El pueblo llora por su libertad.
People cry for their freedom. Thanks to the U.S. for freeing us.
Y viva la libertad.
Like these people in the background, like clapping, clearly on like a loop, doing the same shit. Tony de Taco, thank you so much for subscribing with your Twitch Prime. Really appreciate it.
Oye, el dictador cayó. Finalmente. Estamos libres, estamos libres.
We're free.
Viva Venezuela libre. Gracias, Dios. Gracias. Oye, el dictador cayó finalmente.
Like there's artifacting. You can see like their face is not stable as they're speaking.
Granadito, hermano, esto es real. Estamos libres. Mira, mira cómo está la gente.
Like the weird way, like it showed for a second, like somebody holding a flag behind.
Viva Venezuela libre. Gracias, Dios. Esto es para todos los que aguantamos.
Thank you, God. This is for all those who endured. And, like they're all basically saying the same thing. Thank you, Trump. It's fucking, hold on. And there was another one. I'm in tears. Venezuelans are flooding the streets, draped and waving their national flag, celebrating the capture of Maduro and the fall of his regime. And this says, is this video new? No, this video isn't new. It's old footage from September 2023 showing Venezuelans celebrating a soccer win against Paraguay. While Maduro's capture did occur today per reports from CNN, Reuters, and others, this clip doesn't depict those events. So like showing old footage, live footage from like sporting events and trying to pass it off as Venezuelans reacting positively to the invasion. That's like the video that that guy that was like hectoring the communist dude is obviously referring to and fell for himself. Even Asmongold fell for it. I shouldn't. Why am I saying even Asmongold? Like everybody knew that somebody like Asmongold would fall for it.
Venezuelans are celebrating in the street. Oh no.
We're out here to say hands off Venezuela.
Oh my god, the same fucking I did not know that he reacted to this exact video.
And we unequivocally stand with the people of Venezuela against U.S. imperialist aggression.
What do you think about the people of Venezuela celebrating on the streets?
What?
What do you think about the people of...
What?
I saw images of Venezuelans being bombed after the U.S., bombed Caracas. So I'm not sure what you're talking about, but yeah, I think you should definitely
show me the bombings that you're talking about. I didn't see any.
I don't know. I just saw it on Reddit. It was on the front page.
The reality is, even if 90% of Venezuela was on board with this, okay, the Venezuelan population, if it all played out the exact same way, and there was no cooperation between their government and ours, if there was no attempt to like go to the UN to petition to do this sort of regime change or military act, it's still would be wrong. It doesn't matter. This is not an opinion people should base just off the reaction of or like polling and people's individual feelings about it.
Age of
imperialism. People celebrating on the streets here.
Presents a video from Chile, not Venezuela.
What do you think about that?
I mean,
so like that video that he showed that guy, so that wasn't even real.
At the end of the day,
it's a real video, but it wasn't even from Venezuela.
I stand with the people of Venezuela against U.S. imperialism. The U.S. has no right to bomb the people of Venezuela. The U.S. has no right to kidnap another.
NPC programming. NPC, and that's why you're going back to it.
This guy is calling the audacity of this guy to call somebody else a fucking NPC. Well, he can't even be bothered to do the bare minimum amount of research and following for AI or misrepresented old clips.
You default right back to your NPC programming whenever you get called out for being a retard. And here's a real video from Venezuela. People are furious. Oh, of course, right? Of course there's going to be some people that are mad. Absolutely. The U.S. is not interested in freedom or democracy. It's interested in our oil. Yeah, maybe you're right. But hey, if we got a big...
Trump literally said that was the motive.
Bigger gun, and we couldn't get it. That's just the way it is. What the United States does criminal? Oh yeah, they're going to interview Venezuelans that are over there and unhappy. But I think that everybody can see the overwhelming protests and things like that. They're going to try to make it look bad, but no, it was actually a very good thing.
Awesome. They really should get Asmongold on PBD.
No right to bomb the people of Venezuela. The U.S. has no right to kidnap another.
Look to the other one rather than the other kid. There's another one that's very funny. The other one I sent you as well. on not that one. There's one. That's the one right there. Go ahead. Watch this one.
What do you know about Nicolas Maduro?
I don't know much, bro.
I don't know, fool.
But I'm here with Central CSO, and we fight against all this with like the Trump administration, ICE, police brutality. So we're just here in support of all that.
Just make a list.
What does Maduro have to do with all that?
I don't shit, bro. You know, but
I don't know, fool. The Dodgers.
I mean, it makes sense. You know, Nicolas Maduro is responsible for almost 8 million people leaving Venezuela.
That's Dodger fans for you.
Like a quarter of their population over the last decade. I mean, he's contributed a lot, right?
Yeah.
Take that hat.
Watch it.
But you know, we just here supporting. You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah. Go, Nicolas Maduro. Can we do that? Let's do it. Go.
Oh my God.
He realized by
What do you know about Nicolas Maduro?
Okay, Vinny, thoughts?
Well, last year we talked about signal versus noise, and I think the
PBD on the East. Now he's in Florida.
Noise of the left is falling on deaf ears. Nobody cares. You know what the signal is? The people of Venezuela. Okay, I have yet to see one.
It's so disgusting anytime they bring up the people of fucking Venezuela, the people of Iran, the people of whatever the fuck it is that we're like, wherever it is that we are invading and, you know, causing terror, as if they give a fucking shit. It's so disgusting. You would hear the shit surrounding like the women and girls of Afghanistan. They would say the same fucking shit to manufacture consent for that war as well.
Venezuelan, Tommy. One. Be like, what
and
are
it's
they?
like, you weren't thinking about these people before this. You're going to stop thinking about them after the sentence ends. Not even at the end of the day. Literally, you are only bringing these people up because as like a fucking, like a shield for your actual position, which is indefensible. Pretending like, oh, because this amount of people from that country think this thing, therefore I'm right. Do they ever have the same sort of logic for literally anything else? Does it matter that if you poll Black Americans, they view Black Lives Matter favorably? No, then why are we going to do it in this fucking instance?
What are they doing? It's all leftists, white liberal women, and people that are getting paid to do it. And by the way, this noise is paid for by the enemy. Okay, the hands-off Venezuela protest that was happening in New York supporting Maduro was organized by the
Soros.
People's Forum. That's an NGO that received over $20 million from a billionaire who lives in China, FYI, with ties to the CCP. The NGO's primary funding is from Neville Roy Singham. Singham's residence is in Shanghai. His business ties are with the CCP. He attends CCP-related events, and he funds media outlets echoing Chinese state narrative. None of these people know what they're there for. All their signs are bought and paid for. It's the same as the No Kings. It's the same as all that paid and inorganic.
So it's bad, but it's also fake. So we have nothing to worry about then, right? All of this is just astroturfed, and nobody actually really believes that. Yeah, this billionaire from the CCP that has ties to the CCP is paying students to go embarrass themselves on gotcha videos for like red pill channels. What?
Protesting. It's all horse crap. And the most important, I think, is
Vinny's more meatball than man now. I mean, there has to be some meatball representation on this show.
With everything that happened, China, we talked about this before, was visiting. While this was happening, the day before, Maduro met with Xiu Xinqi, I can't even say the name,
It's just so weird. Like, why does every protest have to be fake? Why is it so inconceivable that there's a group of people in this country of 340 million people that don't agree with the current status quo and the decisions being made by this admin? It always has to be, it must be like a Soros plot. Somebody has to be funded. People are getting paid $20 an hour to protest.
Representative of the Chinese government on Latin American affairs at the Miraflores Palace, where he asked Trump to go come get him. Maduro said, I had a pleasant meeting with this guy, special envoy to President Xi Jinping. We reaffirmed our commitment to strategic relationship that is progressing and strengthening in various areas for building multipolar world and development of peace. Okay, let's not play games. China is our biggest threat. They're not an adversary. They are our enemy. Look what they did with COVID, zero accountability, and they're laughing in our faces, okay? We have to deal with them, Pat, I think, head on, okay? If not, what's to stop them from doing another COVID or a cyber attack?
Is there a meaningful difference between adversary and enemy? To me, you just said they're not our enemy, they're our enemy.
And all that stuff. I think the drugs and all that stuff is a cherry on top, but I think this strategic thing with China, Russia, it's such a great move that I think that he did because now it's ours, okay? And guess what? Yes, we're going to get money from the oil. Good. They're going to make money as well. But why is China?
It's not ours. I mean, even though Trump has said, yeah, we're running this shit, we don't have boots on the ground currently. So for one. And for two, they immediately slotted in like a different interim president. And it's not somebody, surprisingly, that's handpicked by the United States.
And Russia over there. Stay on your own side of the hemisphere. We don't want you, Adam. If you think about it, why are they here? Why are they letting them get close. This is a great move, I think, by President Trump. And if I hear one more person go, we're going to war. He did this attack was
God.
in 1 hour. That's an episode of Friends with commercials. In, out. I love it.
An episode of Friends is not an hour long. What? But Ox motherfucking Box, thank you so much for subscribing. You've been subscribed for 4 months, and I really, really appreciate it. Hi, I love you. Thank you so much for the resub and the support. Nobody is talking, like, people aren't exclusively mad about the invasion. If they're talking about the fucking day after, the fact that the Trump admin has literally no plans.
Love it. I absolutely love it. Now America is back.
Friends, yeah.
We're back.
Oh my God.
Well,
Adam having to get that correction in. Jesus fucking Christ.
I'm gonna find out.
Actually, out of all of the things that he has to correct Vinny on, it's actually, Vinny, it would be 2 episodes of Friends if it was an hour long. Okay.
Back.
Friends, yeah.
We're back.
Adam.
Well, F around and find out. Shout out to the U.S. military. Shout out to Delta Force.
Okay, so we're just repeating the fucking Hegseth sounding like a fucking moron. That was literally Pete Hegseth's statement on this.
In full display. Just
so quiet, hold on.
Just all on full display in the middle of the night. Nicolas Maduro had his chance, just like Iran had their chance, until they didn't and until he didn't. He effed around and he found out. Justice all on full display in the middle.
What a man.
Wow. We are some gangsters out there. So I'm from Miami. I have so many Venezuelan friends. They're such amazing people. So the happiest people.
Literally, like, I did not think that this person existed, but they do. And I've met him before. How could I be wrong when I have just so many Venezuelan friends that agree with me, and they just happen to love every single thing that Donald Trump is doing uncritically.
People in the world today are Venezuelans. Second to that are the Cubans who understand the struggle of Venezuelans. The cheering going on in Miami, all over Miami, all weekend was profound. This is the biggest, like, on the street protest parade excitement since 2021, when there was the Libertad Free Cuba movement, 2021. Since then, the biggest parades since Fidel Castro died in 2016. Because the people of Miami who've had to flee socialism and flee communism understand. Juxtapose that.
I love how they show Venezuelans in South Florida. So Americans first and foremost, celebrating this? No way. You're telling me that there exists reactionary Venezuelan Americans in Florida that are on board with the shit that Trump is doing? Color me surprised.
With insane white liberals cheering for Maduro. Imagine how far your head has to be up your ass to be cheering against Donald Trump, against the Venezuelan people, cheering for Maduro. These are the people that shout.
I can't imagine my head shoved that far up my ass.
No kings. These are autocrats that have hijacked countries like Venezuela, like Cuba, like Iran, and the people of their country want freedom, libertad. So shout out to Trump, shout out to Pete Hegseth, shout out to Marco Rubio, and major respect, by the way, to the Venezuelan people.
You know how bad it is when Ana Navarro, who hates Trump, I mean, there's certain people you can tell that literally that cannot stand a person, she would be on that list. But look what she had to do. It was so tough for her to do it that even her dog in the background was upset, saying, please don't do it. Okay? Watch her here giving praise to the president. Go for it.
Today, for me, is a good day because Maduro is out. He is a son of a bitch. I hope this sends a message to the other sons of bitches in the region. You may disagree with the way Trump did it, but it's done.
He said
there was no way it was going to end any other way, because once he started bombing boats, and we've bombed boats and alleged drug boats and killed over 150.
And you're supposed to care what this person has to say because they're a co-host of The View. And just a reminder that this is Valuetainment that we're talking about, Value Entertainment Movement, home of Her Take, which is based off of The View. It's supposed to be The View, but based, right? So I guess that's why we have to pay attention to actual co-hosts of the show.
People, I think Trump thought getting rid of Maduro was going to be easy and Maduro was going to scare easily. He didn't. It took him doing this. So yeah, he did it without congressional authorization. This was an act of war. All of these things, but it's now done.
Okay, yeah, he did it unilaterally. Yeah, he did this crazy illegal thing with a flimsy pretext and then just came out and said, yeah, this is about oil and about U.S. interests. Didn't actually bother consulting anybody except oil companies. Yeah, all of that. But Maduro bad. You ever consider that?
I think it doesn't escalate from here because
because I'm totally fine with what just happened. So hopefully nothing bad happens.
The objective of this was to get Maduro out. So
anyway, while you're seeing that, I just wanted to show that. But you know what's my favorite clip out of all of them?
What is it?
Can I tell you what's my favorite clip out of all of them? Because you realize the president said they're running the show right now through the vice president that became
the president lied. That's not true.
President who was acting all tough on TV, but behind closed doors, she's following order. And Trump said, I think she is. This reporter here that Marco Rubio goes on, she's asking the question saying, how come you didn't get more people? Why did you only get Maduro? Why did you only do this? And just watch. This is why Rubio, to me, is slowly becoming the #1 draft pick for 2028 election for president. I just want you to see this. Go ahead, Rob. Please play.
Oh my God. Only this moron would look at the upcoming field for potential Republican nominees for president and be like, yeah, draft pick 2028, bro. It's going to be sick.
Play this clip.
Curious because you
Crazy
just
little Marco
described the regime as still in place, essentially. I mean, I'm curious why the Trump administration decided to leave it intact and only arrest Nicolas Maduro and his wife, the person who controls the police, the chief thug, Diosdado Cabello. He's the interior minister. He's been indicted by the United States. He was in that indictment the administration released. He's a narco terrorist. There's a $25 million price on his head. He's still in place. The defense minister, who has deep ties to
the way that she framed this, it's like you're criticizing them from the right of if you were going to do this mission, why wasn't it even bigger? And I'm sure Marco Rubio is going to seize on that.
$15 million price on his head. He is still in place. I'm confused. Are they still wanted by the United States? Why didn't you arrest them if you are taking out the narco-terrorist regime?
You're confused? I don't know why that's confusing to you.
They're still in power.
It's very simple. You're not going to go in and wrap up. But you can't go. You're going to go in and suck up 5 people. They're already.
You can get 1 person, but you can't get 5 for some reason. Even though Trump came out and said we're going to run the country after this.
Complaining about this one operation. Imagine the howls we would have from everybody else if we actually had to go and stay there 4 days to capture 4 other people. We got the top priority. The #1 person.
What does this admin care about fucking backlash? From who exactly? From the American public? Since when do you give a fuck about what the American public thinks about your ridiculously unpopular agenda?
Person on the list was the guy who claimed to be the president of the country that he was not.
In reality, it's just not about that at all. They don't care. This is about opposing China and Iran, and this is about getting oil.
That was along with his wife was also indicted. And that was a pretty sophisticated and frankly complicated operation.
It was.
It is not easy to land helicopters in the middle of the largest military base in the country. The guy lived on a military base. Land within 3 minutes, kick down his door, grab him, put him in handcuffs, read him his rights, put him in a helicopter, and leave the country without losing any American or any American assets. That's not an easy mission. And you're asking me why didn't we do that in 5 other places at the same time?
Unbelievable.
I mean, that's absurd. I do think this is one of the most, daring,
it's maybe the worst
complicated, sophisticated missions this country has.
I mean, it's literally why not? You're already at it.
Carried out in a very long time. Tremendous credit to the U.S. military personnel who did it. It was unbelievable and tremendous success. And today,
she's saying, if your stated aim is to topple the regime of the Maduro government, you decapitating just him is not going to be enough to undermine that entire administration that you say is illegitimate.
An indicted drug trafficker who was not the legitimate president of Venezuela, who we don't recognize, the Biden administration didn't recognize, 60-something countries don't recognize, the European Union doesn't recognize, and many countries in Latin America don't recognize. He was a indicted drug trafficker. He was arrested. His wife was arrested.
But the others who are also indicted are still.
This is an admin that openly works with Israel and Saudi Arabia, BTW.
Of course.
The others who are also indicted are still in place. So that's the point of my questioning there. But you talked about not being the legitimate
president. So you wanted
president.
us to land in 5 other military bases?
No, I'm asking why you chose that this was the limit of the military operation.
The limit?
But to your point that you just made, that Maduro was not the legitimate president.
He was the guy who was claiming to be the president.
Right. I'm curious.
And if a guy claims to be the president anywhere, but they're not actually, well, what naturally follows is that the United States has to go and arrest them, right?
Is this not?
Does she think the U.S. military, Superman or Batman or Spider-Man What planet are you living?
No, but like Pete Hegseth and Marco Rubio and Donald Trump go around saying that it is. So is that really outside of the scope of the U.S. military?
There's no
that
winning.
You can't just give praise to the U.S.
Is that
military
MSNBC?
to Delta Force saying, wow, what an
CBS.
unbelievable
CBS.
operation. Why didn't you take out every single bad guy in the world? Because that's not how life works.
Mason, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, everybody. We are watching PBD give their just stunning takes and reaction to Trump's illegal invasion into Venezuela and the kidnapping of Nicolas Maduro, and dunking on a journalist for asking Marco Rubio a question that was already framed in his favor. So if you're new here, we do a lot of stuff like this. Please go ahead and follow me if you aren't already. You can subscribe to me, give subs throughout the chat, sub with your Amazon Prime. Would really appreciate it. Thank you, Mason, for the raid.
She got up in the morning, took a shower, slipped and fell.
PBD, my best friend. Mason, I need you to go head to head with PBD one more time.
Hit her head and woke up as Lindsey Graham. So it's like, why don't you get more people? Why don't you?
We talked about murder in Minneapolis. Nice. We just got through going through that very, very grim story as well.
Attack more things. This, to me, the irony here is you have a liberal media outlet in the mainstream media actually calling for more military.
He will pardon Maduro once he pays for a pardon. Why are we assuming that he's going to be found guilty? Honestly, this admin does not have a good track record with being able to secure convictions. I would not be surprised if Maduro is actually able to walk. Not only because he can appeal to head of state immunity, but also, how the fuck is... I don't even understand how he's supposed to be tried by a jury of his peers. He's not a fucking citizen of this country.
Military intervention.
Weird. No matter which way you put it, this is the best thing. The hypocrisy that is seeping from the left right now. Okay, so we're going to object to anything that Trump does. Okay, so now you're defending Maduro?
This is not the left. This is a fucking, like, journalist for corporate media.
Yeah. Now you want more escalation?
He'll walk free and immediately get picked up by ICE. He'll be dancing the whole time. Like, the dance, that video of him dancing is literally, according to the New York Times, a reason why Trump ended up doing the mission. Hold on. I'm not making this up. So the New York Times reports that this is what finally pushed Trump to send Delta Force to storm Caracas and abduct Maduro. This week, he was back on stage brushing off the latest U.S. escalation, a strike on a dock that the United States said was used for drug trafficking, by bouncing to an electronic beat on state television while his recorded voice repeated in English, "No crazy war." Mr. Maduro's regular public dancing and other displays of nonchalance in recent weeks helped persuade some on the Trump team that the Venezuelan president was mocking them and trying to call what he believed to be a bluff, according to two of the people, who spoke on condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to talk about the confidential discussions. So literally because he fell for the rage bait of Maduro, like, trying to aura farm on fucking TikTok. That is one of the things that contributed to Trump saying, yeah, Delta Force needs to go in there and storm Caracas.
You're criticizing what he did in Iran, so now you want the Ayatollah in power? This is the hypocrisy that's happening there. Trump can cancel your income taxes and leftists will be like, I want to pay taxes.
They're going to complain.
It's so stupid.
And what about hypocrisy? Bush and Obama spent $3 trillion. I'm going to say that again. $3 trillion on the wars. 100,000 troops to Afghanistan. We lost almost 2,500 United States military soldiers fighting the damn Taliban. And the whole time, Osama bin Laden was in Pakistan. Okay, wrap your head. And congressional approval, how many strikes happened under Biden?
Okay, so are you telling me that you would have supported the Iraq war and Afghanistan if it had just ended well? Same people die, but let's say the Taliban wasn't in charge. Would you support it now?
With no congressional approval. Do you guys know? Ready for this? 165 strikes. 85 in Iraq and Syria, 10 in Syria and Iraq combined, 70 in Yemen.
And do you think he's going to bring up who is the person that actually followed through on the withdrawal? Because it wasn't Donald Trump, it was Joe Biden.
Yemen.
The same with Obama. Obama killed Osama bin Laden. Zero congressional approval.
And George W. Bush got congressional approval and invaded Iraq. Retarded.
There is no historical analog to this, okay? People desperately trying to bring up like Panama and Grenada, like completely different circumstances and situations. Grenada had a much smaller population. Like, Kuwait, like you can't use Kuwait because there was approval from the UN. You can't use Libya because even though Libya is a closer analog to this and ended disastrously, there was still congressional approval for it. Like the Osama bin Laden thing, yeah, that was illegal, but there was more intelligence gathered. Like what forethought went into this?
Invited Libya, killed Gaddafi, no approval. In 2016, Rob, do you have that chart? How many bombs did this guy drop? Mr. Black Jesus, how many? 26,171 bombs in 1 year. So when I say, I love that you came with the signal versus noise. Nobody's hearing your noise on the left. Nobody cares. Who the hell gives a damn what Harry Sisson thinks about this whole geopolitical stage? Nobody gives a damn.
It's true. Vinny, don't make me agree with you.
All right, and Pat, I have a chart.
And Obama killed a U.S. citizen abroad. And
I mean, when he's right, okay? I mean, I don't really care what a Democratic lapdog has to say about this. I don't disagree.
Knew that he was going to do it.
Yeah, 1,000%. Pat, did you see the chart about Poland and Venezuela? Go to that chart, Robbie. Keep going.
Oh, is this the change in fortunes?
Yeah, look at this chart, Pat. Did you see this? Zoom in, Robbie. Venezuela, per capita country's gross domestic product divided by population. Look at that, and go back up. Once they become socialist, look what happened. Once Poland said, no, we're not going to do it, look at what happened. Isn't that weird?
Poland versus Venezuela. Who would have ever thought this?
What are we looking at? GDP per capita, 1931 to 2022. This is a post that says Venezuela used to be much wealthier than Poland, which was suffering under socialism. Then Poland implemented free market and capitalist principles and enjoyed an economic boom. Venezuela chose socialism, which brought poverty and misery to its people. That's the difference.
Who would have thunk? But I have a different angle. I want to see what you guys think about this. Immediately when the bombing happened, immediately on the 3rd, right after, Trump started posting stuff on Truth Social about the 2020 election and Dominion. Okay, and one of them was, Robbie, I think is one of these. Rob, Pat, look at this.
Yeah, immediately he started acting like a fucking idiot. Or he continued to act like a fucking idiot. Yeah, that's kind of Trump's whole shtick.
This was a Venezuelan military intelligence whistleblower confirmed the CIA outsourced election rigging technology like Smartmatic and Dominion from Venezuela. Okay, so maybe, just maybe, all right, Trump and Maduro, this is just allegedly, maybe, whatever. They made a deal. Maduro says, okay, I'll let you guys capture me, come in, do the whole thing. In return, I'm going to drop dime on every single one of the voting, cheating thing that happened in 2020. Okay, and if you remember, Pat, Lou Dobbs in 2006 had a whole thing, I'm not going to have Rob play it, about cheating at him and all that stuff. And then Sidney
literally taking this post hoc rationalization bullshit seriously when Donald Trump literally said the reason why Mike Pence didn't go through with the fake elector scheme was because Mike Pence was too honest. Which shows that Trump knew that he didn't actually fucking win in 2020.
Powell, Robbie, can you play the one on Sidney Powell? She's been talking about this for years. She got in trouble and everything. Listen to what she talks about.
Can hardly wait to put forth all the evidence we have collected on Dominion, starting with the fact it was created to produce altered voting results in Venezuela for Hugo Chavez, and then shipped internationally to manipulate votes for purchase in other countries, including this one. It was funded by money from Venezuela and Cuba.
And how convenient all of this comes to light after we capture him illegally.
And China has a role in it also. We have staggering statistical evidence. We have staggering testimony from witnesses, including one who was personally in the briefing.
I'm just saying,
all of this
you never know what's going to come out of it. Trump, every time I think I know what he's doing, there's always something underneath it that he's doing. By the way, and people want to talk about affordability. Is this oil that we're going to get? Is that going to help the affordability in the United States? Are we going to get lower gas?
So you know what I love about... there's another clip about
no
Western Hemisphere.
This is not even going to gas prices right now are not even that bad. 2, if you think that this is going to lead to cheaper oil prices in the United States, you're fucking delusional.
Which I think was brilliant that both he and Trump said. They said, wait a minute, what are you talking about? So the oil that China and Russia and Iran are coming to take, this is on the West. That's the one right there, Rob. This is on the Western Hemisphere. No, you're not going to come and take it. This is on this side. Go and play that clip, Rob. This was brilliant.
And by the way, Trump said this literally today. I am pleased to announce that the interim authorities in Venezuela will be turning over between 30 and 50 million barrels of high-quality sanctioned oil to the United States of America. This oil will be sold at its market price. Market price. And that money will be controlled by me as President of the United States to ensure that it is used to benefit the people of Venezuela and the United States. This is a guy who claims to have created the America First agenda. But first, we must mention how it benefits the people of Venezuela. I have asked Energy Secretary Chris Wright to execute this plan immediately. It will be taken by storage ships and brought directly to unloading docks in the United States. Thank you for your attention to this matter, Donald J. Trump, President of the United States. Again, sold at its market price. Sold at its market price, controlled by me. No one's getting fucking savings. The only thing that's happening is that like fucking Exxon and Chevron and Citgo are getting rich. Like their executives are getting richer. And there's not even necessarily a ton of support from private oil companies for this move, not only because it's destabilizing, but also because Venezuela just like doesn't have the infrastructure. There's like more that goes into like, you know, what oil we refine and how much we export and what we import to refine. Like, it's a lot more complicated than they're making it fucking seem.
Of the operation was to capture Maduro and bring him to justice. Why does the United States need to take over the Venezuelan oil industry?
Well, we don't need to. First of all, let me go back up. We don't need Venezuela's oil. We have plenty of oil in the United States. What we're not going to allow is for the oil industry in Venezuela to be controlled by adversaries of the United States.
Bingo.
You have to understand, why does China need their oil? Why does Russia need their oil? Why does Iran need their oil? They're not even in this continent. This is the Western Hemisphere. This is where we live. And we're not going to allow the Western Hemisphere to be a base of operation for adversaries, competitors, and rivals of the United States.
Have specific oil companies?
We also want to see that oil and the proceeds from it. Hold on. We want to see the oil proceeds of that country benefit the people of Venezuela. Why have 8 million people left Venezuela? 8 million, the single largest mass migration probably in modern history, left Venezuela since 2014 because all the wealth of that country.
And surely, this is a very, very stabilizing action that's going to lead to less people trying to flee Venezuela.
Was stolen to the benefit of Maduro and his cronies in the regime, but not to the benefit of people of Venezuela. You know how destabilizing 8 million migrants is? The number one fear that Brazil has, that Colombia has, that all these countries in the region have about what's happening in Venezuela and our involvement is they're afraid of another mass migration event. That's what they fear. This is deeply destabilizing stuff. It's not going to continue to happen. They are not going to come from outside of our hemisphere, destabilize our region in our own backyard, and us have to pay the price for it. Not under President Trump.
I got this one. So
Venezuela's destabilizing our region? What the fuck are you talking about? Venezuela is not a threat to the United States.
There's an article here that talks about that China doesn't want U.S. hegemony. Do you understand what hegemony means? Hegemony means you run the world. So what do you think that Russia, Iran, and China are doing in Venezuela?
Hegemony.
You think they're
Hegemony is when run the world. I'm learning from Adam Sosnick on PBD Podcast.
Looking for arepas and big booty Latinas?
I can't believe I'm getting this for free. I'm seeing like a Minect ad. Like, could you imagine? Can you believe he's just giving this out instead of making you Minect with him for like what, $50 a minute so you could get this amazing advice?
No, they're interested in the oil that comes from Venezuela, which has the largest reserve oil in the world. So we need to start acting like grown-ups here. China wants to take over the world. Do you want to live in a world that China runs the world, or in a world?
Acting like grown-ups is when you invade another sovereign nation and capture their leader illegally and drag him back to the United States. Go walk back your claims about the existence of the Cartel De Los Soles or whatever it was called, that he supposedly ran, Maduro himself, which they're saying in his indictment, that's actually not really the case. It doesn't even really exist. And it's more of an idea or something. I'd have to pull up the exact thing of what it said. But this idea behind like the Cartel of the Suns or whatever, hold on, is that like there's collaboration between the Venezuelan government that we don't recognize, the Maduro regime, and all of these like drug traffickers, like they're one and the same. But then when it came to, but again, an umbrella term used to describe an alleged drug trafficking network and related criminal activity involving members of the armed forces of Venezuela, including high-ranking officers and political officials. Like this, our country has designated in 2025, this is like a terrorist group and has claimed it's an actual group, and saying like, yeah, last year before capturing President Nicolas Maduro, the Trump admin designated a Venezuelan slang term for drug corruption in the military as a terrorist org and said he led it. But the Justice Department has backed off a dubious claim about Maduro that the Trump admin promoted last year and laying the groundwork to remove him from power in Venezuela, accusing him of leading a drug cartel called Cartel De Los Soles. That claim traces back to a 2020 grand jury indictment of Mr. Maduro drafted by the Justice Department. In July 2025, copying language from it, the Treasury Department designated Cartel de los Soles as a terrorist org. In November, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State and President Trump's national security advisor, ordered the State Department to do the same. But experts in Latin American crime and narcotics issues have said it's actually a slang term invented by the Venezuelan media in the 1990s for officials who are corrupted by drug money. And on Saturday, after the admin captured Maduro, the Justice Department released a rewritten indictment that appeared to tacitly concede the point. I'm not a robot, promise. Not that this government has any problems with fucking AI. What does it say? If I put cartel. If it's Soles. Yeah, Nicolas Maduro, the defendant, like former President Chavez before him, participates in, perpetuates, and protects a culture of corruption in which powerful Venezuelan elites enrich themselves through drug trafficking and the protection of their partner drug traffickers. This literally could describe Donald Trump. The only difference is that you would have to, like, talk about, like, the chip deals with the Emiratis and the fucking Saudis instead of, like, drug trafficking, and how much Donald Trump's own net worth has increased because of all of his shit with Steve Witkoff and the companies that they've created in AI. The World Liberty Financial shit or whatever it's called. The profits of that illegal activity flow to corrupt rank-and-file civilian, military, and intelligence officials who operate in a patronage system run by those at the top, referred to as the Cartel De Los Soles or the Cartel of the Suns, a reference to the sun insignia affixed to uniforms of high-ranking Venezuelan military officials. It's a culture of corruption, a patronage system that fuels a culture of corruption. So it's not a real group.
World, or United States run the world. That's what this all comes down to.
Also, didn't he pardon some fucker for doing exact same shit? Yup.
Do you want U.S. running the world or China running the world? Look at who's praising the
MAGA cope with that is that person was willing to make a deal.
Actions with Maduro. Look who's looking out for the people of Maduro. Iran made a statement. Russia made a statement. China made a statement. Cuba made a statement. These are all
yeah, crypto. I think I was saying AI. It's like crypto shit that Trump's involved with.
Enemies of the United States.
Yeah, but there's another thing that's brewing here behind closed doors, which is
I don't see how our society sees all these blatant lies and continues to justify our government. It's not our society, and this is like not a broadly popular movement. This is a very loud, vocal, maybe plurality of the country. It's only like 30. Like when you actually look at who voted in Trump, okay, more Americans don't vote than vote. Then from there, it splits about 50-50, usually, Republican Democrats. So you're talking about like 25 to 30% of because of gerrymandering and whatnot, of the country actually in support of this shit. And the other 75% indifferent or against it.
Very weird. You're making...
The Monroe Doctrine, which they talked about, if I could just say this.
Oh my God.
Monroe Doctrine is this. James Monroe said basically U.S. runs the Western Hemisphere. Now, he said that before we had nuclear weapons. I'm not old enough to remember this, Tom. You might know
this
that.
Fucking Monroe Doctrine cope is like so fucking old already.
There was something called the Cuban Missile Crisis in 1960 whatever. Okay, so when JFK was president. So why were we so against Cuba having missiles? Because they're 90 miles off the coast of Miami. Correct. Why do we want these foreign adversaries, enemies you may call them, having access to a country on our hemisphere?
It was like not the only reason why we were opposed to Cuba having missiles.
Where they can set up camp and attack the United States. Nope. To me, this is sending a message. Yep. We're not playing around. Yes. This is grown-up stuff. You might not like Trump interfering. Oh, wow. He gets in, he gets out. He takes out Maduro. He removes the nuclear capabilities of Iran. He gets in and out. Soleimani, in and out. He's not starting foreign wars. The whole argument that...
It's interesting because, like, as I was studying for, like, the Tim Pool debate, looking at what Tim Pool's position is, even he's, like, had to move off the point. Like, Tim Pool is saying, like, it's obviously not about drugs, and he is not able to just uncritically regurgitate what Trump is saying and claiming. Adam and PBD are still in the MAGA dick suck phase of uncritically repeating and adulating Trump no matter what he says and defending every single claim. You actually don't even need to do that to defend this shit, even from the right.
Trump's starting foreign wars. What foreign war? You're making that up. He's in, he's out, he's precision.
Yeah, but this is, again, yes, I saw the whole thing with Iran, with China, with, who's responding to, oh my God, what's going on? Who's criticizing it, right? This one is mainly to the far right, the woke right community that they said, I didn't vote for this. Mm-hmm. I didn't vote for this. You didn't vote for what? I didn't vote for war. What war? the guy at the top, he voted for war.
Literally, Donald Trump said no new wars, and that he was signaling that he was going to be an isolationist president. Obviously, if you knew anything about his first term, that was a fucking lie. But yeah, they didn't vote for this. Even the fucking MAGA dick sucks and dick writers. Like, if you're just taking Trump at his word on what he said on the 2024 campaign trail, that's the opposite of what he ended up doing.
Okay. Iraq has oil, weapons of mass destruction, need 8 years, 500,000 troops, and $2 trillion. The guy at the bottom is like, no, Venezuela has oil, but all we need is 3 hours and a few helicopters to go do it properly. Remember the criticism when Biden got elected and the way we left Afghanistan?
Ridiculous.
Now you realize how lack of precision that was directed with the way Biden did it. Imagine if Trump was leaving Afghanistan.
So you mean Trump's plan? Biden did Trump's plan. Biden largely followed Trump's plan.
Afghanistan, what things would have happened. These are things that people have to pay very, very close attention to when they see how he's doing it under his watch, under his regime. Yes, now let's talk about the other side. Let's play devil's advocate a little bit. What's the devil's advocate? You know, Rubio said this has got nothing to do about oil. You know, we have all the oil in the world. Yeah, we're probably producing the most oil in the world. If you pull up the chart, Rob, on X, on how much oil we produce against all the other countries in the world, yeah, we're definitely producing a lot. But the reserves, Venezuela's number one, more than Saudi. So let's not get it twisted. They got oil, they got gold, look at that right there. Look at that right there, where we were at. Saudi, look at from 1900, move forward, look at Saudi. Saudi's been dominating for God knows how long, and then they dropped off from 1970 down to 2010. Saudi is, yeah, that's Saudi right there, yeah. U.S. was doing the most, and then we dropped off a little bit from 70 to 2010, and then Saudi kept getting going, and then U.S. is all the way to the top, right? And by the way, even if you look at producing, look at where Venezuela's there. You don't see Venezuela there, right on that list. So yes, it's strategic. Yes, it could be because of the gold. Yes, it could be a lot of different things. Now, here's a question.
Or it could be about the things that Donald Trump just comes out and says, even though there's statements against interest. So you can actually give more weight to them than you would any other statement that he says. There's this clip I had of him, like, where he literally didn't even know the value of the oil in Venezuela. Like, he thought it was in the, like, was it like trillions or something? Or billions at the very least, but it was only like millions or something. No, there's about 17. Yeah. It's this clip.
There's about 17 billion worth of oil reserves in Venezuela. Is that going to be?
You mean trillion?
And is that going to be
Did you
something?
say billion or trillion?
I said billion.
You said 17 billion? It's much more than that.
Okay, so what is going to happen to those reserves?
Well, we're going to run everything. We're going to run it, fix it. We'll have elections at the right time. But the main thing you have to fix, it's a broken country. There's no money. There's inflation. Like we would have had, if I didn't win this election, we would have been Venezuela on steroids. Lindsay would know that. You might say something on that because we were talking before. We would have had a doubling up of very bad things that cost us a lot of money, like welfare, frankly. We wouldn't have had jobs. And instead of having $18 trillion in...
Yeah, under Kamala Harris, it would have been like the Maduro regime.
There's about 17
But like, again, just one more time. $17 billion, and Trump's like, it's a lot more than that.
billion worth of oil reserves in Venezuela. Is that going to be...
You mean trillion?
And is that going to be
Did you
something...
say billion or trillion?
I said billion.
You said 17 billion?
Like, holy shit. Oh, we did this for 17 billion, not trillion? Moron. His brain is soup.
The question becomes, who's next? Because Claudia Sheinbaum calls the UN and says, hey, maybe we need to step in because this is getting a little bit out of control. Okay, Claudia Sheinbaum, Mexican president. Why is she calling the UN? Because the Trump broke Article 2 of the Charter of the United States.
Maybe because the Trump neighboring them geographically just invaded another country without any cause.
United Nations.
Completely illegally.
So she is worried about what could happen. Now, she's speaking on her behalf or the cartel. No one knows.
And then Trump threatened Mexico.
What's Cuba thinking right now? What's Iran thinking right now? What are a lot of countries? What is Colombia thinking right now? The president was asked about Colombia because remember what Colombia said to the president. If something happens, we'll take him out. Remember when the Colombian president will take him out?
Oh, put me in your little orange pajamas.
That's right. Yeah. No, but he said, we'll take him out. Right? Rob, do you have that clip when he said, we'll take him out? There's a clip, Petro, just put Petro, take him out on X. Petro, take him out. Couple months ago. And I said, there's no way you can talk like that about another person.
Nope.
That's the interview right there. Look what he says here. Fast forward, Rob, if you can, to the last 30 seconds. Right there. From right there is fine. Go ahead. Watch this.
True, he didn't just say that Kamala Harris's regime would have been like the Maduro regime. Maduro regime on steroids.
Posible para los millones de colombianos que dependen de esos empleos y de esa economía.
I should read this out loud to people that are just listening.
Fast forward, Rob, if you can, to the last 30 seconds. Right there. From right there is fine. Go ahead. Watch this.
Your mission is to see... Hold on.
Right there.
Can't
From
read
right there is
enough.
fine. Go ahead. Watch this.
Your mission is to seek the renegotiation for the millions of Colombians who depend on those jobs and that economy. Humanity is a first off-ramp, and it is to change Trump. In various ways. The easiest way may be through Trump himself. The easiest. If not, get rid of Trump.
Oh, okay.
Oh, really?
Okay.
I wonder how he's sleeping tonight.
All right, so
guy.
here's the president. Go for it.
Mr. President, Colombian President Gustavo Petro.
Okay, but get rid of Trump is so ambiguous that could mean multiple different things. That could literally mean people need to vote him out. It doesn't necessarily insinuate that you're saying that we need to unilaterally depose the president of the United States.
A couple weeks ago, you said he's got to watch his ass. And today, he said he's not concerned about anything happening to him in the aftermath of this operation. So, just what your message is
Well,
about
he
that.
has cocaine mills. He has factories where he makes cocaine. And yeah, I think I stick by my first statement. He's making cocaine. They're sending it into the United States. So he does have to watch his ass.
Americans are dying of fentanyl. Remember, Donnie? That was the whole point. It's fentanyl, not just like coke. It's also supposed to be fentanyl. Fentanyl is the thing that's like killing Americans. Not that, cocaine's good for your health exactly, but fentanyl is a lot more deadly. It's my understanding.
I love it.
So you're seeing this. By the way, look at the president's energy. You know what is the best about how he's speaking right now?
Body language
Zero
analysis.
Emotion.
Flow state.
It's not even flow state. It's zero emotion. He used to be
Cold as ice.
like when he had to win everybody over.
For the boomers in my chat, flow state is literally like a TikTok thing.
Was so animated, so energized, loud, fighting. Today, nothing. Guess what?
Ice cold.
Here's what we're doing.
Yep.
He is the coldest I've ever seen him be. He is
In a
as
great way.
ice cold as ever before. But the reality of it is, what do you think Petro is doing right now? What do you think the Mexican
Building a
cartel are
bunker.
thinking about right now in Mexico? What do you think Cuba's thinking about right now? What do you think Iran's thinking about right now?
Oh, yeah.
If we want to go into Iran, this next story here,
They're all on notice, Pat.
they're all on notice. But if you want to go to Iran next, so here's what is taking place in Iran. By the way, the count now of protesters getting killed in Iran, the report says 16, some say 20, some say a lot more than that, but they are not slowing down. But what's taking place with Iran? Khamenei, Rob, if you want to pull up his tweet, I'm so proud of Rob. Now he knows how to, type out Khamenei, like he knows how to do Deuteronomy. There's like this, we're getting so much better.
Oh my God, why are you doing your fucking producer like this? Praising them for being able to spell that.
Spelling right now.
There's so much spit on his
Look at this
microphone.
here.
Khamenei.
He says, we
Carry them
will
on.
bring the enemy to its knees.
I love what you responded, Pat. What
We
did you
will
say?
not give in to the enemy. Rob, if you want to go on Twitter. So he's saying this, right? Acting all tough.
Dude,
And
Adam is so pathetic. Like getting on his knees and sucking PBD's dick off like that in the middle of this fucking podcast. I loved how you responded.
responded to the guy, and I said, let me see what I
So
said
stupid.
to him. I don't know, somewhere in there, Rob. If you can't find it, it's fine. Is it right there? Yeah, you are. He says, we will bring the enemy to the knees. And I said, you are the enemy of your people, right? But what he's got going on to Iran. And then reports have it that he is on the run. Reports have
PBD
it
is so humble. He didn't even mention that he ratioed him.
that he is allegedly going to Russia to hide.
Oh, weird.
Okay, he is going to Russia to hide.
Really?
And yeah, that's alleged reports. If you type in, is the report in here, Rob, or you don't have it here?
I don't believe it's in there. It came
Okay,
out
so why
overnight.
don't you just go out on Google and type in Khomeini, Russia, Khamenei. There you go. Ayatollah Khamenei plans to flee to Moscow. This is the Times. If Iran unrest intensifies, the Republic's supreme leader has plotted an exit route out of Tehran should his forces fail to quell dissent, and intelligence report reveals. Go a little bit lower, Rob. Khamenei has a backup plan to flee the country. Should his forces fail, 86 years old, plans to escape Tehran with a close circle of up to 28 and family. Should he see that the army and security called on quell the unrest and deserting, the plan B is for Khamenei and his very close circle of associates and family, including his son and nominated heir apparent Mojtaba, an intelligence source, Ben Sabti, who served for decades for Israeli intelligence after fleeing the regime after 8 years after Islamic Revolution, told the Times that Khamenei would flee to Moscow and there's no other place for him. Where else is he going to go? Well, what other place is he going to go? China may not even want the guy. He's got to go to Moscow because Moscow's the place that Russia owes him.
Moscow.
Because Iran's been selling him so many drones that they're like, oh, I'm your number one customer. Listen, then I'm going to come and stay over there and feel safe about it. So Iran's not looking too good. And the chaos is continuing. I'm trying to see which video I was trying to go to. Tom, I'll come to you on this because you look like you have some thoughts. Go for it.
Well, excuse me. I actually have a question
Love
for you
when
based on
PBD
history.
comes to Tom.
Didn't Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini,
Mm-hmm.
right? If I said that correctly, I have to identify him. Wasn't he exiled in France before the 78, 79 revolution?
What flavor is your popcorn? You're making me hungry. I literally just get the cheap shit from Publix. The Publix popcorn. You can get like a big ass bag for like $2.50.
So we've kind of seen this playbook before, right? They escape and go someplace and then they wait
This
until
is the worst guy on the show somehow. I'm taking. Are you slandering Tom in my chat? Tom's the policy guy, the numbers guy. PBD, met Tom a while ago, and he was like, you're as boring as paint drying. And if I had to guess, he was like a friend of PBD's like accountant or something, and PBD just had to put him on the show.
and maybe it's safe to come back. It's like we've seen this history before, but it doesn't look like this time the Iranian people are having it.
The only difference is the first time Khomeini went to France, he was in his 50s, if not 60s. This guy's 86 years old. His time is up. So it's not really him that we're worried about. It's his son. That could be the replacement.
The whole
That's right. Yeah. So the whole thing his son is the one that right now the wealth is probably going to go to, and a lot of people right now are fighting to see who gets it. It's like the Game of Thrones. Okay, It's like the Game of Thrones.
Yeah, this is just like Game of Thrones, bro.
Really is.
Oh my God, it's like the Game of Thrones, seeing who is about to get the power, who's going to be. They're all fighting for it, right?
Yep.
Which son is going to begin the power? But with Iran, Rob, do you have that clip? The one clip over here that says Iran's Khamenei lashes out at protesters at nationwide anti-regime unrest grows. Do you have that one clip from page 16? Do you know which one I'm talking about?
Yep. It's unfortunately, I believe it's in.
Okay. I don't want to see them talk about Iran. It's just PBD like simping for the Shah and like complaining, like showing that he's like ratioing Khomeini. Let's see. Anything else in this that's any good? Mamdani raises prices in NYC. Okay. A little bit of Mamdani cope as a treat, and then we'll move on to more shit related to Venezuela.
Mamdani is claiming, let me read the story. Rob, you got a video on this as well. Subway and bus fare rises in New York to $3 on Sunday, and some people are like, wait a minute, what's this all about? Go ahead, Rob. Rob, music. Shoot. Yeah.
Why do they always do that? Mayor Mamdani, he promised us free ride, but guess what? We're got instead higher bus fares. Yes, that's right. Today, the price of this bus went up to $3. You know why? Because
oh my God, this is literally like a woman who looks like she has never ridden the bus or public transit or the subway at all, like ever in her life.
Because even with this price increase, New York City buses and subways are barely able to function. The mayor of New York City has actually never had control over the transportation that is controlled by the state. Yes, that's right, the governor. Mamdani, he lied to all of you, and guess who's paying the price? All of us, literally.
There you go.
All of us, says woman who, again, has never taken public transit in her life. I would literally, I would stake my life on that.
So on Sunday, prices went up to $3 from $2.90, 10% increase. A cost of weekly, monthly tickets on Long Island Railroad and Metro North Railroads, which are based on distance travel, will increase by 4.5%. One-way fares will climb up 8%. But accompanied minor 17 and under can now ride two commuters railroads for $1. Previous limit was $11. A trip using Access A Ride paratransit service will also cost $3 starting next year. Tolls at the authority, bridges, and tunnels will increase about 7.5%. Most vehicles using the Queens Midtown Tunnel, for example, will climb from 746 to 746 from 694. The MTA expects the changes. You ready for this? To raise an additional $350 million a year in additional revenue. Mamdani, what happened? You said you were going to fix this. What happened?
It's January. They streamed this on January 5th. Mamdani has been in office for 5 days at this point.
Any thoughts?
Well, first of all, I think how many times did we warn you? This is exactly how a con artist works. They sell the people the fantasy. Everything's going to be free. And remember, the day he won, the next day.
I'm not really surprised that they just can't believe that Mamdani isn't like a tyrant, because obviously if you're a Donald Trump simp, then the only way that you can understand what constitutes good governance is somebody just breaking the law and doing whatever the fuck they want. So if they see Mamdani and they're like, how come he's not doing things instantly? Why doesn't he just do, the life hack of breaking the fucking law?
Video like, remember I didn't want any money? I need
Must be fucking weak, am I right?
Money.
Yeah, exactly.
2 weeks later, Adam. Remember I told you I was done asking you for money? I need some more money. So, and again, this is with that young generation that was like free and you got sold. Just like with Obama when they're like, I remember those videos of those black ladies in the street going, he's gonna pay for my cell phone, he's gonna pay for my rent. Did he do any of that? Didn't do any of it.
That really just sums up his worldview, doesn't it? I remember this video of these two black women that I saw on a timeline multiple years ago talking about Obama, and then I based a lot of my worldview off of this one anecdotal video.
Constantly asking for money. Like, just think about everything that he's done. He's hired ex-cons that have been convicted for kidnapping and robbery and all that stuff. He's lied to everybody's face. He keeps asking for money. And then one of his best picks by his housing official, Sia Weaver, top housing advisor for New York City Mayor Mamdani. Look at what she says about people and your housing and white people. She's saying that we've treated property as something personal for centuries. Now it's time to see it as a collective. Here you go, New York City. There you got it. Go ahead, Rob.
I think the reality is that for centuries we've really treated property as an individualized good and not a collective good, and we are going to transitioning to treating it as a collective good and towards a model of shared equity will require that we think about it differently, and it will mean that
I'm already on board with the majority, like all of Mamdani's picks. Yeah, like I've already sold. You don't have to keep selling her,
families, especially white families, but some POC families who are homeowners as well, are going to have a different relationship.
Okay, so they're literally triggered over the fact that she's pointing out the objectively true fact that the majority of wealth in this country, especially when it comes to real estate and home equity, is concentrated in the hands of white Americans. That is just true.
To property than the one that we
Ready for that? Hey, Tom, you just bought a house. When are we moving in? That's what's going to be.
Attention, New York. Run!
Yeah.
Run!
I don't understand how stupid people can be. I mean, I see it, to vote for this.
Why, attention, New York, run? They started off saying that the issue is that she's targeting white people, and then he said attention New York, run, when again, if she's targeting white people, and at this talking about a very specific part of New York City's population, which is its capitalists, it's the people that own and hold real estate. What do you mean run New York? You're talking about a few thousand people.
It's never worked. It's how many case studies, how many examples from different countries. The guy just, that stupid smile that you guys all fell for, New Yorkers. I'm sorry.
They're so mad that Zoran has aura, man. They just cannot get over it. They cannot help but just wear it right on their fucking sleeve. That it really is it's just the fucking stupid sexy Tassan meme, but instead of that, stupid sexy Mamdani.
We warned you, and it's happening in front of your face.
It's all collective. Can I ask you some questions? In a collective, who built that building? Who put the couch in that? Who paid for the couch?
The capitalists.
Who put the stove in there? Who put the fridge in there? Who built the building next to the building?
Wait, what? What is this fucking analogy that makes no sense? What?
We warned you, and it's happening in front of your face.
It's all collective. Can I ask you some questions? In a collective, who built that building? Who put the couch in that? Who paid for the couch?
The capitalists.
Okay, and a collective, by definition, a collective has multiple people, and you're gonna say the conceit or the joke here is aha, actually it was a capitalist. What?
Who put the stove in there? Who put the fridge in there? Who built the building next to the building? Who built the store that's on the corner where they got their stuff?
I told you this guy is the worst. Tom is the best.
Where did this all come from? It's amazing to me that in a collective we all own everything in a collective. That's what she's saying. You'll have a different relationship with your property. Wow. Interesting. Yes. You'll have a different relationship with your property. So
the majority of New York, the overwhelming majority of New Yorkers don't really hold property. So yeah.
acknowledges that once upon a time it belonged to somebody. But once you stop this, where does it all come from? Where's it come from?
Yeah, exactly.
Where does tomorrow's house come from? And tomorrow's couch? And tomorrow's fridge? And tomorrow's little grocery store? Where?
Yeah, well, to use
from workers, I think the answer here is genuinely he's like, you're supposed to think it's capitalist, but it's just not true. You're talking about who owns it.
Famous phrase from the biz doc,
Capitalists famously doing the building themselves.
Talk, action, scream. Stop listening to what these socialists say and just watch what they do. Judge them by their actions. Of course, they're going to tell you that the warm comfort of collectivism is like a blanket on
True. Let's judge him by his actions. And one of his first actions as mayor was to reverse any executive order that Eric Adams made after he was indicted. Got right to fucking work.
Cold,
then he went to
wintry
go
night.
visit public housing.
They're seizing.
There's also reports that landlords in New York City have been already preempting the Mamdani admin by getting around to things that they had pushed off when it came to maintaining their buildings and repairs and making sure that their building was up to code because they knew Mamdani wasn't fucking around about enforcing codes. Yes, there's already been change.
The means
and that's because you don't even the expectation for what a public official and public servant can do on their first day in office is already, very limited.
Production like Karl Marx wanted to do and Joseph Stalin did and the Mao people did. I mean, how many times do we need to hear this? I said this earlier. Can we stop it with the nonsensical debate over what's better, capitalism or communism? Free market enterprise capitalism or
I agree. Can people just can we all just fucking agree that communism is better? Why are we still having this conversation?
Why are we still doing this? And the stupid people of New York fell for Mao. And now this white lady gets on there and goes, so yeah, we're going to have to come after your houses. And especially the white people, because you're white. So
she very, very clearly said, no, that's who owns real estate in this fucking world.
You need to have white guilt and white shame. And you obviously are colonizers because, you were born in Brooklyn. So seizing the means of production, we forget we're one generation from tyranny. And unless people stand up and start doing something about this, stop believing the speeches and start focusing on the policies. Yes, Mamdani lied. Now you fell for it. Are you going to vote for him again? Are you going to keep him in power? Let's see what happens.
There you go, New York. We're watching.
It's up to New York to, overthrow the Mamdani regime. Surprised you didn't do a call to action for that. God. Just podcast, the gift that keeps on giving, man. Never gets old. But before we get to Cenk's prediction on how all of this Venezuela shit is going to go down to, think of PBD as evil Cenk, and then there's Cenk. And even though I'm not a fan of Cenk lately, I probably will agree with more of what he has to say on this than PBD, something tells me. But really quick, I do want to go through some of the dumb reactions for this, and let's see who did good, who did bad. So Kamala Harris tweeted this: Donald Trump's actions in Venezuela do not make America safer, stronger, or more affordable. That Maduro is a brutal, illegitimate dictator does not change the fact that this action was both unlawful and unwise. We've seen this, and again, I do not think that this throat clearing is necessary, but whatever. We've seen this movie before. Wars for regime changer oil that are sold as strength but turn into chaos, and American families pay the price. The American people do not want this, and they are tired of being lied to. This is not about drugs or democracy. It is about oil and Donald Trump's desire to play the regional strongman. If he cared about either, he wouldn't pardon a convicted drug trafficker or sideline Venezuela's legitimate opposition while pursuing deals with Maduro's cronies. The president is putting troops at risk, spending billions destabilizing a region and offering no legal authority, no exit plan, and no benefit at home. America needs leadership whose priorities are lowering costs for working families, enforcing the rule of law, strengthening alliances, and most importantly, putting the American people first. She really said America first. I actually expected her statement to be a lot more wishy-washy than it was, because lately that has been, to the extent that she's been, doing media tours and talking about her fucking book, trying to show that. She has been very, very non-committal. This is the first thing that has, sounded like she's been willing to come out and take an actual position and stance and articulate it in detail. But this does worry me because she is a uniquely bad candidate, and I believe that she wants to run again, and I desperately do not want her to fucking do that. And I did see part of this. I did like Ro Khanna's statement more.
That quote from Susie Wiles basically all day. But let me just start by asking you what has struck you most about the events of really less than 24 hours.
Well, it's not just the lawlessness. Obviously, he flouted Congress and the Constitution. He flouted international law so much that France and Germany and European allies are expressing skepticism. It's also his betrayal of everything he ran on. I mean, here's someone who in 2016 said, I'm against regime change war. That's how he beat Jeb Bush. I'm against the nation building that George W. Bush did. And today he's out there telling the American people we're going to run
Venezuela. Was running in 2028, probably.
Venezuela. What happened to building up jobs here at home, to caring about the costs of living here at home? And many people just see this as a total betrayal of putting American interests and the American people first.
To your point, I mean, Marjorie Taylor Greene posted today that this kind of thing is, quote, what many in MAGA thought they voted to end. Boy, were we wrong. Now, Marjorie Taylor Greene posting something critical of Trump isn't necessarily a shocker at this particular point. Most people in MAGA world have kind of gotten in line to date. Do you think that will change, or what is your expectation? Because to your point, it's very counter to what he ran on and what a number of people who voted for him thought they were supporting.
Well, after the initial strikes, I saw some folks in MAGA, like Mike Lee, trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, saying, oh, this was just a strike and a capture of Maduro. No, that's a violation of international law. It's going to have terrible consequences. But then I think Trump made it worse. He goes up to the press conference and he says, no, it wasn't.
Tech billionaire Raghu Khanna. Yeah, I do think that people overstate, like, Khanna's progressive bona fides at different times, but he certainly is better than the majority of congressional representatives. But yeah, he does a lot of bidding for Silicon Valley.
It isn't just a limited strike. We may go back in there. We're going to run the place. And he's got no plan for how he's going to do that. And now the American people are thinking, well, how much is this going to cost us to be able to have troops there? What is the plan? Are we really going to be a police-keeping force in Venezuela? And why is our president spending so much time talking about Argentina, Venezuela, the Middle East, and he's not spending time talking about Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin? What happened to the manufacturing jobs? What happened to lowering prices?
How much of this is smoke and mirrors, hoping people forget the Epstein files? I think that's part of it, but I also think that they were really, this is also like a cover for like the Jack Smith, testimony being released. That's 8 hours, of him just fucking demolishing Trump and reporting findings, talking about Trump's criminality with respect to the fake elector scheme and trying to overturn the results of the 2020 election. I think there's multiple things at play for why they're focusing, like why all of this happened at the start of the year.
From day one, it just makes him look totally out of touch.
Well, no question. And I think it's not the only motivation. He himself talked about oil. We've been talking about that. But the fact that a lot of those other things are not going well sometimes is a reason why he does something like this. Let me ask you, Senator Tim Kaine said he'd force a vote next week on a bipartisan war powers resolution to block Trump from continuing military action against Venezuela. That's something he has proposed, including under Democratic presidents, when he doesn't approve of military action and believes Congress, of course, should have been consulted, as they should be. But do you anticipate, from what you've seen now, from people you've talked to, that there could be more Republicans who break ranks with Trump on that vote? Or what do you think at this point?
Well, Senator Kaine has shown, as you mentioned, great leadership on this. Susan Collins was the reason it didn't pass earlier, and we should remember that in 2026. But I do think that we may see more Republicans in the Senate and even in the House say no to this effort of regime change and running Venezuela. The other thing...
Why, Ro? Why do we think this? When has Trump's party meaningfully broken from him on anything except the Epstein shit?
I think people misunderstand about
that was only after they were dragged along and had literally no choice.
American people is there's a morality to our foreign policy and our values. And we don't like to just go take another country's oil. Like, that's not who we are as a people. And this is going to offend a lot of Americans. Like, that's not what America does. We're not an empire. We don't go marching into countries and just take their...
I actually don't. I think he's pretty right here. I don't think that even if most Americans will look the other way or justify imperial actions, I do think that they find it to be like tawdry and vulgar for the head of state to just blatantly say and announce that that is the stated reason for this shit. I don't think they find it refreshing. I don't think they find it ruthlessly honest. I think they see it as off-putting and indicative of not indicative of anything that isn't already known about Donald Trump, but they don't I think that the kind of pretext of like, oh, we care about democracy and like democracy promotion or whatever is still something that's deeply ingrained in the American psyche, even when it comes to conservatives.
We're the country that fights for freedom. And I think people
when is that not America? I mean, the thing that I'm defending him saying is that Americans don't see themselves that way. In practice, yeah, obviously, America is and has always been this way, but Americans don't conceive of it that way. So for Trump to go out and do this as the stated motivation or whatever, it is like, it doesn't hit, it only hits well with the MAGA base.
Just looking at this from a legalistic perspective, or
like
saying
the overwhelming majority of Americans are against the actions in Venezuela, plain and simple.
he's not listening to Americans, are missing the fundamental.
Hi, where have you been? I don't know if you heard about it, but there was this thing called Christmas, and then there was this thing called Boxing Day, and then there was this thing called New Year's, and then there was this thing called just me being busy and traveling unexpectedly. That's where I was. That's why I took a break from streaming. But you know what? I pulled up, when I was prepping for stream to see what I was going to cover, I pulled up Piers Morgan's channel, and he hasn't posted in 2 weeks, and that honestly makes me feel better.
Morality that most Americans have.
Well, I think that's true. The legality is part of it. But yes, to your point, I also think if the American military's resources are used, if our men and women are used, if this continues to escalate, that is going to have a real pushback in this country, I expect, if not before then. Congressman Ro Khanna, thank you so much, as always, for joining me.
Thank you, Jen.
Since when do political streamers take vacations, Kappa? I'm the first to ever do it. Groundbreaking, I know. This was AOC's statement. Speaking of like other, you know, what was it that PBD, what language did PBD use? The draft picks for 2028. It's not about drugs. If it was, Trump wouldn't have pardoned one of the largest narco traffickers in the world last month. It's about oil and regime change. And they need a trial now to pretend that it isn't, especially to distract from Epstein plus skyrocketing healthcare costs. Also not wrong. This was Bernie's response. And I think this is a good response from AOC. Short and sweet, to the point.
Joining me. Donald Trump has once again shown his contempt for the Constitution and the rule of law. Let's be clear. The President of the United States does not have the right to unilaterally take this country into war, even against a corrupt and brutal dictator like Maduro. The United States does not have the right, as Trump stated this morning, to run Venezuela. Congress must immediately pass a war powers resolution to end this illegal military operation and reassert its constitutional responsibilities. Trump's attack on Venezuela will not make the United States and the world safer. Quite the contrary. This brazen violation of international law gives a green light to any country on earth that may wish to attack another nation to seize their resources or change their governments. This is the horrific logic of force that Putin used to justify his brutal attack on Ukraine. Trump and his administration have made it clear that they want to revive the Monroe Doctrine, a belief that claims that the United States has...
I mean, and drawing an analogy to Russia, Ukraine is good, but honestly, you don't even have to point to another country. You can literally point to other things that the United States has engaged in time and time again when it comes to illegally invading other countries, as to point to historical examples of how that never ends well.
...has the right to dominate the affairs of the hemisphere. They have spoken openly about controlling Venezuela's oil reserves, the largest in the world. Let's make no mistake about it. This is rank imperialism. It recalls the darkest chapters of U.S. interventions in Latin America, which have left a terrible legacy. It will...
It's not for a distraction, though. This really is just neocon shit. Yeah, I wish people would stop saying that. It depends on who in the admin you're talking about. For... You know, Trump, I think it's multiple things. For Marco Rubio, I think it's like purely ideological. But like, it's just yet another expedition of, you know, like intervention that they're adding to the never ending list. That's part of the America First agenda, whether it be Israel, Iran, whether it be running Gaza, whether it be Azerbaijan and Armenia, whether it be fucking Greenland, Mexico, Cuba, the Argentina bailouts, Venezuela. It's just world police shit.
And should be condemned by the democratic world. Trump campaigned for president on an America First platform. He claimed to be the peace candidate. Well, at a time when 60% of Americans live paycheck to paycheck, when our healthcare system is collapsing, when people throughout this country cannot afford housing, and when artificial intelligence threatens millions of jobs, it is time for the president...
Is all this flopping of gums actually going to stop anything this out of control admin is doing? I mean, I don't want to downplay the importance of Democrats politicians, celebrities, heads of state, etc., making forceful stated condemnations against this stuff. But as a minority party, you know, I think that they should be threatening introducing articles of impeachment. And even though they're not going to pass, even if they're the minority party, to show that obviously this is unconstitutional, it's unacceptable, and it's a good start, but it's not nearly enough. On its own, is it enough? No, but like what? You would rather have them not making statements, not speaking out, not, you know, verbally opposing the admin? I would rather have them doing it than not.
To focus on the crises facing this country and end the military adventurism abroad. Trump is failing in his job to run the United States of America. He should not be trying to run Venezuela. Thank you very much.
Bernie for the win, not bad. He's not currently in office, but this was Graham Platner, who I have been kind of outspoken critic about at this point because I think he is a liar. But this statement was pretty good.
Foreign policy. This is gangsterism on an international scale. We must not be fooled by the childish lies being used to justify this illegal aggression. Be wary of the establishment voices in media and in politics who over the next few weeks will work tirelessly to manufacture consent, even when they sound like they are opposed. Keep an ear out, for this operation is bad, but, followed by words about democracy, dictatorship, and international law. If those were justifications for invasion and abduction, we'd have invaded many of our allies a long time ago. Those voices are doing the work of empire, and we must be vigilant for their duplicitousness. If they are media figures, change the channel. If they are political figures, work tirelessly to remove them from power.
Why don't you like Platner? I think he's dishonest, and I don't think that he represents his past or his political ambitions accurately. And I've talked about it in previous streams at length. I don't want to derail and go into like all of the reasons why here. But I do approve of this statement. Who do you like for Maine? Not Janet Mills. And not really Graham Platner, but I don't know that anybody else is going to step into the race. Well, we only get to pick politicians from what's on the menu. True, but this is still like the primary, so somebody else could come in. Chris Murphy's statement was good. This is only the first one, though the second one was not as good.
Venezuela is not a security threat to the United States. They're not threatening to invade us. There is no terrorist group like Al-Qaeda operating there that has plans to attack the United States. To the extent that you care about the drug trade, yes, they produce drugs, but those drugs go to Europe. Fentanyl is the drug that's killing Americans. That's not coming from Venezuela. Venezuela produces cocaine. 90% of it is not coming to the United States. This seems to be mostly about oil and natural resources. Donald Trump's entire foreign policy is corrupt. Russia, the Middle East, and now Venezuela is all about making money for his friends. And Correct. Wall Street, the oil industry, they can make a lot of money off of Venezuela if they run it. You saw within hours of the invasion, the announcement of a group of Wall Street investors, energy industry investors, planning a trip to Venezuela to make money off of this invasion, off of this ouster. So unfortunately, once again, you're seeing that this president's foreign policy, the invasion of Venezuela, the ouster of Maduro, is about making his crowd filthy rich. It has nothing to do with American national security.
Mafia capitalism. Shake and bake, you're being redundant. Is there any other kind? See, he says that, and I was okay with that, but then he follows it up with this. They got rid of Maduro, but let Maduro's corrupt thugs stay in charge. Again, this is actually, if they were like criticizing that journalist for asking Marco Rubio a question. This is a politician making that actual point that's sort of implicit in the framing of the question from the journalist about if you actually were serious about, decapitating his regime, why did you stop there? You would need to get also other key figures within his administration and, you know, political cronies to actually dismantle his government and his reign, right? But for him to say this, it's like, now why are you criticizing Donald Trump from the right? Why are you saying he didn't go far enough? It's mostly because they just want their oil friends to get rich and Maduro's crowd might let them. But I guess it's also because the pro-democracy opposition leader was actually righteous, and that's bad. Like, I don't know fuck all about fucking Venezuela, their internal politics. It's definitely, you know, a subject area where I could stand to learn more, read more, etc. But, you know, to me, this is like not it. The question from the journalist was just logical. No, I agree. That's literally what I just said. I was saying the PBD was stupid to attack that because that framing or whatever and that line of questioning is obviously positioning itself as an internal critique of Trump's stated ambitions and reasons for the invasion. So Marco Rubio was like, are you trying to make prescriptions? Are you trying to do this? Are you trying to do that? When they're not a pundit, they're not a politician. They were just asking clarifying questions about how they reconciled these seemingly opposed positions, right? But he's actually coming out as a politician and stating that. Okay, at least I'm not the only one who reads it this way. I was like, am I being too, like, you know, too fucking harsh on him? But no, I really do read it as like a bit warmongering or whatever. He's saying like he's not going far enough. This is fucking the Pod Save host, Tommy Vader. This is bad political and policy advice. A Quinnipiac poll from December found 63% of voters opposed military action in Venezuela. Again, 63% of voters oppose this. So there is literally no reason for Democrats to do a ton of the fucking throat clearing or to be making any sort of overtures to like legitimizing any part of this invasion because it is ridiculously unpopular with the American public. There's no need to. On policy, the quote-unquote shock and awe phase of regime change looks easy. What comes next is really hard. Dems should oppose disastrous regime change wars. We're hearing one swing district House Democrat told Axios in a text message on Saturday, nuance is dead in politics. Yeah, nuance is when you tacitly support and endorse Trump's flagrantly illegal invasion of a sovereign country to depose their leader. Maduro is bad, glad he is gone. You can't have it both ways, the lawmaker said, venting that everything Trump touches must be bad according to the base. Another vulnerable really, if you're leaning really hard into saying Maduro's a bad guy, he's a bad guy or whatever, and you're not articulating the alternatives to, you know, invoking soft power and diplomacy to try to topple his regime, then it sounds like you do sound weak. I think it will be interpreted by voters as like, okay, so you didn't like Maduro, but what were you doing about him? You didn't do anything. At least Trump did something. Like, that is a way that it could be spun to voters very, very easily, which is why I think Democrats should not just do this, like, Maduro is bad, but glad he's gone, but I don't like how he did it, without saying exactly what he ought to have done. Another vulnerable House Democrat told Axios in a phone interview, as Democrats, we can't just condemn what happened. I wish the Democratic Party would be a bit more measured on this. Like, complaining, like, they're sad that they can't come out and support this. I think it looks weak, a third centrist House Democrat said. If you don't acknowledge when there is a win for our country, then you lose all credibility. Like, oh my God, I wish they could name these fucking people. Who the fuck thinks this is a win for the United States in the Democratic Party? It's not just about politics. The second lawmaker who spoke to Axios noted that Democrats widely condemned Venezuela's sham elections last year and have long advocated for democracy abroad. What happened to when they had the election and Maduro stole the election? There were Democrats condemning that, the House Democrat said. Have we forgotten what's happened in that country? No, but nothing that's happened in this country is a fucking cause for war. The third House Democrat told Axios they were surprised how negative the response has been from their colleagues. Are centrist thumbs the worst people ever? Good fucking question. And to the people who say, what about Obama's foreign policy record in Libya? My answer is exactly. Libya looked successful early on and turned into a disaster that is still reverberating today. We should learn from mistakes in Iraq, Libya, Vietnam, not repeat them. Don't disagree with them. Let's see. But then as far as like GOP reactions, so we saw Hegseth being embarrassing. Let's check in on our boy Mike Pompeo, and then we'll do other crazy people before circling back to Tulsi and Vance. So this is Pompeo. Socialism has destroyed Venezuela, one of the richest countries in Latin America. The people of Venezuela, don't you just love to hear a Republican who obviously, definitely, really seriously cares about the people of Venezuela talking about what's good for their country?
But there's many things we can do to support them. Most importantly, we can help rebuild what's been a disastrous set of policies about their economy that's destroyed their capacity to thrive, which is their oil sector. So American companies can come in and sell.
Bernie's brutal dictator went too far. IMO making value judgments at this stage seems pointless. Bernie's always going to have to do that shit because he's constantly has and always going to be fighting accusations that because he's a democratic socialist, he's in any way, shape, or form like Maduro.
Other products, Schlumberger, Halliburton, Chevron, all our big energy companies can go down to Venezuela, build out an economic capitalist model, which will restore Venezuela to what it was. Brian, you and I remember, it was a great economy for so long, and this knucklehead has destroyed it.
Right, and the good news is...
but there's many things we can do to support them. Most importantly, we can...
Like wanting to rebuild their economy, and like, it's so disgusting trying to say that again. This is for the benefit of the Venezuelan people. Okay, Alex Jones. Alex Jones now shilling for big corporations like BlackRock to flood into Venezuela, take control of its infrastructure. Man, the myth, the legend himself.
Now, if Trump didn't leave the government in place, it's been oppressing people, but still has the infrastructure, it would descend into total collapse. He's got to get the infrastructure turned back on, crank up the funding. He can get these big corporations to commit to go in with major aid projects, major hiring projects. That's what Trump does. He's a hospitality guy. He looks at that and goes, God, we can build a lot of Trump towers and golf courses down there. And he wants to have his kids down there after he's dead in 10 years. And there's just Trump towers everywhere and golf courses, and everybody's filthy rich. And that's what Trump likes. He likes golden toilets and jet airplanes, and he likes seeing nice neighborhoods and happy people, and because they come into his hotels. I mean, it's a normal, actual view. The globalists are feudalists, though. They're feudal lords. They want you poor to control you. That's the Great Reset. That's their operation. So at first, the middle of the night after the attacks happened,
the globalists are controlling you. If you're critical of this, you're actually being controlled by a globalist and not thinking for yourself. The based and epic free-thinking move is to uncritically support and adulate the Trump administration for this flagrantly illegal act that will definitely bring prosperity to no one.
A few hundred would show up here, a few thousand there. Then by dawn, you can hear everyone celebrating from their windows and screaming and celebrating.
Again, either he is watching AI or he is watching a fucking video from like a sporting event from multiple years ago.
From the starvation and death and oppression, and then by the morning there were millions in the streets. Let's start over with audio. Here it is.
Literally just sounds like a fucking video of a skyline and fake as fuck. Give me a second. Amy Goodman's peace sign. Thank you so much for the $20. There's no message attached to it, but I really, really appreciate the support. Thank you so much. Then fucking Asmongold. What did this dipshit say? Asmongold used to pretend he was against regime change and foreign intervention. He was I'm like happy that I don't know what Asmongold used to do or his thoughts on like literally really anything, but calling it a night. Thanks for the rage and laughs, Aaron. Thank you so much, Amy Goodman's peace sign. He was no new wars, we have problems here guy. Now he supports occupying Venezuela to take their oil and calls those who oppose it un-American, unpatriotic, and pro-dictatorship. Iraq 2.0. Wow, it's almost like Asmongold is a fucking grifter who will say and do anything for clicks and money and is also part of a personality cult of Donald Trump.
These are people like it's like that. These are people like it's like that guy, right? The guy was like mainly joking around, fucking around about how like I don't care about Russia, Ukraine, or whatever. But like that essence is accurate. I think that's the way that a lot of people feel, is that they don't give a fuck about any of these countries because they can't afford food. They can't afford rent, right? And so when they see that we are signing up, we're basically writing a blank check to a foreign country to help them fight off Russia, this is going to rub a lot of Americans the wrong way, because Americans want the American government to operate in their best interest. And I understand that you can maybe make an argument that like foreign, diplomacy and foreign intervention has like a long-term positive impact, but that argument doesn't work on a person who can't afford their rent. It just simply does not work on them. These are people like it's like that guy, right? The guy was like mainly joking around, fucking around about how like I don't care about Russia, Ukraine, or whatever. But like that essence is accurate. I think that's the way that a lot of people feel, is that they don't give a fuck about any.
Sorry, let play like and coming in here, demanding charges for me. Okay, this is him now, I guess.
A quick victory lap is all well and good. Now we have to contend with the extended occupation, like Trump said we'll have to do. It could cost hundreds of billions of dollars. All we get is oil for the oil barons. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure maybe.
Who the fuck is Asman, and why the fuck would anyone care what the scrub thinks? Because the scrub is like literally probably the biggest political commentator, one of them online, unfortunately.
Could cost a lot of money, and it depends on how much we're doing and what we get out of it. You're right. Yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see how that evolves. I think that's just common sense.
So this is Nicolas Maduro, and right now online, you're probably seeing a lot of people saying, I stand with Venezuela. Some of them are even...
Oh my god, this is when he like watches the video of this guy that ends up showing the AI
saying
shit.
That they're standing with this guy, and they're against his illegal kidnapping. And the question that should be asked to all of these people is, what exactly are you standing with and standing for? Nicolas Maduro is not some misunderstood populist leader. He is the head, and not supposed to be the head. He's an illegal leader of one of the most corrupt, repressive regimes in the entire Western Hemisphere, and that did not happen overnight. You see, Nicolas Maduro didn't win power. He has packed the courts with loyalists to him.
What a surprise.
The vote totals.
A politician, packing the fucking courts?
And he has just parallel institutions that have been created to override them.
Communists are having a bad
Truly the hallmark of an authoritarian
day. They have a lot of bad days.
Surely the next thing out of his mouth will be a criticism of Donald Trump stealing 2 Supreme Court seats, right?
Very rarely do they have good days.
Maduro's regime has also aligned itself with America's biggest adversaries, Iran, which has helped Venezuela evade sanctions and expand security cooperation.
Not so good, huh?
Russia.
I'm so tired of the anti-American Americans constantly siding with foreign interests and dictators over their own countrymen. Yep.
Why I call him a political commentator isn't he more like a reaction streamer? Just because his political commentary is stupid does not mean he's not a political commentator. And unfortunately, and he tries to escape accountability and anyone actually holding him to task for the things that he says, because he tries to pass himself off as, I'm just a guy talking about things, even though he is obviously a political streamer.
We're going to have to deal with it. It's a big problem. It's a mega huge problem. So the first thing that we got to do is we got to change the way schools are. Because a lot of these schools teach the kids this stuff from the beginning. We teach about all the bad stuff that America does, and we don't talk about anything bad that the rest of the world has done. And whenever you have an education system that is built around educating students and people into believing that their country is awful and has committed all of these horrible sins, it makes them have a lack of respect and a lack of patriotism. Same in Western Europe. It's in Western Europe.
Fucking mic fucked up. Sorry. Like, I don't think you guys get just how much like traffic he gets for the people that don't realize it. So he has 4.28 million subscribers on YouTube. This just got declassified. Video 2 hours ago that has 192,000 views Hassan lost his mind 5 hours ago. 376,000 views. Holy fucking shit. 622,000 views 7 hours ago. Something insane just happened a day ago. 1.2 million views. What the fuck are they doing? 947,000 views. All of these have to do with politics. He gets insane fucking viewership. Like Hassan, like doesn't like people like Hassan gets talked about so much more online. I feel like relative to the platform size that he has when you compare it to other heavy hitters like fucking Asmongold as far as the viewership that they pull for their political streams. That's it. Okay. But our girl, Tulsi, has been very, very quiet despite being part of the Trump admin. So, and this is from our boy, our special little boy, Michael Tracy, posting this in December. This was Tulsi Gabbard on October 31st of last year, 2025, claimed Trump was putting an end to Washington's endless cycle of regime change and nation building. Meanwhile, a full-scale regime change op is underway in Venezuela, and Trump has explicitly imposed U.S.-led quote-unquote nation building in Gaza.
Washington way of thinking is something we hope is in the rearview mirror and something that has held us back for too long. For decades, our foreign policy has been trapped in a counterproductive and endless cycle of regime change or nation building.
Bond to Tulsi when she was around Bernie, many such cases.
It was a
she did that to build up credibility.
Fits-all approach of toppling regimes, trying to impose our system of governance on others, intervene in conflicts that were barely understood, and walk away with more enemies than allies. The results? Trillions spent, countless lives lost, and in many cases a creation.
Oh no, my volume is out. Muted, sorry. I just read a first-time chat from Eggapostle fan 98. How did Trump have a mental capacity downturn, whatever that means? And I was saying, do you have a I would love for you to come on stream and talk to me and explain, and I can explain it to you in great detail. I haven't gotten to that portion of my stream yet, but I definitely have the receipts, and I would love to hear your reasons as to why you don't believe Donald Trump's brain is soup at this point in his noggin.
Creation of greater security threats, the rise of Islamist terrorist groups like ISIS. President Trump was elected by the American people to put an end to this. And
I'd love to hear your explanation. Well, you're just gonna have to wait for it because I'm not gonna skip ahead of my stream just to appease one chatter, but I will talk about it soon.
Day one, he has showed a very different way to conduct foreign policy.
Again, the audacity of this bitch to be saying this in October of last year. And then what's this other one? With like all of the different statements that she made opposing intervention in Venezuela over the years. Tulsi Gabbard has suddenly gone quiet about Venezuela. I wonder why. So this is Tulsi in 2019. The U.S. needs to stop using our military for regime change and stop intervening in Venezuela's military. Throughout history, U.S.-led regime change has been waged in the name of humanitarianism, but has resulted in more suffering, destruction, and lives lost. Hashtag hands off Venezuela. This was January 2019. It's not about the oil. It's about the oil again. Bolton just exposed real motive for intervention in Venezuela. We're in conversation with major American companies now. It would make a difference if we could have American companies produce the oil in Venezuela. We both have a lot at stake here. This was January in 2019 as well. The United States needs to stay out of Venezuela. Let the Venezuelan people determine their future. We don't want other countries to choose our leaders, so we have to stop trying to choose theirs. And there's just like receipt after receipt after receipt. The majority of this in 2019. It looks like all of these posts are from 2019. Neocon/neolibs and MSM and mainstream media all sing from the same song sheet. War, war, war. Trump never gets positive media coverage unless he's threatening war / carrying out military action. Today, Venezuela. Tomorrow, Iran. Cuba. Who's next? No wonder North Korea won't give up their nukes. Then Vance has been awfully fucking quiet, even though he's the primary architect of these boat strikes in the first place. Let's see. I did want to see what this Washington Post article says. Why do I have to be on stream to hear it? You don't have to be on stream. I said you just have to wait till the portion of stream where I talk about Trump's dementia. Gabbard missing in action on Venezuela operation amid tensions with Trump policy. The director of national intelligence was conspicuously absent among Trump's top national security advisors during the planning for the Maduro mission. This was reported yesterday. President Donald Trump's top national security advisors in recent days have outdone one another, publicly extolling his bold decision to launch the risky military raid that captured Venezuelan President Nicolas Maduro. But one key figure has been largely absent from public view: Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard. Gabbard, an Iraq War veteran who for years has spoken out against costly U.S. interventions abroad, waited more than 3 days before commenting publicly about Operation Absolute Resolve. Her usually busy feeds on X, where she maintains official and personal accounts, were abnormally quiet until she issued a terse statement Tuesday afternoon. She'd been missing in action from Fox News and other conservative broadcasts, where she's been a frequent guest championing Trump's priorities and excoriating his perceived enemies in a way previous intelligence chiefs avoided. She is obviously angling for a 2028 run. She knows that she can't put herself in forceful opposition to this administration that she's using to build up her credibility for said run, but she also can't have been on record as like rah-rahing this, so she has to like toe this line that's literally impossible to toe without pissing off, everybody. Straighterade Allcom Discord. Nice. You can join the Discord link is pinned in my Twitch chat. You can join there, go into the waiting room. I can drag you in, and I can show you the receipts personally if you want to skip to that part of the stream. Sure. To show you Trump is not doing well. President Trump promised the American people he would secure our borders, confront narco-terrorism, dangerous drug cartels, and drug traffickers, she wrote Tuesday on her official X account. Kudos to our servicemen and women and intelligence operators for their flawless Segway Films. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome, guys. We're going over Tulsi and Vance's silence on this marginal silence on this operation that was conducted in Venezuela illegally. Kudos to our servicemen and women and intelligence operators for their flawless execution of Trump's order to deliver on his promise through Operation Absolute Resolve. Gabbard's comments in support of the operation diverged sharply from the sentiments she expressed 7 years ago, explicitly warning against a Venezuela intervention. Her 2019 social media posts have recirculated endlessly in the past few days, often accompanied by snarky comments. The United States needs to stay out of Venezuela, let them determine their future. It's about oil. We read these. Gabbard played little role in the planning and execution. The context for her making those posts that we read. She posted a few days later in response to comments by then White House National Security Advisor John Bolton making the case for Trump admin sanctions on Venezuela's state-run oil company and pressure on Maduro to leave following tainted 2018 elections. Gabbard played little role in the planning and execution of the complex raid Friday night and on early Saturday morning into Caracas to seize Maduro and his wife, according to 3 current and former U.S. officials who spoke on the condition of anonymity to provide details on sensitive operations. The mission was carried out by elite Delta Force commandos, supported by a covert CIA team on the ground, cyber operators, and more than 150 aircraft. The core team comprised Stephen Miller, the White House Deputy Chief of Staff, and Homeland Security Advisor, Secretary of State Marco Rubio, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, and CIA Director John Ratcliffe. So these fucking psychos, these fucking ghouls were the architect of this bullshit, who worked the issue for months, discussing plans for the operation in multiple confidential meetings that sometimes included Trump, a person familiar with the planning said. That group was at Trump's Mar-a-Lago estate in Florida as the operation got underway late Friday evening. Gabbard was not present, this person said, and was not among the senior officials who briefed lawmakers Monday evening. A spokeswoman for Gabbard, responding to multiple emails requesting comment on her position on Trump's Venezuelan intervention and her role in it, pointed to her X post on Tuesday. So, nothing more, nothing less. Why did they take his wife, too? That's the real question. I don't know. Had to get his girl. President Trump has full confidence in his entire exceptional national security team, White House Communications Director Steve Chung said in a statement. Efforts by the legacy media to sow internal division are a distraction that will not work. on New Year's Day as U.S. military special operators were anxiously waiting for the weather to clear sufficiently for the mission to proceed. Gabbard posted on her personal X account pictures of herself doing yoga on a beach, apparently in her home state of Hawaii. My heart is filled with gratitude, aloha, and peace, she wrote, adding a prayer hands emoji. So fucking stupid. At Straighterade, why do you waste your time on the tiny fake details of both narratives like you were there? Oh, okay, now you definitely don't have a choice but to join that Discord or I will ban you. So I'm going to link this to you directly. What's your name? Egg Apostle fan 98. You're going to follow that link. You're going to join the waiting room. You have 5 minutes to do this, and you're going to come talk to me about what you just said. And if you don't join, I'm going to ban you. How's that? And you can tell me about other, fake details and fake narratives I'm repeating here on the stream that you came in to watch voluntarily, which you could literally be doing anything else with your time if you want to talk about who's wasting their time. It's all fake. I don't want to hear you say that in chat. I want you to follow that link, come into my waiting room, and talk to me about it face to face. I have time to waste. Awesome. Then join that fucking Discord and talk to me. It seems pretty obvious that she was not part of this Maduro mission and has not been part of the inner circle for some time, if ever, a former U.S. intelligence official said of Gabbard. She is an isolationist and Trump is some kind of weird imperialist, said the official who spoke on the condition of anonymity to discuss personal observations. Okay, she is not a fucking isolationist. She was also following him into the Israel-Iran strikes. Everything I don't believe is fake. Convenient, right? Cool ideology. It's a horrible picture of her. You can see all of her fucking, like, pock marks from her acne scars. Then I wanted to see a little bit of this. It's more evolved than that. Take it at face value as you have been doing. That's why I don't want to join Discord. You don't want to join Discord because you're a fucking pussy, like everybody else who comes into my fucking chat, screaming in my fucking chat, saying they have all these disagreements, that I'm doing stupid things, that I'm lying, that I'm whatever. Then I give them the opportunity to come talk to me about it on stream, live in front of everybody, to embarrass me for all the dumb things that I'm repeating, all the lies that I'm saying, and they never want to fucking do it. Has anyone checked on JD Vance and Tulsi Gabbard? The Trump allies who previously warned against intervention have gone conspicuously silent, by David A. Graham. You could almost detect the clenched teeth and pursed lips in Tulsi Gabbard's social media post. And we just read this where she's like, kudos to him and the brave servicemen and women. It was Gabbard's first and only comment on the raid. She has not always been so reticent about American pressure on Maduro. For many years, while serving as a Democratic member of the U.S. House, Gabbard was a leader of the clique that fiercely opposed American intervention abroad, casting it as part of a dark imperial history. The United States, again, they're like, this is the 2019 post. She was even clear on why the U.S. kept rattling its saber at Caracas. It's about the oil again, she wrote. Justin Amash, another former representative and a critic of U.S. intervention, recently rounded up Gabbard's past comments. Now Gabbard is a member of the admin and the president whom she serves. Donald Trump is saying openly that the whole thing is mostly about the oil. Energy Secretary Chris Wright said today that the U.S. would control the Venezuelan oil industry, quote-unquote, indefinitely. She's gone from critic of imperialism to agent of it, if she objects, she hasn't done so publicly. Gabbard is not alone as a non-interventionist suddenly cast into a tricky position. Steve Bannon, the president's ex-consigliere, has also opposed U.S. military actions abroad. Bannon has neither the inclination nor, with a daily online broadcast, the ability to stay as quiet as Gabbard. Over the weekend, he praised the effectiveness of the military operation, but questioned what comes next and whether Trump has a plan for it. There is literally no other illegal course of action that anybody would be praising the execution if they morally disagree with it. Would you ever praise how somebody was able to kidnap somebody if you didn't agree with somebody kidnapping somebody? No. So why do it in this fucking context? In waiting room. Perfect. We have a guest. Give me 1 second. Let me drag you on. Zodfan98, you were live talking a bunch of shit from Twitch chat. What's up?
I wasn't talking shit. I literally just joined a random IRL stream and I was just like,
I smiled for a second because you sound like Ogre Boy. You definitely don't know who this is. But
I have no
a moderator of mine. Okay.
Yeah.
So
kind of like an ogre though, and a boy, so it makes sense.
Yeah. How did Trump have a mental capacity downturn, whatever that means? Love to hear your explanation. Okay. So what makes you think that the oldest head of state is looking
good? You're the one
good?
that's in your title. What are you talking about?
I know. I said I hadn't gotten to that point of the stream.
We're skipping all your stream. It's going to be a short stream today.
What?
You said that we're going to skip forward in the stream or something.
No, I said I'm not going to skip forward in the stream just so I can get to that portion of it, unless you wanted to come on and then we could talk about it. And I can show you the receipts now of what I was going to go over.
I'm just a random guy. But yeah, I was really interested in the title. I don't know how he's losing his mind. He's an old guy. I mean, he's taking Adderall. I mean, it's kind of obvious he's losing his mind a little bit, but like, I mean, it's better than some alternatives.
What does that mean?
No, I think it's probably better than JD Vance. Who knows what weird shit JD Vance would be doing if he was in office, but I mean.
Okay, well, now you're conceding the point. You say that you like, oh yeah, he is kind of brain broken. I mean, he's pretty fucking old, so probably. So what is there to disagree about?
No, he's still making the right decisions. I mean, I think that getting the oil and like, you know, removing genocide from a region is probably a good idea.
Genocide from what region?
Venezuela.
What genocide is occurring in Venezuela, and who is the victim?
It's a slow genocide, I guess, that's been going on. From what I understand.
Then explain it. Who is the victim of this genocide that's occurring in Venezuela that no human rights report, body or independent body has reported on except you?
Why would they report anything?
Because independent human rights councils have been willing to call the Gaza genocide a genocide and document these things and other human rights abuses globally. So why wouldn't they report on the Venezuelan crimes when they already do that? So again, I ask you again, who is the victim of this genocide in Venezuela and who is the perpetrator?
The person that got kidnapped.
Who is that? Do you even know their name?
Maduro. Do I even know their name? Yeah, Maduro, whatever.
Okay, and what is his crimes? Tell me. How many people has he genocided?
So this is just like all right, well, I don't think there's really any getting through to you.
You're the one who just said there's a serious genocide that Trump is putting a stop to. I'm asking you for basic details about your assertion, and you're absolutely floundering right now. So, again, I ask, let's just really just we'll take it. We can take it like one thing at a time. Okay. So, who is perpetrating the genocide? You said it was Maduro, and who is the victim of this genocide? Venezuelans is what you said.
And Americans.
And Americans. Okay. How many Americans has Maduro genocided and killed?
Who fucking knows? I don't fucking know. I wasn't there. Neither do you.
So you have to be present in a region to be able to know information about it. You ever heard of this thing called news?
Doesn't really exist anymore. But
what doesn't exist? This genocide that never existed in the first place that you just pulled out of your ass for whatever reason to justify Trump's imperial actions?
Either way, I think it's good that we got the oil and
he has no IQ. He just wanted to talk to a woman. What do you have to say to this comment from my chat?
I lost my virginity when I was 13, so I'm good there, I think.
That was not related to what I just said, but that answered it in a way that you have no idea.
I think I do have an idea. But I joined for you to explain how Trump is losing his mind. And
and then you came in and conceded the point and said, yeah, he's pretty old.
I explained it for you. Yeah, he's like withdrawing off Adderall and he's like fried and stuff. Yeah, but when
you say I explained it for you, what you're actually saying is that you agreed with me.
What?
you came
What
in
reason?
skeptical, like, you need to prove that he's losing his mind or whatever. And then I said,
I
I'm
didn't
more than
say
happy
that.
to
I
do
was
that.
just
I invited you
wondering
on the stream
why,
to do it. And then before I could even get to what I was going to show you, you conceded the point. You're like, oh yeah, he probably is suffering from all of these different mental afflictions because he's old as fuck and he's like off Adderall or whatever.
I didn't
So
say that he was like I didn't say that he wasn't making wrong decisions or anything though.
I never said
All
that you said he was
was
making wrong decisions. I said that you conceded the point that he is in declining mental health, which is my assertion. And I agree with that.
All right, let's look at your title real quick.
What is this epic gotcha on me? Yes, in my title it says Trump's mental capacity downturn. Correct. What do you take issue with?
I just wanted to know your take on it. That's all, really. But you have to like be a patronizing fucking weirdo about it.
So
Stream,
how would you like me to speak to
which
you
is
so that you
normal.
don't get offended?
Like an actual person, but I guess you can't for some reason, which is what I expected. So it's all good.
Okay, anything else?
Guess not.
All right, see ya. That was a colossal waste of time. Talk a bunch of shit. I full-heartedly agree with the YouTube chatter who just said that person literally just went to talk to a woman. What a whining asshole. This is crazy. 1 HP voice. I mean, they come in hot. I invite them on. And then, no shit. The only basis for me talking to this person is a disagreement. And then it's like, wow, how are you going to condescend to me? Dude, you're the one who's coming in here demanding that I reorient my entire stream because you're stoned as fuck out of your mind and you randomly came across my stream and were confused and like spurging out my fucking chat. I shouldn't say that, but you know what I mean? You didn't explain why you made that your title, but okay. What is there to explain when we don't even disagree? And I said I was happy to explain. I'm not going to bother explaining it to you ahead of when I intended to if you came in and were willing to concede that, oh yeah, he's not doing well mentally, which is what I was intending to convey through my title anyway. I would also pretend to disagree with you for a chat. Can't blame me. Okay, whatever. Okay. Vance. No silence has been so conspicuous as that of Vice President J.D. Vance. One of the few beliefs that he has not been quick to jettison for political advancement is his opposition to American military interventions, which he connects to his experience serving in Iraq. This spring, in a group chat to which Trump officials accidentally invited Atlantic editor-in-chief Jeffrey Goldberg, Vance grumbled to colleagues about strikes intended to preserve navigation in the Red Sea. I just hate Europe, bailing Europe out again. This is from the Signal group chats. In recent days, though, Vance has not only been silent, but absent. He was not present Friday night when the admin set up an impromptu war room at Mar-a-Lago, and he was also not part of the press conference the next day where Trump celebrated the mission and talked about taking over the Venezuelan oil industry. Instead, the front man for this operation has been Secretary of State Marco Rubio, who was a foreign policy hawk before remaking himself as a Trumpist. As it turns out, that wasn't such a transformation after all. Rubio's ascendance is notable because Vance and Rubio are widely understood as rivals for Trump's mantle. I'll give you $100 for every person you make look really shitty compared to me. Vance sold a Vanity Fair photographer last year, and and $1,000 if it's Marco. What all of these figures understand is the importance of staying on Trump's good side. Bannon was exiled from the first Trump White House. He has since mastered the art of but the reason why he was banished was also because he got Trump to sign an executive order that gave him more power, and because Trump's a dumbass, he didn't bother to actually read it before he signed it into law, and that was the start of them really having a sullied relationship. Gabbard already saw the dangers. No. He has since mastered the art of diverging just enough from the president that he sometimes takes flack but never gets banished from the fold entirely. Gabbard already saw the dangers of getting crosswise with the president when she implicitly warned against the bombing of Iran this past summer before quickly falling back in line. One more break might get her sacked. No one has as much to lose as Vance, though. He is clearly the frontrunner to succeed Trump and is desperate to lead the MAGA movement once Trump leaves office. But yesterday's January 6th anniversary is a reminder of how viciously Trump can turn on a vice president who doesn't support him in all things. He even watched indifferently while Ahmad threatened to hang Mike Pence. Vance might not like what's going on in Venezuela, though unless he says so, no one knows. But he does like what's going on in Venezuela. Until then, his willingness to keep his mouth shut speaks loudly. For Vance, deeply held principles are fine, but staying in power is even more alluring. Don't disagree with us. See. All right. Cenk prediction. Let's see.
All right, guys.
Cenk with the millennial pause.
All right, guys. About a day, less than a day, 12 hours into the Venezuela.
This is Cenk prediction. Venezuela war is not going to end well. Streamed 4 days ago. This is 450,000 views.
War, I have a conclusion. It's not going to end well. So I have an excellent reason for thinking that, and it is mainly because it appears that we have not thought this through. So I don't know if anybody's still surprised that the people in power are not some sort of demigods that don't know how to think anything through or plan things through. So there's a giant hole in Trump's plan. It's absurd, and I'm not sure that people are talking about it enough. And I wanted to make sure that you guys knew what was coming ahead here. And I think that what's coming next is not going to be pleasant for Trump, for America, for any of us. It's all a matter of percentages, but I'm going to explain to you all in one quick second. So real quick, guys, you know we do the show live Monday through Friday, 6 to 8 o'clock every day. So it's 6 o'clock Eastern on Monday. Anna and I will break this down further, but this is a very important development I'm going to tell you about in a second. And I also want you guys to know our sponsors, Noble Mobile.
Thank you, Cenk.
Guys, so we go in, we attack, as I told you this morning in the video that I did. We bomb Caracas. It turns out we killed about 40 civilians, or 40 people overall. We'll see how many of them are civilians a little bit later, presumably. And we kidnapped Maduro, and it is definitely a kidnapping, and his wife, for good measure. Did she actually do anything, or is she just the wife? We don't know yet. So they say, oh, we're arresting him. But wait. You can't just arrest someone in a different country, even if you have an arrest warrant for them, if you don't have some sort of treaty or anything. Like, for example, if France, for whatever reason, didn't want to give us some criminal that we wanted, right? And we had legitimate charges on them in America, and please, France, we'd like them, and let's do some sort of extradition here, etc. If France said no for whatever reason, which, by the way, happens all the time with different countries, we have no right to go and bomb Paris, grab the guy, and take him out, let alone if he's the leader of that country, right? So what we did was highly illegal. And I know that these days we're high on our own supply, and you see Russia and Israel just violating every international law, and it doesn't matter at all. They just go in and take other people's land and kill them.
Let me guess. Cenk is about to get sappy about, like, we as Americans don't believe in this. We're better than this. Is like Cenk is like patriotic in that way.
I mean, so we're devolving towards chaos and anarchy, but our own allies are pushing in that direction in terms of at least Israel is. And we are too. And so we're like, okay, you know, Venezuela will kill the
Why are multiple people saying it's muted? Is it muted to you guys?
Drug boats, little drug boats. Some are fishermen, some are drug boats, but who cares? Let's just kill them. Some are Venezuelans, some are not. Who cares? Let's kill them. And so then we started bombing within Venezuela, which is just nuts. That's just an act of war, period. Then we started just stealing their oil tankers. That's an act of war. And obviously bombing their capital and kidnapping their president and his wife under, you know, even if the charges were super legitimate, it doesn't matter. It's still wildly illegal. And if you say, oh, America shouldn't follow the laws, or there should be no law at all, there should be no international laws, no rule of law, no law and order, let's just have chaos and anarchy. Okay, you can have that position, but that's a crazy position. One of the things that's going to happen because of that is China's going to go, oh, we're just taking countries now? Okay, I'll just take Taiwan. And then the next country is going to go, hey, there's a smaller country next to me. I'll take that and I'll take that. This is insanity. We should be the ones trying to prevent that, and we should be the voice of reason. I know. Wishful thinking. But, you know, look, I'm the wishful thinking guy. I'm the optimist guy. I'm the guy who's patriotic in a super corny way. I love this country.
Yep. Can't hide who you are.
I believe in it. I believe in the ideas of freedom.
Well, we're just joking. Why is YouTube chatting a conspiracy to make me think that my shit is muted? Fuck you guys.
And equality before the law and all those things. And I believe in us being the shining city on a hill. And this ain't it. This is not how you get there. This is the opposite. of how you get there. And more importantly, as I'm about to tell you and why I'm doing the video, is it's also how you get yourself in a lot of trouble. Real quick, David Milley, thank you for writing in on Super Chat. And he says, I don't care about Maduro, and I don't care that he's a thug. Like, he's a bad guy. Okay, yeah, so what? I don't want to be bogged down in another quagmire. Endless war is one of the conditions of a state in decline. 100%. So they're trotting out the same things. Oh, Maduro's a bad guy. Are you on the bad guy side? Hey, I'm too old for this crap, man.
What are your thoughts on Ashley Babbitt? Baker Mayfield, GOAT 76. You already know my thoughts on Ashley Babbitt because we talked about it.
This in the Iraq war. So they pulled this on us 1,000 times and much more impressively back.
Of course, Zaviria, what is there to answer?
Then. Oh, you're saying we shouldn't go to war in Iraq. You sound like you're a traitor who doesn't support the troops. You sound like you're pro Saddam Hussein. I've lived through all of those propaganda tricks 1,000,000 times over. I don't care how bad a guy Maduro is. Can we govern Venezuela? Should we illegally invade other countries? Is that going to have consequences for us and others? Of course it's going to have consequences. And no, of course we shouldn't do any of those things. So all the people who are excited thinking like, oh, this is a precision strike. G.I. Joe went in and we played with these dolls and our dolls won. No, guys, that's not the issue. Our guys militarily are awesome. And can they do a precision strike better than almost anyone else? Yeah, absolutely. Not almost. I don't. Maybe Israel can do it as well, but I don't know. Maybe the Russians. I doubt it. No, we're the best in the world at that. That was never in question. That's the thing, that the shiny object they throw in your direction in the beginning. They go, look at how successful the beginning of the war is. We were able to do a military strike that overwhelmed the Venezuelans. Ooh, were we? Can we overwhelm Paraguay next? Well, of course we can. How about Bhutan? Can we overwhelm them with a precision military strike?
Okay. This is boring. And I expected him to have some sort of like maybe, tacit defense of something, or insist that like the Maga base is actually like really, really upset with this or something like that. But no. Okay. Let's see. Now, top it all off. Fucking, what is it? Okay, so this is actually, if we're talking about like, obviously I do think that this is just a flagrant act of imperialism, but can't go like unnoticed that it also happens to coincide with the Wall Street Journal dropping what is a pretty damning picture of Donald Trump's health or lack thereof. And it's gone under the radar because of all everything going on between the ICE murder, between the Venezuela shit. This is from the Wall Street Journal, who Trump is currently suing. As signs of aging emerge, Trump responds with defiance. In an interview, the president says he has issued some advice from his doctors and regrets getting advanced imaging. So this was published on January 1st of this year. President Trump is taking more aspirin than his doctors recommended. He briefly tried wearing compression socks for his swelling ankles, but stopped because he didn't like them. And he regrets undergoing advanced imaging because it generated scrutiny of his health. In retrospect, it's too bad I took it because it gave them a little ammunition, Trump said in an interview with the Wall Street Journal on his decision to get a cardiovascular and abdominal scan in October. I would have been a lot better off if they didn't, because the fact that I took it said, oh, gee, is something wrong? Well, nothing's wrong. And keep in mind, he's referring to this MRI that he had back in 2025, which he literally did not know why he had the MRI. But let's just say when a doctor orders a fucking MRI for you, that is not because they're just, let's just generate these images for the hell of it. Let's just, we really need something new to put up on the fucking fridge. That is not why anybody gets an MRI. It doesn't matter how good your insurance is. It's an expensive test, and they do it when they're looking for something, and they already know what they're looking for. Trump on MRI. I have no idea what they analyzed. President Trump on Friday said he had no idea what was analyzed when he underwent an MRI during his physical exam last month, potentially raising more questions about some secrecy surrounding the president's health. I have no idea what they analyzed, Trump told reporters on Air Force One while en route to his Mar-a-Lago resort. But whatever they analyzed it well, and they said I had as good a result as they've ever seen. The president added that the MRI was part of his semi-annual physical and very standard for like an 80-something-year-old. Following Trump's October visit to Walter Reed Military Medical Center, a note from his physician pronounced him in excellent health overall. The president later disclosed off the cuff that he underwent an MRI scan, prompting questions about the reason, because such a test is not typically part of a routine physical, but few details have been shared since. And this was reported by The Hill November 14th of last year. So he's like, oh, I shouldn't have gotten it because, it gave them ammunition. well, nothing's wrong. Trump, 79, the oldest man to assume the presidency, is showing signs of aging in public and private, according to people close to him. Oh my God. You do not need to be close to this fucking man to know that he is fucking aging and in obvious cognitive and physical decline. He can't stay awake at these fucking press conferences. Yet he has at times eschewed the advice of his doctors and scoffed at medical community's widely accepted health recommendations, relying instead on what he calls his good genetics. Trump and his doctors say he's in excellent health, and aides say he maintains a vigorous schedule. Trump gets little sleep and has recently struggled to keep his eyes open during several televised events in the West Wing. Aides, donors, and friends say they often have to speak loudly in meetings with the president because he strains to hear. Aside from golf, Trump doesn't get regular exercise, and he is known to consume a diet heavy on salty and fatty foods such as hamburgers and French fries. The large dose of aspirin he chose to take daily has caused him to bruise easily, he said, and he's been encouraged by his doctors to take a lower dose. But Trump has declined to switch because he's been taking it for 25 years. This guy's like a fucking teetotaler, but for whatever reason is like taking aspirin regularly. I'm a little superstitious, he said in an interview. I'm fucking asleep. They say aspirin is good for thinning out the blood, and I don't want thick blood pouring through my heart, Trump said. I want nice, thin blood pouring through my heart. Does that make sense? No, Mr. President, it does not make fucking sense. Trump denied that he struggles to hear. He also denied falling asleep, even though, again, people like around him have to fucking shout. Otherwise, he doesn't know what the fuck they're saying. He also denied falling asleep at a recent White House event, saying that he has always gotten by on little sleep. The president has sometimes described his medical care inaccurately. He has for weeks said that he underwent an MRI at Walter Reed National Military Medical Center in October. When asked about that procedure by the Journal, Trump and his doctor said he got a different form of imaging, a CT scan. A CT scan is a faster and more common way to capture detailed images of the body. The MRI is a slower test that is superior for soft tissues. It wasn't an MRI, Trump told the Journal. It was less than that. It was a scan. So just straight up lying and reversing his position for whatever fucking reason. I guess after seeing like the backlash that he got, that for, I don't know why he wouldn't anticipate that, because again, you don't just get an MRI for the hell of it. You get it when they're looking for something, usually it's to see if you meet like a diagnostic criteria or they suspect that you have some sort of problem. For people that hate Trump, you sure talk about him a lot. LOL. Epic own Baker Mayfield Goat 76. You say you hate Trump, but yeah, you talked about him a lot. Did you ever consider the fact that he's the fucking president of the free world? No fucking shit, I talk about him. Got him. Navy Captain Sean Barbella, Trump's doctor, confirmed in a statement to the Journal that Trump had received a CT scan. Barbella said Trump's doctors initially told him they would perform either an MRI or a CT scan, and they ultimately decided to do the latter. He said the CT scan was done to, quote, definitively rule out any cardiovascular issues and revealed no abnormalities. The White House declined to make Barbella available for an interview. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said the White House has often referred to the procedure as, quote, advanced imaging, and didn't address why the president hasn't corrected the record sooner. Delicate skin. The president has sought to conceal ailments that have led to speculation about his health, covering bruising on his hand with makeup. In his first term, he played down the severity of his COVID-19 symptoms and declined to disclose that he got a colonoscopy. Even though every man like his age should be getting one like every few years, if not annually, no? The other thing is like, dude, like, yeah, he downplayed those COVID-19 symptoms, but that video of him at the White House after he, like, you know, recovered from COVID, like, struggling to breathe, that is, like, burned into my fucking brain. I'm never gonna forget that. He was, like, clearly huffing and puffing and struggling to, like, you know, catch his breath. His physical signs of aging are becoming more evident to some of his closest advisors. His skin is so delicate that Pam Bondi, now his attorney general, caused his hand to bleed when she nicked him with her ring while giving him a high five at the RNC in Milwaukee. The president has often accused his predecessor, President Joe Biden, who is 5 months younger than Trump was when he took office, of hiding the extent of his health issues. Biden decided not to seek re-election following a damaging debate in which he stumbled over words and appears to lose his train of thought. Biden reinforced doubts about his fitness by avoiding unscripted exchanges and relying heavily on a few trusted aides who stage managed his schedule. Trump has been almost omnipresent in his second term, fielding questions from journalists sometimes several times a day, delivering impromptu remarks, and regularly hosting dinners at the White House. Trump veers from topic to topic in his lengthy public statements and sometimes makes factual errors. You have to remember this is the Wall Street Journal after all. Yeah, so he's been known to make a factual error here or two. He was doing that before his brain was fucking cooked from dementia. Barbella said in a statement to the Journal that Trump is, quote, in exceptional health and perfectly suited to execute his duties as commander-in-chief. Can I please talk to the people that are willing to go on record saying that this man has, like, Tom Brady levels of fucking health? The White House provided the Journal with a summary of a Mayo Clinic AI-assisted analysis of Trump's electrocardiogram, or EKG, I think, that estimated the president's cardiac age to be that of a 65-year-old. As a clinician, you look for clues in people, even if they're not your patient. He is just on it with some fairly complex topics. Mehmet Oz, a physician who serves as administrator of the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, said in an interview with the Journal, Oz hasn't provided medical care to Trump, so this is literally just like speculation. I can't even think of a single time where he said something where I don't think he understands the issue here, said Oz, who has frequently attended events with Trump. He may want you to do something that is, you know, is arguable whether it's the right path to go, but it's a very rational approach to it. This literally is like a nothing statement from this fucking doctor. An impromptu interview. In an impromptu phone interview that came after the Journal shared details about its reporting with the White House, the president expressed irritation about the public debate over his health. He has grown upset with his White House staff for not promoting him as more vigorous. Let's talk about health again for the 25th time. He said at the start of the interview, my health is perfect. Yeah, definitely not mad. Trump has said he often begins his day early at an office at the White House residence before coming downstairs around 10 a.m. and working in the Oval Office. Dude, okay, what do you want to bet that this guy is getting himself upright, going to this office and falling asleep in it until fucking 10 a.m. and then starting his day? The White House provided a private calendar for the first 19 days. He comes out at 10 a.m. He works in the Oval Office until 7 or 8 p.m. The White House provided a private calendar for the first 19 days in December, which included hundreds of meetings and phone calls with staff, CEOs, lawmakers, and cabinet secretaries. He said he asked the staff to modify his schedule so that he can have fewer, more important meetings that he can devote more attention to. A change he doesn't attribute to age, but using his time more efficiently, right? Admin officials said they hadn't yet pared down his meeting schedule. Trump's staff encouraged him to slow his pace. Not only his staff, but also Alex Jones, who a few months ago made a plea to Donald Trump to slow the fuck down. This was after Putin came to the United States. And he was like, he can't pull all-nighters. He needs to delegate. Sir, you're gonna fucking die. They urged him to spend roughly 2 weeks in South Florida around Christmas and New Year's Eve, according to aides, a recommendation he acted on. Trump's staff has also counseled him to try to keep his eyes open during public events, fearing the optics of his appearing to fall asleep, a person familiar with the matter said. Cameras caught him appearing to doze in December at a cabinet meeting and during a November announcement about reducing the cost of weight loss medication. In mid-July, Trump went to see his doctors at Walter Reed, owing to what his physician described as mild swelling in his lower legs. Ultrasounds of his veins showed that the president has chronic venous insufficiency, according to a memo. It is a common condition among older people in which one-way valves inside the veins don't work properly, which makes it harder for blood to travel up the legs to the heart. In the statement to the Journal, Barbella said the president's condition is superficial chronic venous insufficiency, which involves the smaller veins in the body, and doctors say is treatable. To help treat it, the president briefly wore compression socks, but the socks didn't stay on too long. I didn't like them, Trump said during an interview. So, and he probably didn't like them, but I bet what's the real reason for him not wearing them and not complying, which is it any shock that Trump is non-compliant with his fucking health regimens and treatments, is literally because he didn't like how it looked, he didn't like how they felt, and he didn't like the media coverage that was surrounding them. Trump and his aides said the swelling in his legs has improved. The president said he's getting up from his desk and walking around a bit more, another common way to improve lower leg swelling. Okay, but he should be wearing compression socks all the fucking time because he fucking flies so much. Exercise is boring, but he isn't interested in exercise other than golf. I just don't like it. It's boring. Okay, relatable. Trump said, to walk on a treadmill or run on a treadmill for hours and hours like some people do, that's not for me. Trump takes rosuvastatin and ezetimibe, I don't know how to say this, to control his cholesterol, and uses mometasone cream to treat a skin condition, his doctor reported in April. Barbella, Trump's physician, said the president uses aspirin for cardiac prevention. Yeah, but you don't need to take that much. He said Trump takes 325 milligrams of aspirin a day. A low dose of aspirin is most commonly 81 milligrams, according to the Mayo Clinic. They'd rather have me take the smaller one, Trump said. I'd take the larger one, but I've done it for years, and what it does do is it causes bruising. Of the incident in which Bondi caused his hand to bleed, Trump said, "The ring hit the back of my hand, and yes, there was a slight little cut," Trump said. The cut alarmed some who witnessed the exchange, according to a person with knowledge of the episode. It is one of several instances in which his hand has been cut, aides said. Trump said he applies makeup to his hands after he gets whacked again by someone. He added, "I have makeup that's, easy to put on. Takes about 10 seconds. Yeah, we all know, dude. It looks fucking terrible. Hold on. If I put Trump hands makeup. Yeah, it takes 10 seconds. Who would have thought that he put this on in 10 seconds? Like, they don't even put powder or anything like that. It's, like, clearly still wet on his hands. The president has difficulty sleeping well at night. This is really common for older people. Because I think the reason why is because as you get older, your body, the reason why it's easy for you to wake up and why you sleep so much is because it becomes increasingly difficult for you to even enter into REM sleep or rapid eye movement sleep, which is the deepest sleep that we experience throughout the night in our sleep cycles. And without that, you have low quality sleep that just leads you to be really, really tired throughout the day because the sleep that you're getting is very, very light. You're waking up frequently and you're never really like truly falling asleep like you're supposed to. And by his own account is often texting and calling aides at 2 a.m. or later. Several allies describe getting text messages from him after he catches up on their Fox News appearances in the wee hours of the morning. "I've never been a big sleeper," Trump said. "Sleeping is a particular issue," until now at these press conferences. "Sleeping is a particular issue above Air Force One, where Trump keeps his advisors awake, according to aides. Top staff take turns sitting with him on long trips." Oh my god. Oh my god. Why are you doing this, dude? Again, don't you just love reading that the commander-in-chief, the leader of the free world, Donald J. Trump, needs to have aides that take turns sitting with him on long trips? Rotating so that others can sleep while one person remains by his side, according to White House officials. He literally belongs in a nursing home, and yet he's in charge of the fucking country. The president is known to poke fun at aides for falling asleep. Trump said he didn't fall asleep during recent events at the White House. "I'll just close. It's very relaxing to me," he said in describing shutting his eyes. Like literally, like, I'm resting. I'm listening. I'm just resting my eyes. "Sometimes they'll take a picture of me blinking, and they'll catch me with the blink." Oz was at the Oval Office presentation in November and said he believed Trump became bored. Susie Wiles, the White House chief of staff, and others have urged cabinet members to shorten their presentations, according to admin officials. When asked about this hearing, Trump grew sarcastic. "I can't hear you. I can't hear you. I can't hear a word you're saying," he said mockingly. The president said he only sometimes struggles to hear when there's a lot of people talking. At times, the president has had trouble hearing questions from reporters that others heard. During a dinner in September with heads of major technology companies, Trump took questions from the press and motioned with his hand for a reporter to speak up. The journalist asked if Trump planned to speak soon with Russian President Vladimir Putin. What? Trump said, then he leaned toward his wife, Melania, who repeated the question to him. Her comments captured on his microphone. Levitt said such incidents are rare. Barbella described the president's hearing as normal and said in a statement to the Journal that Trump doesn't require a hearing aid. Awesome to hear. Oh my god, that person who was chatting, who came on stream, just put, "I'm awesome and rich, LOL," in chat. Two things that you definitely are. And that's why you have to say them, because you're those things, right? Oh, look, the fucking Filet-O-Fish meal. I remember Pisco and I covered this on an episode of Just Press Play. It was reported years ago in somebody's book or like memoir, like their experience with Trump, that like this is Trump's like standard order anytime he goes to McDonald's. At Straighterade, my family is the richest family in my state. I'm just telling that guy reality, but okay. Yeah, the richest, yeah, okay. What the fuck do I even say to this lie that you just made that up? Prove it. Yeah, exactly. Post the receipts. The richest guy in the state of wherever, because you didn't say what state, is randomly skipping around on Twitch and hanging out in my stream chat and in Discord because they have nothing better to do. Rich person. What is it? In a podcast interview in October, RNC chairman Joe Gruters described being shocked by Trump's eating habits when they traveled together during the campaign. While flying out to a campaign event, according to Reuters, Trump consumed French fries, a McDonald's quarter-pounder hamburger, and a Big Mac and a filet of fish. Trump said he had plenty of energy, which he credited to his parents, who he said were energetic until their old age. Genetics are very important, and I have good genetics. I mean, lifestyle is a big thing, too, though. But, like, hold on. Trump McDonald's order Business Insider, I think, reported on it. Yeah, what Trump eats at McDonald's. I have to go to remove paywall for this. But this was reported, like, in 2017. That he has this order. Trump's McDonald order packs a whopping 2,500 calories. Here's what he gets. And this was reported, December 4th, 2017. President Donald Trump has a giant appetite for McDonald's. One of Trump's favorite dinner orders at McDonald's packs nearly 2,500 calories, more than a day's worth of food for a man his age, according to a new book by two of his former campaign aides, Corey Lewandowski and David Bossie. Trump's order at McDonald's consists of 2 Big Macs, 2 Filet-O-Fish, and a chocolate malted, the book says, according to the Washington Post. A Big Mac has 3 pieces of bread, 2 meat patties, cheese, and special sauce. Each burger has 540 calories and 28 grams of fat. The Filet-O-Fish sandwich, which features fried fish, fillets, cheese, and tartar sauce, adds another 820 calories and 40 grams of fat. McDonald's does not have a malted shake, so Trump's order is most likely a chocolate shake, which has 530 calories and 15 grams of fat. Trump is also a fan of McDonald's breakfast. Reportedly, he had Keith Schiller, his bodyguard and confidant, go to McDonald's in the morning during his campaign to grab him Egg McMuffins. Hold on. All right, I'm banning you for spamming, dude. Where's the fucking... Hold on. This was Trump recently, like, insisting I have perfect health. Yeah, Trump lauds his perfect health after report reveals hearing difficulties, skin and vein conditions. Trump insisted he was in good health after a report in the Wall Street Journal about his string of conditions. Let's see.
Also, despite the fact that we have a fool at the Federal Reserve. I mean, Biden reappointed him, and it's too bad. You would have thought he wouldn't have done that. But he's an absolute fool who's building a new Federal Reserve, or he's doing a renovation of a building. Maybe he's up to $4.1 billion to do a renovation of a few very small buildings.
And then this is like... Not even getting into the fact that the New York Times painted a much more damning portrait in their expose on this. Shorter days, signs of fatigue. Trump faces realities of aging in office. President Trump has always used his stamina and energy as a political strength, but that image is getting harder for him to sustain. This was reported November 25th of last year. The day before Halloween, President Trump landed at Joint Base Andrews after spending nearly a week in Japan and South Korea. He was then whisked to the White House, where he passed out candy to trick-or-treaters. Allies crowded over the president's stamina. This man has been nonstop for days, one wrote online. A week later, Mr. Trump appeared to doze off during an event in the Oval Office. With headline-grabbing posts on social media, combative interactions with reporters, and which, again, is totally a fucking dementia symptom. Him just screaming, saying, quiet piggy, getting really agitated and frustrated very quickly. Who does that remind you of in your fucking family? The young people or the old people? With reporters and speeches full of partisan red meat, Mr. Trump can project round-the-clock energy, virility, and physical stamina. Now, at the end of his 8th decade, Mr. Trump and the people around him still talk about him as if he is the Energizer Bunny of presidential politics. The reality is much more complicated. Mr. Trump, 79, is the oldest person to be elected to the presidency, and he is aging. To preempt any criticism about his age, he often compares himself to President Joseph R. Biden, Jr., who at 82 was the oldest person to hold the office and whose aides took measures to shield his growing frailty from the public, including by tightly managing his appearances. Mr. Trump has hung a photo of an auto pen in his face where Mr. Biden's portrait would otherwise be and disparages his predecessor's physicality often. He sleeps all the time, during the day, during the night, on the beach. Mr. Trump said about Biden last week, "I'm not a sleeper." Mr. Trump remains almost omnipresent in American life. He appears before the news media and takes questions far more often than Biden did. Foreign leaders, chief executives, donors, and others have regular access to Mr. Trump and see him in action. Still nearly a year into his term, Americans see Mr. Trump less than they used to, according to a New York Times analysis of his schedule. Mr. Trump has fewer public events on his schedule and is traveling domestically much less than he did by this point during his first year in office in 2017, although he is taking more foreign trips. He also keeps a shorter public schedule than he used to. Most of his public appearances fall between noon and 5 p.m. on average, and when he's in public occasionally, his battery shows signs of wear. During an Oval Office event that began around noon on November 6th, Mr. Trump sat behind his desk for about 20 minutes as executives standing around him talked about weight loss drugs. At one point, Mr. Trump's eyelids drooped until his eyes were almost closed, and he appeared to doze on and off for several seconds. At another point, he just opened his eyes and looked toward a line of journalists watching him. He stood up only after a guest who was standing near him fainted and collapsed. This is him looking sleepy. Like, he was definitely falling asleep. This is not him just, like, blinking. Mr. Trump has prompted additional questions about his health by sharing news about medical procedures he's had, but not details about them. He looks like a frog. Don't do frogs dirty like that, okay? It's cruel to frogs. Mr. Trump has prompted additional questions about his health by sharing news about medical procedures he's had, but not details about them. While in Asia, Mr. Trump revealed that he's undergone magnetic resonance imaging, which the Wall Street Journal article now contradicts because he says no, it's just a CT. He's had, but not details about them. At Walter Reed National Military Medical Center in early October. I gave you the full results, Mr. Trump told reporters, mischaracterizing the summary that was released by his physician, which did not say that Mr. Trump had an MRI scan and contained few other details. I have no idea what they analyzed, Mr. Trump told reporters aboard Air Force One recently after he was asked again about his MRI. But whatever they analyzed it well, and they said I had a good result as they've ever seen. Mr. Trump also applies makeup to a bruise on the back of his right hand, adding speculation about a medical condition that his physician and aides say is caused by taking aspirin and shaking so many hands. And now the Wall Street Journal is corroborating this. In September, the bruising on his hand coupled with swollen ankles caused observers on the internet to speculate wildly about his health. In response to a list of questions about Mr. Trump's health, including about the results of his MRI and whether or not he was falling asleep in the Oval Office, Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary, praised the president's energy and pointed to Mr. Biden. I know you asked about, this current head of state, but why don't we talk about Joe Biden? Unlike the Biden White House, who covered up Joe Biden's cognitive decline and hid him from the press, we wheel out Donald Trump to fall asleep in front of the press. President Trump and his entire team have been open and transparent about the president's health, which remains exceptional, Ms. Leavitt said in a statement. After this article published, Mr. Trump called it a hit piece in a post on social media. There will be a day when I run low on energy. It happens to everyone, Mr. Trump wrote, but with a perfect physical exam and a comprehensive cognitive test that was aced just recently, it certainly is not now. Later starts fewer events. For years, concerns and questions about Mr. Trump's health have often been met with obfuscation or minimal explanation from the people around him. Mr. Trump's physicians have not taken questions from reporters in years, including when he was seriously ill with COVID in 2020. There were no medical briefings held after an assassination attempt against him in Butler, Pennsylvania last summer. Many of the facts that concern critics about Mr. Trump's physical health during his first term are present now. He does not get regular exercise, in part because he has a long-held theory that people are born with a finite amount of energy and that vigorous activity can deplete that reserve like a battery. For anybody who's seen The Apprentice, the movie with Sebastian Stan where he played him, they touched on this towards the end of the fucking movie. No one cares that he's old specifically. It said he has dementia, which is bad enough on its own, but his appointees clearly take advantage of him. Yeah, they fucking love it. They're getting everything on their fucking Christmas list because he is a doddering old man that is easy to manipulate and lead around. He enjoys red meat and is known to eat McDonald's by the sackful. According to his physician, however, he has lost weight. In 2020, Trump tipped the scales at 244 pounds, a weight formerly deemed obese for a 6'3" frame. This year, Mr. Trump's physician, Dr. Sean P. Barbella, said in a summary of the president's health that he weighed 224 pounds. And again, when you lose 20 pounds at this age, that is usually not the result of just a really, really great exercise regimen. If you're becoming more gaunt, that's because that's like a sign of aging as well, weight loss. Mr. Trump frequently muses about the effectiveness of weight loss drugs like Ozempic. He refers to them as the fat drug and talks about people he knows who have taken the medication, but his physician has not said if he takes one of the drugs himself. I feel like if he took Ozempic, it would be a lot more obvious and he would have lost a lot more weight by this point. President Trump exhibits excellent cognitive and physical health and is fully fit to execute the duties of the commander-in-chief and head of state. Where's that, like, where's the fucking meme? Like, this image is, like, coming to mind as this physician is saying that. Excellent cognitive and physical health. He's fully fit. Still in his second term, Mr. Trump's schedule shows some significant changes. According to a Times analysis of the official presidential schedules in a database maintained by Roll Call, Mr. Trump's first official event starts later in the day. In 2017, the first year of his term, Mr. Trump's scheduled events start at 10:31 a.m. on average. By contrast, Mr. Trump in his second term has started scheduled events in the afternoon on average at 12:08 p.m. Literally not getting the day started till it's like halfway over. Like the workday is halfway fucking over by that point if you're barely starting it at like noon. His events end on average at around the same time as they did during the first year of the first term, shortly after 5 p.m. The number of Mr. Trump's total official appearances has decreased by 39%. In 2017, Mr. Trump held 1,688 official events between January 20th and November 25th of that year. For that same time period this year, Mr. Trump has appeared in 1,029 official events. Mr. Trump still regularly comes down to the Oval Office after 11 a.m., according to a person familiar with his schedule. This routine is a holdover from his first term. After he complained about being overscheduled in the mornings, Mr. Trump kept so-called executive time hours in the White House residence before he headed downstairs for work. Mr. Trump has kept up frequent international travel, often with tight turnarounds, including a one-day trip to Israel and Egypt in October. Mr. Trump has logged more international travel than he did in that first year of the first term. He took 4 international trips that year and has taken 8 so far this year. Well, you would be motivated to do that shit too if your net worth went from 1 billion to 4 in just 1 year, right? Mr. Trump holds frequent Oval Office events, posts regularly on social media, and is often at his golf clubs on the weekend, though most of what he does there is shielded from the public. And it says makeup seen in recent months on the back of Mr. Trump's right hand, which officials say is to cover bruising caused by handshaking. Like, I don't even know why they don't bother to spend a little bit more time on this. It looks so bad, and it definitely doesn't have to look this bad. Like, they have the most yellow foundation on him when this man is, like, the reddest, pinkest man alive. Mr. Trump has long rambled in his speeches. During his 2024 campaign and in his second term, the meandering has often been noticeable. He can veer off script and share stories that are sometimes riddled with untruths, such as his false claim that his uncle, John Trump, has taught the domestic terrorist Ted Kaczynski at MIT. I said, what kind of student was he, Uncle John, Dr. John Trump? He said, what kind of a student? And then he goes, seriously good. He'd said he'd go around correcting everybody. Mr. Trump said during a speech in Pennsylvania in July. But it didn't work out too well. This is like literally like when Reagan thought he liberated Dachau because he saw it in a fucking movie. But it didn't work out too well for him. Didn't work out too well, but it's interesting in life. I will say this, that we have the greatest brains, we have the greatest power, and we are going to have more electric. Presidents in general try to paint the best picture possible of their health. Matthew Dallek, a political historian at George Washington University, said that Mr. Trump was following examples set by his predecessors, including his most recent one. The people around him are similar to Biden's aides, Mr. Dallek said. They would talk as if we're living in a little bit of a fantasy world. Trump, in that way, with the help of his aides and his doctors, have created this fiction about his health to hide the hard, cold truth that he is 79 and one of the oldest people to ever occupy the Oval Office. I mean, like, it's not hidden. It's just that he doesn't have, there's like not the same conversation surrounding his mental decline and his physical decline as there obviously was for Biden, which was totally warranted, but it's obviously warranted in Trump's case as well. I felt like, you know, both sides are willing to call, like, well, you know, later. But both sides at this point, there's like bipartisan consensus that, like, you know, but Biden was way too old to be in office. You don't see that with Trump. Like, the GOP, Fox News, the right, like, completely denies that Trump is anything but like a fucking horse of a man. No rulebook for health reports. Like any other medical patient and any other president, Mr. Trump chooses to reveal the public about his health. What Mr. Trump chooses to reveal to the public about his health is up to him. With no official template for releasing health information, physicians sometimes rely on summaries of medical tests without going into detail. A physician for Mr. Biden who faced persistent questions about his health wrote last year that he had taken an extremely detailed neurological exam, but did not say whether the examination contained common tests for assessing cognitive decline or detecting signs of dementia that are often recommended for older adults. Trump is a horse of a man. I'm quoting other people. President Trump's physician has released two detailed reports following both of his physical exams as part of his ongoing health maintenance plan. And anyone who watches President Trump in his daily public events can clearly see he's in impressive physical and mental shape. Dude, he's been like old and fat since 2016. Anybody who has fucking eyes can see that it's literally the opposite. With an unrelenting work ethic, this is the laziest motherfucker alive. He takes more time off than any other president, at least in modern history, if not ever, and golfs all the fucking time and is constantly going to Mar-a-Lago. He clearly wishes Mar-a-Lago was his home base instead of fucking the White House. Ms. Leavitt said in a statement, Dr. Jeffrey Coleman, who served as a White House physician from 2000 to 2013 and wrote a book about presidential health care, said that Mr. Trump's schedule contrasts with those held by George W. Bush, who was 54 when he took office, and Barack Obama, who was 47. Both built exercise into their daily schedules. Mr. Bush was in the Oval Office by 6:45 a.m. every day, Dr. Coleman said, and Mr. Obama would try to arrive by 10 a.m. Those days often went later until 7 p.m. or so, when he would meet with his family for dinner. They show him as effective, Dr. Coleman said of Mr. Trump's aides, but every time he's in the Oval Office, he's sedentary. I mean, no shit. Look at him. Dr. Coleman added that it is commendable that at his age, Trump still boards Air Force One using a long flight of stairs, but you don't know what he does as soon as he walks in the door. I mean, there's been multiple videos. I'm not going to be able to recall them or like find them, but I need to compile them for my stream docs just so I can have them, of Trump going into the Oval Office, going into different rooms in the White House and looking completely lost, or, you know, reports. I swear there have been testimony from aides saying that he doesn't know, he like has looked confused when he's like walked into Air Force One. Or Melania Trump, who, I mean, she swats this motherfucker's hand away constantly, doesn't want any physical affection or touch. She's clearly disgusted and repulsed by him like the rest of us are, but lately has been like clinging to his side while he's like gone up and down Air Force One stairs. I think he understands optics better than any president. The average American sees him speaking more than any other president. Assume he works more. Yep. I mean, it's like it's theater. You were telling me that a man who eats McDonald's every day isn't healthy? Shocking stuff, I know. With his approval rating falling among voters and more Americans reporting dissatisfaction with the economy, Mr. Trump's allies have urged him to direct his focus back to domestic affairs. Clearly, he did not listen. The president's aides say they expect him to do more travel through the United States ahead of the midterm. I mean, he's like clearly just trying to get his money up. That's why he's doing all this. But Mr. Trump is also considering a trip to Davos, Switzerland, to attend a conference alongside global leaders and corporate titans in the winter. There is one thing Mr. Trump is doing more of in his second term, talking about the afterlife. He has brought up heaven and the question of whether he would get in half a dozen times since taking office for the second time. There has to be some kind of report card up there someplace, Mr. Trump said during an interview with Fox News in August, adding, it's a sort of beautiful thing. Didn't remember him getting this existential. While he was ruminating, his trademark competitiveness kicked in and he turned back to Mr. Biden. Look, religion was the backbone of our country. It's much less so now, but it's getting much stronger under me, Mr. Trump said. It was terrible under Biden. I was so amazed. You know, I won the evangelicals by like 88%. And this ending with this photo of him where he's either had some cosmetic work done, a stroke, or Bell's palsy. There's no other way to fucking explain why his jaw looks like slack like that. So we get JD Vance. Unfortunately, it looks like it's heading in that direction. Would you like JD Vance or Marco Rubio? Riverboat Jack rating me with 95 viewers just as I was about to head offline. How you guys? Looking at this article that I meant to cover a while ago from the New York Times talking about Trump's aging. What cosmetic work does it? I don't know. Botched one? Like botched fucking facelift or something, right? The Nussy. You guys should all follow Riverboat Jack. Gonna be shouting them out. Thank you so much for the raid. But let's see. Where's the thing that I want to find though is like, okay, the Truth Social post in the Vanity. It was like linked in this Vanity Fair article, I believe. We're like in response to that. I mean, he does the stunning PR move of loudly saying, ignore this fucking New York Times report. So this, in response to the article we just read, this is what he put on Truth Social. There has never been a president that has worked as hard as me. My hours are the longest and my results are among the best. I've stopped 8 wars, saving many millions of lives in the process, created the greatest economy in the history of our country, brought business back to the United States at levels never seen before. We built our military, created the largest tax cuts and regulation cuts ever, closed our open and very dangerous southern border when previous admins were unable to do so, and created an aura around the United States of America that is literally saying I'm aura farming, that has led every country in the world to respect us more than ever before. In addition to all of that, I go out of my way to do long, thorough, and very boring medical examinations at the great Walter Reed National Military Medical Center, seen and supervised by top doctors, all of whom have given me perfect marks. Some have even said they have never seen such strong results, both of those words capitalized. I do these tests because I owe it to our country. In addition to the medical, I have done something that no other president has done on 3 separate occasions, the last one being recently, by taking what is known as a cognitive examination, something which few people would be able to do very well, including those working at the New York Times, and I aced all 3 of them in front of a large number of doctors and experts, most of whom I do not know. I have been told that few people have been able to ace this exam, and in fact most do very poorly, which is why many other presidents have decided not to take it at all. This is probably one of those fucking, like, can you identify this as a fucking giraffe? Can you name 3 colors? And most do poorly, which is why they don't take it at all. Despite all of this, the time and work involved, the New York Times and some others like to pretend that I'm slowing up and maybe not as sharp as I once was, or am in poor physical health, knowing that it is not true, and knowing that I work very hard, probably harder than I've ever worked before. I will know it when I'm slowing up, but it's not now. After all of the work I've done with medical exams, cognitive exams, and everything else, I actually believe it's seditious, perhaps even treasonous, for the New York Times and others to consistently do fake reports in order to libel and demean the President of the United States. They are enemies of the people, and we should do something about it. Jesus Christ. They've inaccurately reported on all of my election results, and in fact were forced to apologize on much of what they wrote. The best thing that could happen to this country would be if the New York Times would cease publication because they are a horrible, biased, and untruthful source of information. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Make America great again. Commander-in-Chief, everybody. Leader of the free fucking world. But Jesus fucking Christ. 90% sure Trump barely passed the test, and he's so proud of that fact. Well, you have to understand it's so hard and nobody else even attempts it. Where's Trump brags about passing cognitive? I want one from like several years ago. What does the chair have to say about it? Trump bizarrely brags about acing this cognitive test. Can you? I'm a very smart man, said the US President Donald Trump on Tuesday, bragging about the results from a cognitive exam for dementia he took in April. The questions get harder and harder, he said, about a test that involves identifying animals, drawing a clock, and connecting letters to numbers. It's called the Montreal Cognitive Assessment Exam, and it was designed as a rapid screening instrument for mild cognitive dysfunction. What is it? Read a list of words. Subject must repeat them. Do 2 trials even if first trial is successful. Do a recall after 5 minutes. Face, velvet, church, daisy, red. Attention. Read a list of digits. 1 digit per second. Subject has to read them in the forward order. Subject has to repeat them in the backward order. Read list of letters. Subject must tap his hand at each letter. A, no points if greater than or equal to 2 errors. Like, this is easy shit. Language. Repeat. I only know that John is the one to help today. The cat always hid under the couch when dogs were in the room. Fluency. Name a maximum number of words in 1 minute that begin with the letter F. Although Trump thinks passing it makes him the smartest guy in the whole wide world, it actually just means he's not suffering from any form of dementia, as the exam is not designed to measure IQ. Trump repeatedly patted himself on the back because he quote-unquote aced the exam, telling reporters, these are tough questions. 99% of the people that I'm talking to right now, meaning the people from fake news, would not do well on those exams. So how tough are those questions? Below is a copy of the cognitive exam Trump took. It may be administered by anyone who understands and follows the instructions. However, only a health professional with expertise in the cognitive field may interpret the results. Are you as cognitively sound as the US president who thought Haitian immigrants eat cats and wind turbines kill whales? Let us know in the comments. Yeah, this is like one that he's bragged about like multiple times passing, when it's like, name these. It's a horse, a fucking and like a duck, like Jesus. We're so fucking cooked. All right, you guys. Is anyone live? Like anybody? Carbone. Probably read him. All right, you guys. If you're watching on Twitch, please go ahead and follow me if you aren't doing so already. If you're watching on YouTube, would really appreciate if you subscribe to me, hit the bell. That way you can know when I go live. You should also like the stream. It really helps push it out to others in the algorithm. And gets more exposure for my channel. If you want to watch past VODs, you can go to my YouTube channel where they're all housed. And the vast majority of them are timestamped. That way you can skip around and watch the segments without having to scrub through a 5-hour VOD. Doesn't that sound nice? If you want to support me, you can donate. Follow the pin links in my Twitch chat or my YouTube description box. I'm at Straighterade_ on everything. But the most important thing to do is to subscribe to me on Twitch. Give subs throughout the chat. You can also use your Amazon Prime sub if you want to support me. Thanks for hanging out with me tonight. I really appreciate you guys hanging with me after practically a 3-week hiatus. I'm going to be streaming a lot more regularly this year. This is like my resolution, and I intend to stick to it. I'm really excited about Tim Pool on Friday, so tomorrow we're probably going to do a lot of Tim Pool content just to do some like on-stream prep. 2 birds, 1 stone. So yeah, thank you so much for watching. Tell Carbon I say hi. I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye.